right now. 592, this is the exciting piece, 592 residential lots have been preliminary platted by the city council. And we're just waiting for the developer to show up with that final plat. And that will allow them to begin selling those lots and adding that to our build ready lot inventory. Excuse me for my shaky, weird voice. We also recognized in our 2015 study that the quality of Laramie's housing was an issue. What you see oftentimes in university communities is this deferred investment in your housing stock due to a very aggressive and very, frankly, advantageous rental market. And so the city council adopted a code in our municipal code called the Rental Housing Code. And all it does is establish minimum habitability standards. It literally says for human occupation, if you are going to rent this space for a human to live in, you need to have functional heat, you need to have running water, you need to have functioning sewer, just very, very basic requirements. And probably the most controversial of those is that you need to have fire access out of sleeping rooms if you are renting a sleeping room to another person as a business would. So we've implemented that I think has been a success, but there are many people in the community that still are not happy with that. But it was the city council's attempt to address the quality issues, because as we've moved into workforce housing, your workforce, your young families, your young professionals, you know, once they get that first job, they're not really happy living in what might have satisfied them as a student or a graduate student, right? They have children and they really want to put roots down and become have living conditions that rise to the occasion of the hard work they put in to develop their career. So anyway, we are now moving out of that realm into what I call public-private partnership. You also have heard of that undoubtedly as P3. We are hoping to address at the bottom of this slide what we have seen to be the major issues in the private sector, in so much as the city can address those issues. And those are largely financing challenges. I think you all will agree and understand why that is the case in the last 3 and 4 years in the interest rate climate that we've seen. So we have worked on that. We're also investing in infrastructure. And I will tell you, we're making historic investments in infrastructure from water to sanitary sewer to roads. However, arterial infrastructure remains a huge impediment to workforce housing and to economic and business development generally. Next slide. The map here just shows you see the colored highlights. It's not very detailed, but you can see this is really the core of Laramie from the river to the west. And all of those are enormous public works and infrastructure projects that the city has been planning. Some of them, particularly on the north side of town in the green and blue there, we've been planning these for 5 to 7 years under the auspices of if you build it, they will come, right? The housing will come, the businesses will come. So we have been bringing water and sewer and other transportation infrastructure to currently undeveloped areas of the community. Next slide. Circling back a little bit to public-private partnerships, we've successfully developed low-income and residential housing through P3 partnerships. And most recently, we have started an urban renewal authority, and we're planning to redevelop many, many acres of currently city-owned property in the middle of town on North 4th Street for residential and business development, hoping to address that workforce housing need and create some really well-needed business and particularly retail space in the community. The other thing I will say is we've been coordinating very heavily with the Wyoming Association of Municipalities to work with the state's regulatory reduction task force to address statutory issues that may be stymieing housing or business development in the state. And so we're excited by the work that they've been doing. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to close out by just giving you a little update on a super exciting project. Hopefully for the Business Council, I believe you all feel it's very exciting like we do. And this is Plenty's expansion here in Laramie. Years ago, the city of Laramie partnered with the Business Council to bring a grant to a little agrotech business called Bright Agrotech that came out of the University of Wyoming. And so we were able, working with you, to get them a home off of the University of Wyoming campus in the business park. And now, many years later, it's very gratifying to me. They're like one of my baby businesses, because I was a baby city manager when we got the agrotech, Bright Agrotech grant, to see that they've received the largest grant in Wyoming history. So they announced last week that the Development of design has concluded. The project's design component of this project, I think, has taken longer than Plenty or the city expected, but this is a novel build, right? This is something that is really going to be the first and maybe the only of its kind in the world, which is an exciting thing to say about Wyoming. So we wanted to give you a little update on that. At this point, where we're at, you can see the timeline across the top. We believe we will start construction in the spring, knock on wood, if everything stays as we hope it will. And with projects of this type, there are obviously sometimes unforeseen circumstances, but my assistant city manager is the project lead on this. He has extensive experience with construction management and development and working with the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, our partner. So we are excited to hopefully break ground in April and maybe invite you all back for that. We'll also be, as a city, considering whether we will be waiving sewer tap, sewer plan review, and other building permit fees in front of the city council next month. And I suspect that will be received favorably as well. So just making another contribution at the local level to commit Plenty to stay in Laramie and continue to operate here. And that's all I have. I hope, next slide, that is informative to you. Again, I welcome you to the Gem City, and I hope that once you get your business out of the way, you'll stay and play a little bit in what I think is the best place to play in Wyoming. I remind you, downtown Laramie has the farmers market on Friday afternoon if you want to check out some food and vegetables and some local beer and music. And then, of course, it's on at the War on Saturday evening with BYU. So yeah, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Just checking before we move on. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Janine, great to see you. Sorry to bring you back up there. I'm just curious. So one of the areas that we've been focused on and really thinking about is the broad infrastructure needs that Wyoming will need, not only to keep its current infrastructure up, but invest in those where we want to see growth. As you look forward, talk to us about the funding stream and the challenges associated with tackling those large infrastructure projects in Laramie. And really what I'm interested in is, do you feel that you have secure funding and you have a path for basically paying for those projects?
The short answer, I think, and thank you for that question. I think it's a very important one through you, Mr. Chair. No, the short answer is no. And I can tell you, I've been with the city now for 22 years. I could not count on all my fingers and toes how many times I've had a developer in my office asking if there's a way that the city can bring to bear funding to assist with the installation of arterial infrastructure. It's not always understood to the general public that arterial infrastructure, when you're building greenfield, like on the north side of town or the west side of town, open field, it is the developer's responsibility to lay arterial infrastructure, and it is exceptionally costly. Literally this week, I had a developer in my office. We've talked now probably 3 or 4 times over the last few years. Heather Tupper's been involved in some of these conversations. Sorry to throw you out there. But we were talking about arterial infrastructure in order to sort of power up. If we build it, they will come the west part of this community, which is ready for development. And we were talking about arterial infrastructure costs in excess of $10 million. The city does not have that funding. The taxpayers don't have it, but the developer certainly doesn't either. And if they have to fund that out of the gate, who's going to give them a loan? There's financing. How are they going to, build up the capital they need to actually build the project? So it's a huge issue. I've been encouraged. I have heard some conversations at the state level about maybe the state becoming a partner in this. And I would really love to see that. And I've talked to Mr. Durrell about that as well. I want to make a plug for Laramie since you are here. I do think that the relative ability of Wyoming's community compared to community to make those investments does vary greatly. Some communities have per capita revenues that are, and I'm not going to name names, but literally 5 and 10 times what this community has. So as much as we may want to front that arterial $10 million infrastructure cost, we simply don't have the means to do it. And I think for some of those communities, Albany County, Goshen County, that are pervasively low per capita income counties, and then towns within those counties, that kind of assistance could be a game changer. Thanks for the question.
I'm Janine. I just want to give kudos to you and your staff. I attended the URA, the Urban Renewal Conference, and getting those discussions going like this and so I applaud your team, and it was a really good conference to go to and look forward to the future ones. And then we had a good state representation. So thank you.
Thank you. We were thrilled to do that. This is a new tool we're trying to use, and we really started to realize if we can collaborate with other communities, maybe we can all do it better, faster, and more expeditiously or expediently, I guess.
Yeah, and that's what I think. There are so many tools out there that municipalities are not using, and it was great to, we've talked about having this kind of conference for years, and it was great to have it. So thank you.
Okay, anything else from the board? Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Thanks for being here. Next up, we have our CEO report, Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you all for joining us as well today. I wanted to take just a moment and remember that it is September 11th. And I think that many of us can remember where we were on September 11th, 2001, and just take a moment to think of those who lost their lives in those terrorist attacks, and think about the service women and men who are protecting our nation, and also to think about those leaders who, especially in Wyoming, are willing to, take it on and be elected and take a volunteer job that pays zero because it's volunteer, and it's also really thankless and sometimes even a little bit mean-spirited this time of year. And I think it's important to just think about all of those folks who sacrifice their parts of their lives to work hard on this country and on this state and really try to make a difference. I'm not sure if all of you are familiar with this whether it's a true phenomenon or not, but there was some talk that after September 11th that there was a bit of a baby boom, and whether that is borne out in the data, there are varying reports on that. But what I can tell you is that in Laramie, when my daughter, who was born as probably a September 11th baby in late June of 2002, there were definitely no rooms in the hospital. In fact, we were practically in a broom closet. And you're probably thinking, what does this have to do with economic development? Well, it turns out that in 2024, many of those babies that were born shortly after September 11th are now entering the workforce. And they're thinking about what is important to them as they start their lives. And what does their career look like? What does the place that they want to live look like? And we were able last night to spend some time with a number of students and folks from the community to talk a little bit about how folks like us might see the world and how young people might see the world. And in a lot of cases, those things are very similar. And in a lot of cases, those things are different. And just to begin to integrate what young people see the world and how they see the world into our decision-making, I think is a really key component. Because as we look at the decisions that we make today and the decisions that we recommend that the State Loan and Investment Board make here in a few weeks, we need to remember that these decisions are not necessarily about us. They're about the future. And I think it's pretty easy for us to just quickly look at something like the Plenty Project that Ms. Jordan mentioned here in Laramie. That is something that has been a result of a lot of work for a number of years. And even though we recommended that project a couple of years ago, or a year ago, it seems like, gosh, it should be happening. These things take time. And it's easy to be in the moment about these decisions. It's easy to think about today and maybe just tomorrow. But the consequences of our decisions and the result of our decisions sometimes take years and decades to play out. And one of the things that I think is important for us to remember is that our view will be different then, but the people who will be enjoying those decisions and working through those decisions are those folks who maybe are in their early 20s, that maybe were born in the early 2000s. And so I think it's just important for us to kind of like put that historical context and think about the impact that we can have on our state and our nation in work like today, and the work that goes into developing the recommendations that we make and the business that we take today. You're going to see quite a bit of really interesting projects today and really interesting work, but you're only going to see the tip of the iceberg, I think, in a lot of ways. If you think about what we're going to talk about next on the agenda is the comprehensive economic development strategy. That is, it's a document that we have worked over the last few years, but it's not just us that's been working on that. It's actually been, for lack of a better term, by the people, for the people, those folks who are in the communities working on economic development, understanding how community growth needs to happen and how economic growth can happen. And it's a statewide document. And even though we're at the Wyoming Business Council and as a statewide organization, you want to take a whole lot of pride in that. That's not enough granularity for us to actually get work done on the ground in our communities. The statewide approach is an aggregate of data. It's an aggregation of the challenges and the problems. And what we all know by being in Wyoming is that it is different in all of our 99 communities. Each of our 23 counties experience things differently than one another. And so while we see this statewide SEDS as a really good move and as something that's really important because it will continue to unlock EDA funding, which we've had the ability to get through previous economic development strategies, and we will continue to have today, it's not going to solve every community's problems. In fact, the next step in that is going to be looking at how do we develop regional SEDS so that we have an understanding of what's going on in a particular smaller region of the state that then employs the community work to understand really how we can make changes, because we all know that places like Laramie are different than places like Cheyenne, and they're only separated by 45 minutes. And in fact, a lot of people might think that they're the same, but they have different challenges that they face. And I think it's important for us to recognize that and recognize the work that goes into that. It's also important to note that work to create a document or a report, people think, oh, well, we have the report done. Well, it's just a report. It's really meaningful and it's important, but the work to create it is what was important. And the work that will happen after is what's even more important. And I think that it's easy to forget and sort of check a box and say, we're done and now go forth and make this happen. That's not how it works. It's going to be continual decisions that we make as a board, that we make as a team, and that we look at and to develop the team that we have across the state to continue that work. Because as most of us have experienced in our lives, the reports aren't what's important. It's the work to create it, and it's the work that it creates afterwards. And so as you look at today, it's pretty interesting. We have this overarching statewide comprehensive economic development strategy. It's an important thing. But then you start to look at the smaller decisions that are made by us as a team and us as a board. Those are the things that will continue to propel us forward, whether we have this big overarching strategy or not. And so then we take a look at some of the projects that we're looking at, and whether that be the loans that we're doing or whether that be the grants through business ready communities. Those decisions are not just projects. Those decisions, if they are just projects, are likely not going to move the needle the way we need to move the needle in our state. As I mentioned, young people and their decisions as they move forward, the fact is that 60 to 65% of those folks who are born in Wyoming end up leaving by the time they're in their 30s, and they don't return in numbers enough to matter. And that's just the way it works. The data shows that, and we need to, as an organization, try to figure out ways to stop that and to create situations in our communities that allow communities to be self-reliant. Mr. Schaefer asked a great question of Ms. Jordan, and I think it should be something that we consider as we are looking at these projects. And that is, as you are looking to the future and looking to continue economic growth in Laramie, do you have the mechanisms, the resources, the funding to handle the costs of the arterial infrastructure? Everybody caught the short answer, I think. The short answer is no. And frankly, that's a challenge. That's a big challenge. And so could we just start writing checks? I suppose that's one solution. Is that the right answer? I don't think it's the right long-term sustainable answer. Instead, I think we need to look at the mechanisms that we have at our disposal and that our communities have at their disposal to create that flywheel and to create, even though it might be small, to create some level of resilience and self-reliance in our communities. And so one of the projects you're going to see today has one of those elements in it. It's a great project. There are a number of jobs that are created. There's a business that is going to continue to thrive because of the investment we're going to make in that community, I hope. But what we were able to do with that is instead of just fund a project and walk away to the next project, we've instigated the final part of the flywheel, which is how do we create more capabilities and more resources so that the next project can be done in that community? And that is the big win, even though it seems really small. It's a monumental change in the way that we're looking at it. We have talked about the flywheel. We will continue to talk about the flywheel. And that is an example of the flywheel happening so that it can be in motion. When we think about the decisions that we make today, when we think about the small changes that we can make that have big effects, we have to realize that it's likely not going to be some big policy, some silver bullet that's out there, some grand plan that will solve all of our problems. That's actually not the case. The case is one by one in a community, changing things slowly, at first especially, but then that allows greater things to happen. There will be good policies that we can enact. There will be things that we can ask the legislature to help us with. Absolutely. We should do that. But there are a lot of things that we can do today with the tools that we have in our communities and within our purview that can make a huge difference if we do it at scale and we show that it's possible. And again, as we look at the projects that we're working on today, let's look for those opportunities to create self-reliance. Let's look at those opportunities where when there isn't self-reliance, we ask why. Not so that we can fund and get them to the next spot, but so that we can ask why and understand the problem at a deeper level so we can solve the root problem, not those at the surface. Money is great at covering surface problems. Money can also be a great tool to help people understand how to get to the next project. And I think that what we have here is a really powerful platform to develop self-reliance in our communities. It takes a lot of courage. It takes a strong backbone, and it takes sort of not caring what others might say because they don't understand our mission. But I believe that those folks who are out there looking for jobs today and looking at their future deserve better, and they deserve our really critical attention and difficult decision making. And so as we look at the projects today, I hope you all agree that that's what we're really here for. We're here for those young people and how do we create communities that they want to be in, and that we can maybe start to change the way that curve looks in Wyoming. And so, Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me a little bit of time to talk about that and kind of set the tone for today and into the future. And I want to thank all of you for making the trek to where I live and where I enjoy Wyoming the most. And I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you were all part of the festivities yesterday and continue to work hard to make our state a good place. So thank you for your time. And I'm looking forward to some very spirited and challenging things today, but I think that it's going to make our state better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Durrell. Well said. And I believe that is a nice tee up for our next topic, which is comprehensive economic development strategy. We have Heather and Noel. Good morning.
And is Aaron online also, Ben? Perfect. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us here to talk a little bit about, we'll say it once and then we're going to go to SEDS because it's a mouthful, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. I'm going to just give a quick start and then we'll go into Aaron. I have no idea where to click. Sorry. I'm going to make sure that we lose all of those extra minutes. Oh, there it went. Okay, perfect. All right. So just a quick agenda. Why are we doing a SEDS? What is a SEDS? Probably an important thing to talk about a little bit. What our process has been so far, what's coming up next, and then what comes after that. So pretty simple. So just real quick to start. Okay. So throughout the presentation, I think we'll kind of touch on all of the things on this slide, but just to give you all a little bit of sort of background or set the stage before Aaron goes into the more technical piece of what is a SEDS. Previous to this version of what we have going on right now, the Endow report has served as the statewide SEDS. So while it wasn't necessarily a SEDS by name, it was the document that was holding that place in the EDA file folder is sort of where I think of it living, to cover what we will talk about here going forward as the needed strategy for this statewide opportunities. In about 2020, the EDA released funds in the form of statewide planning grants through their ARPA allocation. And that was what actually sort of started us on, we need to update the current SEDS, knowing that in general, they have about a 5-year life expectancy, and that also a lot has changed in those 5 years. A lot changed in the years as we've been working on the SEDS actually. And so the timing and the funding kind of aligned perfectly for us to go into this process that we have been undertaking. I think 2022, I wrote 21, 22, I don't know, in the last couple of years. So we've been working on this for a little while. I'm going to turn it over to Aaron Pratt. Aaron is our economic development representative from the Economic Development Administration, and is going to serve kind of as our technical expert and just walk through like really what is a SEDS. I think it's super important to understand that. We throw the word around SEDS quite a bit. We hear it in different conversations with different partners. And so I think it's really important to sort of ground in what it actually is and why we do it, so that as we talk about the going forward, we all sort of have that understanding, especially with our partners. So Aaron, if you're online, I will attempt to drive the clicky thing and let you take it over.
All right. Thanks, Heather, and thanks for the introduction. As Heather said, I'm Aaron Pratt. I'm the Economic Development Representative for EDA. I cover the entirety of Wyoming and Montana. So I've got a pretty big slice of real estate out here in the West, but proud to do so. So the EDA's mission, just to briefly give you some context, our mission is to promote innovation and competitiveness and prepare economic regions for growth and success. So pretty broad mission, but pretty focused on job creation and economic development. We really look for projects that we can quantify job creation, and we can really hang our hat on, catalyzing private investment in that process. So we do this by providing financial and technical assistance, so grant making, funding of RLF programs, and we really want to make sure that what we do and what we fund is locally driven and regionally oriented. These are bottom up grant programs, and they take your ideas and fund them. These aren't our ideas, they're yours. So next slide, please. So what is a SEDS? So we see a SEDS as we define it as a strategy-driven plan for economic development. Like I said, it's regionally driven and regionally owned. The SEDS document is not for us to tick a box so you can get our funding. The SEDS is really for you to be a blueprint and a strategy plan to implement your economic development strategy. So we want you to have ownership of it. We want you to connect with your community in the development of it. And we want you to be responsible for updating and deploying the strategies to achieve the goals within it. We ask that you engage community leaders in that process. This isn't created in a vacuum. It's created by a community and all the stakeholders that you identify in your region. We wanted to complement the other planning activities you're doing on the ground. It shouldn't be standalone, but should be complementary to the other strategies that you have within your community for growth, for job creation, for education. It should, be part and parcel to other things you're doing already. Next slide, please, Heather. So we have kind of a structure that we like to see within a SEDS so that there's consistency across these documents, a summary background, a SWOT analysis, things you're all familiar with, and then a strategy plan that's built off the back of that SWOT analysis. So we don't just want, we don't want to just know your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. We want to know what strategies you're going to deploy to address all of those. And then finally, an evaluation framework. How are we meeting our goals? Are we hitting our benchmarks for growth? Is our SEDS relevant, and is it successful in doing what we want it to do in our community? So those are the 4 pieces we like to see. Next slide, please. We have some updated guidelines as of last year. We're looking to embed sort of principles of climate resiliency into a SEDS. So we're seeing hotter, drier, longer summers, more intense weather events, colder, more intense winters across the West. So what are we doing to make our economic development strategy kind of informed by what's happening around us in the environment? Equity, we want to make sure that wins and job creation is broad-based across our community. We want to make sure it lifts all boats within the region. So we look for an equity component to it too. We're looking more at workforce development. How do we integrate with existing workforce development plans and workforce development initiatives that are happening at your community college level, at your high school level, at the university? What are we doing to kind of connect workforce to education and economic development? And finally, broadband. I think more and more without broadband, I think everyone understands this, economic development really can't happen anywhere unless we have broadband everywhere. So making sure that there's connectivity out here in the West where it's a challenge. So we want to make sure we understand that we're embedding broadband into our projects and that they can thrive with that technology. Next slide, please. And then this is just the language from our NOFO that kind of connects, as Heather was saying, to apply for our funding, we really want to have the SEDS be integrated into what you're applying for our funding. So we want to be consistency with what you say you want to do, with what you're coming to us to fund. So it's just a way for us to make sure that we're working the plan. What you are prioritizing in your SEDS is in fact what you're applying for funding for, and that there's consistency across those, and that there's not this kind of whipsawing of priorities that change with the politics or the whims of one person. This is a community-driven plan, and we're going to work the plan, and we're going to apply for funding to drive that plan. So it's written into our notice of funding opportunity to be consistent with the SEDS. So next slide, please. And why is it important? I think hopefully we all understand why it's important. It's really a reference document and a strategy plan built into one. And we want it not to sit on a shelf, but to be a living document. We want to make sure this thing gets updated every 5 years. It's a prerequisite for our funding, which is important to us. And we, to that end, to kind of make sure it's understood to be important, we provide a lot of resources to help you develop it. And we help fund it. You can apply for funding to fund that SEDS document too. So we have resources to kind of get the ball rolling if a SEDS doesn't exist. So Next slide, please. And that's it for me. I'm happy to stay on. I really enjoyed working with Heather and the team, looking at iterations and drafts of the new SEDS, statewide SEDS for Wyoming, and happy to continue to do so. I think it's really important. I think it's really exciting. And I'm just happy to be a part of it and to be part of the team in Wyoming driving economic development. So thank you for your time this morning.
So I'm going to kind of just talk about, the process and how we've gotten to where we are today. So it started with, the Harvard Growth Lab and the Pathways to Prosperity, or the P2P. They did a lot of work on the research and working with communities and surveys. We created a work stream to specifically focus on the SEDS. We had those listening sessions and internal and external reviews, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on all of those. So the Harvard Growth Lab, we really worked at implementing the data, research, the surveys, and all of the community meetings that they had done into the SEDS process. And then we followed that up with a community survey. So at the end of last year, first part of this year, we worked with the Wyoming Economic Development Association to do a survey with all throughout the communities of our strategic partners and economic development partners of how they see like what the SWOT is, how they see their communities growing, how they see their state going. And then we followed that up with listening sessions it was in February of 2024, earlier this year. So we held 4 listening sessions to just further guide the SEDS and the content of the SWOT analysis and how we looked at that evaluation framework. We also, so we also, in February of this year, I don't know if a lot of you remember, but we did a SWOT and a SEDS analysis during our board work session, where we went through, what are the state's strengths, what are the state's weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so all of that data and information that we gathered, I think we had close to 100 respondents through all of those processes. All of that was incorporated into the SEDS. Here's kind of an overview, and this is also in your packet within that SEDS draft document of what we heard that came out of it. So just a quick snapshot. It's probably very hard to see, but it is in your packet as well. And then just kind of a timeline. So like Heather said, we started it 2022, 2023, that collaboration with the Harvard Growth Lab. Last fall, about a year ago, is when we really started drafting that SEDS and the content and taking the information that we did learn from the Harvard Growth Lab and incorporating it in, and then including all of the guidelines that Erin went over, that we have to have a SWOT analysis and we have to include the evaluation framework and all of those content requirements. We launched that community survey and we conducted those listening sessions. We did that SWOT analysis and further SEDS content development through the winter and spring of this year. And then the summer, we really focused on incorporating additional data. And then we started the draft review. So we had an internal team of business council folks outside of the SEDS work stream that reviewed it and gave us suggestions, asked some really tough questions that we really had to kind of dig in a little bit deeper to make sure that the SEDS, it was understandable for anybody that would be reading it. And then we did an external review process where we had people outside of the business council review it. So we had a really full look at the SEDS. And so then the next step is design work, and we've actually begun that already. We have a draft in our emails, I think, right now to look at. So that's the next step. What is in your packet is very draft. It's just basically the content, and we want it to look nicer just so it's easier to read. It goes with all of our other marketing material and all of our promotional material. And then our plan is to have it on the website so it's easy to access. And then moving forward with how we get that regional economic development strategy incorporated based on the foundation of the statewide SEDS.
All right. Yeah, so as Noelle mentioned, we are working towards the final version. We're close, I think, with words at least, but it's a lot of words, as you've seen. So we want to make that into something that is a little bit more visually appealing and also usable and accessible. And those are really important pieces, that this is something that we've been working on internally quite a bit and have a lot of time spent in it and put a lot of value in, but we also recognize that truly this is for everybody to be able to consume. And so that's something that we're working on with our communication team. And it's great to have a few new folks on board in the form of graphic design and PR, so that we can make sure that that is a well-rounded distribution or well-rounded package as we put that forward. And then keeping EDA best practices in mind has been really important for us, especially as we kind of get towards these final stages where we want to keep our audience in mind. Like I mentioned, we want to creatively communicate and not just have it be another chunk of book, but actually something that is desirable for people to pick up and want to take in and kind of understand, and also thinking beyond the document. So we hope to do more in the coming months as far as kind of breaking it down, and that we'll see that, I think, on our website as we move forward. So does a SED solve a problem? This is obviously the question of the year, couple of years, I'm not sure, but we couldn't get through this presentation without maybe addressing this a little bit. Thinking about what Aaron presented to us and our conversations with him, economic development planning is really the cornerstone of EDA programs. And EDA has been very consistent in their message that it's very important for planning to happen before you just go forward and grab a grant, or you don't see funding and then back into a plan. And so we have taken that to heart and think that that's a really important component, and also a message that we've heard from other funding sources. So across federal and state agencies, it's a very consistent message. Planning is super important before you decide. The money is, the money on the table is not exactly just there for random grabbing. So we want to make sure that we are helping our partners across the state by being a good example in planning first. And I think one of the most important things that Aaron mentioned was consistency, so that the funding that we see, the funding that we encourage our partners to go after, is consistent with the plans that they have in place. So to answer the question, I would say kind of, and it depends. Maybe it doesn't solve the problem that we're working on, where Wyoming isn't positioned necessarily to keep going forward in the manner that we have, but it does help serve as a conversation starter. And thinking about the SEDS like a compass. I didn't have this in my presentation because I was sure Josh was going to lay it out there. But thinking about the SEDS like a compass, where we are really providing tools and conversation starters to communities and regions to get them thinking about their planning needs, but really drawing that roadmap is up to them. And we are just here to give them a good starting point. We've had a lot of participation through the process, as Noelle alluded to, and I want to make sure before we go into questions to acknowledge our internal team. Noelle and I have worked on it. Noelle has really kept us very organized and on task, so I truly appreciate that. We've had great partnership with Aaron at EDA. He's given us some great guidance and helped us continue to move forward. And then Brandy Harlow, Kylie Ingersoll, Kaylee Holyfield, and Amy Quick have been really, really into the document. One of the things Noelle didn't mention was that it was important for other people to review it, because 6 or 7 of us worked on the document at any given time. And for a while, it looked like 6 or 7 people had written it. So we are trying to make sure that that is not the case anymore. And then Eric Potzer with the Growth Lab has been kind of our tie back to a lot of the work and the data, and just understanding how we utilize those data sets that Harvard kind of came up with and have been part of the Pathways project and the growth perspective. How do we use those data sets in a meaningful way so that when people ask about them, we can talk about them? So happy to take questions, happy to have conversation.
Thank you, Heather, Noel, and Aaron. Questions, Kathy?
I have many questions, but I'll try to keep it short. Number one, kudos to your whole team. This was an amazing piece of work. I know it took a lot of time, but I was so happy to see the action directives from what we started with Pathways to Prosperity to a kind of end project. I think when Pathways started, I, for one, was like, okay, how is this going to be not just another report? How is this going to be something that we as a state can put into practice? And the action items and directives that were given in this project are just amazing. And I hope every community, I started reading it and I thought, oh, I'll just kind of skim over it. Not the case at all. It was so interesting and so things that we didn't expect, I didn't expect to have in there, were in there. And it just was a validation of the fact that we need to come together and we need to spread the word. And that's my question. How are you going to get this out to communities? And is there going to be follow-up, or do they choose? How does this work?
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Tomasi. That's a great question and really important to speak to, I think. So, Mr. Chair, we do have a plan, at least a starting point where we will start to present the kind of this same version to our partners. We'll start with the Working Together Conference, which is coming up in October. That's a great way to kind of give, the next steps to our partners out there, because they've been with us in various parts along the way and also are familiar with EDA and the SEDS. And so we'll start there. But really what we want to do beyond presenting where we're at is start those conversations with them. Is how do they take this as something that it is a statewide document and it can't be super specific or prescriptive, and it's not going to be perfect for every location. But what we want to do, and what we're hoping to do, is start those conversations about what are the planning needs in our communities? What are the planning needs in the regions? How do we help them start that ball rolling and get into more specific planning activities that are really relevant to the economies that they're trying to work in? So that's our hope. And I think that through that, and then as we move this from draft to more final and also digestible on our website, and places where we can kind of go and interact with it, really hope that that also brings questions to our regional team, to the rest of our team who are out there working with folks on how do I get to there? What do I do with this? So we really want it to start the conversation, and then I think that we have some great opportunities to really make some good impacts.
Great job.
Yeah, Heather, can you expand on Wyoming Working Together? Some of us, I think it's a good opportunity, since we're broadcasting, that it's a great conference where a lot of organizations come together. We're going to talk about the SEDS. I just think the public and maybe even additional board members to expand on what Wyoming Working Together is. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We are we support the Wyoming Economic Development Association, the Wyoming State Chamber, and the Wyoming Main Street obviously is part of our team. And every fall there is an opportunity for those three groups, plus whomever kind of else is working in economic development, which is oftentimes Small Business Development Center, some of our workforce and tourism partners, come together in a conference once a year to have conversations and hear, best practices and other things that are going on, talk about tough topics in a more collaborative environment. Those groups oftentimes work in very specific areas in their communities and also have their own sort of conferences and opportunities. But this is the one thing that we do every year where they all come together. A lot of us participate in that. Just a great way to have better conversations because there's more of us at the table that bring different perspectives. So this year it will be in October, like 6th and 7th, I think, in Rock Springs. And the agenda is still being developed, but if you'd love to see this presentation again, I would definitely invite you to come for nothing else but that, if that's what you want. And this year we're actually offering a BRE workshop. Kaylee is putting on, or has been coordinating, business retention and expansion workshop for our partners. And we have some outside folks coming in to give a little bit more training and have some more conversations there. So I think that'll be really good too.
So more of a general question, and this is probably for Aaron. Aaron, I think it's interesting that you are working with both Montana and Wyoming. And, you know, Montana's seen significant changes here over the last few years, especially, which we've seen in parts of Wyoming as well. And we're all in this room keenly aware of how we handle economic development in this state, but maybe not as much in Montana. And I'm wondering if there's anything that jumps out to you about any differences or anything like that across the two states, other than maybe the TV series Yellowstone.
And that's a really good question. So I've been with EDA almost exactly 3 years, and I worked in economic development for about a decade in Montana, and now about 3 years in Wyoming. And it's interesting to me. I felt like I was a little behind the ball. I joined EDA when we were in the middle of the pandemic and rolling out ARPA and CARES grants across Wyoming. And then finally getting to visit more in person in the last year and a half and try to get up to speed. But the differences, I think, are interesting. I've said this many times to our stakeholders in Wyoming. I think Wyoming's been at the table and competitive for every single one of our grant programs since I've been at EDA. And I think it's really encouraging to see such interest in our programs and such a high success rate in applying for those programs, because these grants are competitive. They aren't they aren't easy to get oftentimes, but I think it's been great to see the engagement that I've seen across Wyoming from kind of every sector: higher ed, Wyoming Business Council, county commissioners, WEDA. There's just been a real high level of engagement. The community colleges have been highly engaged. So I think, and I think that's accelerating almost with these funding summits that have been put on. So I think that engagement's only getting better. And we realize too, we're not the biggest player in the room oftentimes for the attention of people going after grants. There are a lot of federal grants out there with a lot bigger dollars attached to them than ours. But to see this kind of continued interest and engagement in what we do, and connecting the dots to what we've done in the past in Wyoming has really been encouraging for me. And I think, in the confines of this group, I think Wyoming's doing almost a better job than Montana is in going after these grants. And it's funny because I know the people here and I've been working with them for a decade, but Wyoming has this real high level of engagement right now that makes my job easy and makes it fun. So.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Mr. Drell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Heather and Noel, for walking through that. And I want to give a quick shout out though to Mr. Pratt at the EDA. I think as he mentioned, he has a giant territory to cover, and he also has some roots in Montana after working there for a number of years. But he has really made the effort to take on the challenge that Wyoming faces. He was a member of the Wyoming Academy, which is our partnership with Leadership Wyoming to do economic development leadership in the state. And he plugged in. He even graduated, which it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. And so Aaron, I want to thank you for really taking the time and the energy and the resources to make Wyoming a priority, and do what needs to be done. And I think what's important, and I think that the SEDS is a result of that relationship and that caring. And I think it'll just continue with our communities. I think there's a real desire by our communities to take that next step and to continue to work on that. And having the support of EDA is a big deal. And frankly, I know that comes down to the people there, and we just appreciate the work that you've done, Aaron, and looking forward to more. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Josh. And I really want to thank you and your team too. As I started in this position, we were under travel restrictions, and I really leaned on the regional directors of the Wyoming Business Council to be my eyes and ears on the ground and to kind of help me get up to speed. And they continue to kind of have this great partnership with me that is probably the strongest partnership I have in the state is with the folks of the Business Council, and the regional directors are just an amazing resource for me. And I hope I am for them too. And we just have real constant communication about what's going on in the state. So it's gratifying to see some successes come off the back of that. So thanks to you and your team, Josh.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anything else from the board? All right. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Noel. Nice job.
Thank you.
Next up, Strategy Standing Committee. Mr. Committee Chair Smith.
Fantastic. Thank you, Co-Chair Aaron. Really, really exciting time to be on the strategy committee and be involved with it. We got very lucky this year in that our subcommittee is a heck of a stacked deck of people, and have been really able to take that opportunity to work with them a little more frequently than strategy committee traditionally has worked, and really work actively with Sarah, with her group on problems more in real time than just once a quarter. So it's been really, again, it's been very exciting. Lots of great things going on. I think last night's a perfect example of the way that we're moving, and it's so exciting to see the strategy committee be more focused outward than just internal of how's the strategy of how the business council is going to work. Really now it's how is the business council interacting with the remainder of the state? How are we bringing kids in? How are we working with legislature? How are we working with electeds? So very exciting time. Sarah, I'm going to hand it over to you, kind of go through the presentation and maybe jump in with a little color commentary as we go.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. It's great to be here. I want to echo everyone's sentiments this morning about last night's event. I don't know about you guys, but I feel awfully energized after that. So I'm not sure if I might need to rely on you, Ben, to switch slides because this is a PDF because it was huge. Is there pictures? Okay, so if you can go to the next slide, Ben, thank you. Cool. All right, so this is a slide that you guys have seen probably like 30 times now. And it's our problem. We are focused on our problem. We are in love with our problem. We're in love with trying to solve our problem. It's really hard. So you really have to be in love with this problem. The problem that we are working on solving is that the composition of economic activities is not positioned to sustain a high quality of life across all parts of Wyoming. That sounds like a lot of words. And Ben, if you want to go to the next slide, what that actually really means is that people leave. That's why we are in love with this problem. And what you saw last night is the sentiment in the people who are affected by this problem. So like Josh said, more than 60% of people born in Wyoming, by the time they're in their 30s, they've left and they don't come back. You hear kind of anecdotes, but that really isn't borne out in the data. And so if you want to go to the next slide, please, Ben. So, that's kind of what the stories that you heard last night were. I don't know about you, but I was affected in a big way. I went into this work talking with lots of students, thinking that I knew the problem. I have experienced that problem myself, as many of you have. But to hear that from people who are right in the middle of those decisions, especially in the one-on-one conversations that we had leading up to the event, we saw a lot of emotions from these students who are faced with this very, very painful choice of using, I'm thinking of DJ Daljeet, she's in the striped sweater in that picture, using the degrees that she's pursuing in accounting and economics to go pursue a huge career and pursue her potential, or seeking the safety, the comfort, and really the community that that Wyoming offers. And so that, I think, when we talk about the problem, when we put all of these wordsmith things up on big slides like that, that's what we're really talking about. We're trying to solve that problem that DJ is facing. We're trying to make it so that she doesn't have to make that super painful choice, so that she can pursue her ambitions and find a community here. So I just wanted to go a little bit deeper into last night's event. And I hope that you guys were affected by it too. Ben, if you don't mind moving on to the next slide. Oh. Here we go. Okay, so we talked last night about students. They obviously care about our problem. They feel it very acutely and urgently because they're in that decision right now. But there are a lot of other constituencies, groups of people who we serve in the state who feel that problem too. Parents, I know many of you are parents whose children are facing that same painful decision right now. The university, businesses, community college, community leaders, associations, our partner agencies care about this same problem. Workers who are currently in the workforce, we got to hear from some of them last night because of the question that Ralph asked. Our Main Street communities, entrepreneurs, elected officials, and we've been doing some work with elected officials in the strategy committee this year. And so when you look at that problem, all of those words, and you look at the feeling that that causes, it's felt most acutely in the people who are making that decision right now, but it's also felt by darn near everybody in the state when you think about it. Who isn't a parent or a worker or a business leader or a community leader, especially those of us in this room? Oh, did I just do that then? Sweet. And so our purpose is to create new opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites. And our job at the Business Council is to lead that purpose. And by lead, I mean, we accept responsibility. That doesn't mean that we're going to do it on our own, but we're accepting responsibility for enabling others to achieve shared purpose under conditions of uncertainty. And that's what I see Heather and Noelle doing. They accepted responsibility for enabling local folks and regions throughout the state to achieve shared purpose under those conditions of uncertainty. And people in the regions now have the opportunity to do the same on that scale too. But we do that in lots of different ways. But what kind of binds all of these ways together is what we're doing is we're finding the people who care. So we found a lot of people who care last night. And I don't know if you guys looked at all the sticky notes. There were a whole bunch who wanted to join teams, who wanted to lead. There were a lot of students who wanted to lead. And we're unlocking their ability to act. And that's kind of where our programs come in. All of the things that you'll be making decisions today and hearing reports on today are ways to unlock people's ability to act on that shared purpose, on solving that shared problem. So we're not doing work for people. We're just providing the frameworks. Maybe it's the discipline, maybe it's the methodology that can get people unstuck and move into that action space. And then by doing that, by really making this for the people, by the people, we're identifying solutions and building trust along the way, rather than saying, ta-da, we figured out what we need to do as a state and what everybody needs to do. We can't do that. We don't know that. If we try to tell you an answer, then you know it's wrong. And B, if the people who are affected by the problem are developing the solutions, they're going to get the solutions, right? And they'll be the ones who can make those solutions happen. And so that's really kind of what ties our philosophy of how we execute strategy together. And the SEDS is such a good example of that because it provides a framework. It provides some background information that is very rigorous, very well researched, and applies to almost everybody across the state when it comes to things like housing and building capacity. And workforce, all of those kind of very big problems that we know affect darn near everybody. But what it really does is sort of sets up a template for the people to whom it matters to do something about it. It helps them say, okay, here's an entry point, and I can now develop my own regional SEDS or develop a process that is based in this great data to act on something right now. And so that's what I love about the SEDS and how it fits in. We do that in a lot of other programs that we have. And this is by no means a complete list because I can never think of the complete list. And it's always changing. That's because we're always changing what we do to meet the needs of people we serve. But when you look at things like A2A, like the things that we're doing with Harvard with building state capabilities, the academy, Main Street has a wonderful framework that helps unlock the ability for local folks to act. We've developed an internal innovation laboratory for business council staff to develop ideas that they learn about with their constituencies. That happens with legislative outreach and statewide elected outreach. And lots of really all of our work that we do at the Business Council is designed to unlock the ability for other people to act and to find shared purpose under conditions of enormous uncertainty.
And Sarah, I want to jump in on that real quick. And I think it kind of speaks to the overall strategy at this point of where the Business Council and the staff is headed. Is truthfully, it's around conversation. Fundamentally at the base level. It's how do we engage these groups? And sometimes it's as simple as an hour meeting with a state treasurer or with a local Main Street to talk with them about how do we unlock the problem you're having? How do we help you to go to the next level? And that's what's so exciting right now about what's going on with Sarah and the strategy team is that the conversations are happening and the silos are starting to break down and understanding not just using us as that conduit, but reaching out to other folks, and last night showing the students, you can reach out and talk to whoever, start working on this problem on your level. And the more everybody chips away at it, the quicker we'll get to that solution. So I think this, what I would affectionately call the beehive, is a great visualization of how this all kind of fits together. So sorry, Sarah, I just wanted to jump into that.
No problem, Mr. Committee Chair. Yeah, it's great. You can thank PowerPoint Smart Art for this genius graphic. Thank you, Microsoft. All right, so.
Sorry, Ms. Johnson.
But this goes to that little piece, the beehive. As we talk to the students, I didn't hear any one of them say, the ones that were from Wyoming, were they all Hathaway scholarship winners? Did that help them? And does that help our students say, wow, Wyoming gave me this education, should I stay here? How does that play in? Does it play in? If we keep those scholarships going on, we are, and fund those to the fullest, fund them, I mean, even to a larger extent. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a great question and probably something as we dig into these conversations. I know Dr. Schaefer probably has an opinion on it, but I think it's a great topic to dig into further as we're working through these challenges and taking that step before the people we met yesterday. What's the step keeping them from high school into college? So it's a great topic to put in the parking lot and dig into for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Cindy. And thanks, Mr. Committee Chair. It is a wonderful question. And that's exactly the type of question that this work helps us unlock. So when we talk in these sort of like big umbrella terms, sometimes it can feel like it's not very tangible, but we actually have been working a lot on that question. I don't think we have great answers right now, but we're learning a lot from the people who care. And I think we can empower them to act. So we'll definitely talk more about that in the future. So I'm going back to this image of a snowflake, and I showed this already once before. I showed this to you in February, I believe, in our February board meeting. The concept of a snowflake is it's a network. It's a way to describe a network and visualize a network. And so when I was walking through all of those different constituencies who care about the same problem we do, what I like to think of us as the business council board members, business council staff, all of our closest friends, we're kind of in the middle of that snowflake. And so when you think of all of us on the staff, we work with our constituencies, whether that is in a specific region, whether that's a specific group of businesses maybe, or workers who we work with for our jobs. We tend to work with individual constituencies. And I know all of you are probably thinking, well, I fit into maybe one of these, and this is how I feel this problem too. And I think what I would ask of you guys is the same thing that we asked to those students last night. If it's not our job at the Business Council to work on this problem, then who is it? If it's not us, then who? And if not now, then when? I feel there's a lot of energy in this state for change right now. We have a great opportunity to be leaders in that change. And when I say we, I mean we. All of us in this room have a huge opportunity in front of us. And so I have 3 things to ask of all of you. Ask yourself, what part of the snowflake can you open? Are you a parent? Are you a part of association? Are you a business leader? What are that group's biggest problems? So if you're a parent, what are parents' biggest, scariest problems? And what's the first step to bring folks together to solve them? Is it calling up somebody? Is it talking to somebody at the next track meet you go to and saying, hey, are you scared about this too? Is it maybe engaging with one of us at the Business Council and saying like, hey, maybe we can do A2A about this? Think through those things because if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? Thanks.
Absolutely fantastic, Sarah. Any questions or conversation from the board? Ms. DeMasi, I should have just asked you straight off.
I know, and I know we're trying to keep this quick today, but Sarah, I do have a question. I talked to some of the students and some parents who had kids that were doing internships, and it seemed like on the panel, those that had successful internships were so enthusiastic about staying in Wyoming, and I think that's a key element. But one of the parents said, when my student child did a internship, they were left to sit and not a lot of interaction, not a lot of project, not a lot of any type of motivation to do. Is there any ideas about educating the employers also that volunteer to have interns? And is that part of the puzzle?
It's a great question, Kathy and Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Co-Chair. I don't have an answer for that. But I do know that lots of different folks are working on that. I know UW is thinking about that. I know DWS is, the Department of Workforce Services is thinking about that. And so that's a solution that may come out of this phase of problem exploration that we're in. So.
And Ms. Tomasi, I'll add, because I heard a lot of the same comments last night. And what was interesting to me was then thinking about the context of when we met with the state superintendent. And she brought up, there's a large focus in education right now around project-based learning. And the thought that I had was really an internship is an extension of learning. So meaningful projects, meaningful work creates a meaningful engagement. So I think there is a greater picture, a greater mindset that we can help with at some juncture of making or encouraging folks to understand that concept. Because I didn't realize the internship scenario until last night. My eyes were open to a lot of things last night with that. So absolutely, Mr. Law.
To your question about the Hathaway thing, growing up, you know, anytime I was tasked with difficult questions, I always asked Mom. Now I just ask ChatGPT. And so I just did that, and it thinks it would be a great idea to spend a little time researching that to understand the effectiveness of retention in Wyoming on the Hathaway Scholarship. So there you go.
Even ChatGPT says do more research. So I think that's a good answer.
It couldn't answer. It gave me a lot of stuff, but it couldn't answer the question.
Absolutely, Ms. Johnson.
One of the things that I often look at students and say, what were your expectations though? I think sometimes their expectations are, I'm gonna be the CEO, but no, they're gonna, and I think if we reel in what we expect from interns, if we could say and sit down with them in the beginning and say, here's what you're gonna learn, here's what the expectations, your expectation should be, that we'd be much better off, because I think their expectations are here and we're just trying to teach them this, the entry level stuff. And so I think that's an important step that we all need to take. What is to manage their expectations. So,
Ms. Johnson, that's a fantastic point, and it comes back to how we started this whole presentation part of the meeting around conversation. Open, clear, honest conversation.
I got one more, if you don't mind, Mr. Committee Chair.
Absolutely.
I think that was indicative when we looked at the questions that were answered yesterday, and I found it very interesting in that the non-students was talking about compensation and the students were talking about, you know, culture and all that sort of stuff. And I think what we realized, the divide there was it takes a while for you as a student to get into the rhythm of life, to understand that you're going to have to meet those financial requirements. And then all of a sudden compensation starts floating up to the concern and importance. So, but yeah, it was fascinating to me.
And even the awareness of the students to acknowledge, yeah, we probably don't know this because we haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, I just thought that was eye-opening, and also the level of conversation they were having versus when I was a 19-year-old. I was very impressed.
Yeah, me too.
The committee chair and I went to college together, just for context.
Yes,
so.
we did.
I had the same reaction.
Yeah, there were definitely a few text messages going around the room going, that was not me at 19. I wish it would have been, but it wasn't. But
Mr. Committee Chair.
absolutely, Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah, I'm going to resist sharing my opinions about Hathaway at this point, but would love to share some research that we did on Hathaway at the request of some legislative friends. But one of the things I want to point out, the interest in focusing on project-based learning, applied learning is something that we all can do better across all of the programs that we offer for students in K-12 to the community colleges to UW. One of the initiatives that my college has specifically is integrating synthesis and application component, applied learning in every single degree and certificate program that actually allows a student to take what they've learned, synthesize it and apply it to a problem that is relevant to them or their community. Sounds fantastic, but just like the challenges we face with the lack of economic complexity for jobs, we face the exact same for the opportunities around workplace learning. And so as a result, you heard that from some of the university, one with the gentleman in the MBA having to do his internship in Denver. And guess where those relationships then make. And so I will say that's one of the things. And so in many ways, the applied learning, the internships are wonderful things, but we're going to unlock that potential by solving the same problems that we're trying to understand about economic complexity. And so where we have economic complexity, we can place interns in healthcare and oil and gas and some of the growing industries all day long. But when you have a student who's incredibly passionate about a specific technical service, it's a lot harder. Venture capital, if you have somebody in finance who wants to do that, there's very few places in Wyoming you're going to place somebody to get that experience. And so in some ways, this is, again, one of those great opportunities and ideas, but until we get to those root problems, it's going to be hard for us to really unlock the potential and get more students into internships.
Always a great perspective, because that's the other side of the fence and the chicken or the egg problem. And I mean, ultimately, we want to make breakfast, you know, we want to break the egg and we want to cook the chicken, but how do we get there first? Well, Sarah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you all for the conversation. This is great. I know we could probably talk about it through the whole board meeting, but we've got a lot of other things to handle. So Mr. Ahrens, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thanks, Sarah and the strategy team. Our next item on the agenda is a break. So let's do that and come back at 9:45 for the Operations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Okay, we've got some great stuff today. I am going to start with, just as a quick reminder, per our Wyoming Business Council internal contract policy, all contracts exceeding $100,000 must be addressed and action taken by the board in one of our public meetings. And so I kind of just wanted to do a little housekeeping to start. Again, we've got some exciting things. We've got a contract amendment. We've got a Main Street update and a business recruitment. So I'm going to turn it over to Brandon and Chad. I knew I was going to. So welcome, Chad.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, as she mentioned, we do have. Green light means go, not red light. Okay.
Yay.
Well, as you just didn't hear me say, we have one action item that we need board consideration for. It's extension of a contract for the broadband office with our technical consultant, David Johnson. David has had a relationship with us for the last couple of years and has been extraordinarily helpful / vital to our efforts in putting together our CPF grant programs, as well as our current applications for the federal BEAD funding program. We're looking to extend this relationship through May 31st of 2025, which is a projected point in time where we will have submitted our final I don't know, I can't think of the word right this second, our final plan for the BEAD funding around that point. Again, that's a projection, not a promise, but that should be around that time and should take us to the end of needing to utilize David's services. This amendment amends a contract right now that's sitting with $50,000 that will expire at the end of this month. We need to add $90,000 to take us through the 31st of May of 2025. And that is that contract.
So Chad, do you want to have?
Yeah, with that too, I guess. as a formal introduction
Yeah.
to the board of
Thank you,
directors,
Brandon.
this is Chad Bowling, and he is our broadband manager. We're exceptionally excited to have him. Just a second, man. No, very excited to have Chad on board. He has been literally, well, maybe not literally, he has been drinking from the fire hose of all the federal programs that we're in the middle of, working with all our different contractors, making sure we're maintaining our current positive trajectory and meeting all of the deadlines with that. So has had a ton of work to do. Has a ton of really good vision for the future too. Once we're through these federal programs, what does the Wyoming Business Council's broadband office need to do and look like to support business development and overall goals of the Business Council? Really all the cool things we've been talking about all morning, how the broadband support those. So we loved his mind and vision and I guess heart for that. So this is Chad, and I'll shut up and let him tell you about himself.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon's kind of my training wheels right now while I kind of get my feet under me. So thank you. Yeah. And so, yeah, I came from the private sector. I had almost 10 years in telecom working for Level 3 and Zayo Group most recently. So I think I've met most of you, those who I haven't met. I look forward to meeting each of you. So thank you.
So at this point, one, welcome Chad officially in person. And second of all, as per the SEDS we saw earlier this morning, broadband was one of the key elements in the SEDS. So I think this is really appropriate. So any questions from the board on the contract amendment with David Johnson? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept consideration of acceptance of staff recommendation to approve contract amendment with David Johnson?
Madam Chair, so moved. Second.
I have a first from Chuck and a second from Mark. Any discussion? So roll call, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving right along. Thank you, Chad, for your first. Pretty quick and easy. Thanks, Brandon. I think the next thing on the agenda, if there's anything else, Brandon, didn't want to jump.
Maybe just one quick thing. I
Sure.
think we are excited about the presentations to you guys today. I always talk about how exciting the things we work on in the services team are and how incredibly talented the people on the services team are. So really excited to showcase a couple of those things coming up with Kayla Claire talking about the Main Street program and the crazy work that's been going on in there and the progress being made. And then Chance Price and Wendy Lopez to talk about our business recruiting efforts, which are phenomenal and just, yeah, very impressive. So excited for you all to see that. So thank you.
So thank you, guys. So as Kayla is making her way up, again, the services committee, this is the second time I've committee chaired this, and it's close to my heart, but also I think it's those backpack, that resources and tools that we have for the state, for the municipalities, for the EDOs. I can go on and on the snowflake. But again, how important these tools and resources are, that the services committee, that we are just not, BRC is very important, but you know, this is where we grow and expand and give ownership back to the municipalities and the communities. So super excited on the services committee, and I am going to turn it over to Miss Kayla.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. I wanted to start out today just with a little bit of an introduction of myself and our program. You've heard a little bit about Main Street already this morning. I want to share what we've been working on in 2024, at least some of the big highlights. So my name is Kayla Claire. I am the program manager for Wyoming Main Street. Our Wyoming Main Street program is actually one of about 46 programs across the country. All are structured a little bit differently and obviously oversee a different number of communities and have a different level of capacity. Most states do have some version of a Main Street program at the state level to assist communities, and there's also some urban Main Street programs as well that work primarily in larger cities. So one of the big things this year, let's see, I got the clicker going. One of the big things this year that I would like to call out and that we're working on celebrating is that the Wyoming Main Street program turns 20 years old. So Main Street was formally put into statute in 2004, with the first Main Street designated communities coming into our program in 2005. So with 2024 almost over, we wanted to take some time and celebrate what our impact has been throughout the state. And looking forward to continuing that into 2025 as well. We have 13 Main Street communities at this present moment. We have 3 levels of designation for Main Street communities. So it starts with a candidate level recognition. This is where communities, programs, interested groups begin into this Main Street model. It's a 1-year onboarding piece, very much focused on self-sufficiency, providing them tools, but ultimately it's up to the group to sort of go through our roadmap and lead themselves through that process. And after that 1-year period, they have the opportunity to move up to an affiliate designation. That affiliate designation is where most of our programs live. It's primarily right now a volunteer-based group of folks. It's for communities or programs that are practicing our 4-point model, that Main Street 4-point approach, but aren't quite meeting that national accreditation piece yet. And then we have that national accredited recognition as well. And that's something that Wyoming recognizes, but it's also something that Main Street America recognizes. So it's a sort of a dual designation. And so again, 13 communities across those 3 tiers of recognition. I mentioned our 4 points, the Main Street model. So this Main Street model was created through Main Street America in the 1980s. It's really based around this idea that a successful downtown organization practices these 4 points throughout any given time, whether that's in any given month or year, primarily focused on organization. So thinking about having a strong structure in place, engaging the community to lead sort of the programming for downtown. There's a promotion element, which is about getting people into your downtown area, telling your story, talking about the benefits and unique characteristics of your community. There's a design element, which is about the physical beautification of downtown related to historic preservation, walkability, also related to things like traffic, signage, anything you can think of as an actual pedestrian or person visiting a space. And then the last point is economic vitality. So this is primarily focused on entrepreneurship, business development, not only recruitment, but also retention of businesses in downtown areas. As Wyoming Main Street, our vision for Wyoming is empowered communities with distinct downtowns, resilient local economies, and local leaders. So with Wyoming Main Street turning 20 this year, we've gathered some of our economic impact information. So all of our communities are asked to self-report economic data from their downtown districts. So this is a cumulative total of those 20 years. We've had a number of communities over the years. While we have 13 now, we've probably had quite a handful more in the last 2 decades. So our Main Street communities in the last 20 years have actually contributed about 740 new businesses in downtown districts, also creating a net gain of about 2,300 jobs. And one of the big components of the Main Street methodology is the volunteer piece. So while there is a board and sort of a formalized group leading the program, a lot of the work and individual events or initiatives that are happening are very much reliant on volunteer time, volunteer hours spent, whether that's setting up for a brew fest, whether that is handing out flyers or coupons during Small Business Saturday. It could be walking into businesses and talking to them about their needs and what services that the local Main Street program can provide. So there's about 300,000 volunteer hours dedicated to or working in our local Main Street communities over the last 20 years. That's equivalent to 34 years. So just a bit of quick napkin math, as I like to call it. For every $1 in an average year in the Wyoming Main Street budget, there's about $26 that are invested into downtown just privately. So this is looking at private improvements to businesses and buildings downtown. This is not necessarily including the financial piece of like in-kind support from municipalities. This is not necessarily including the value of those volunteer hours we just talked about, or even some of the city funding or public funding that comes into downtown. So this number could be significantly higher, factoring in those elements as well. So that concludes our 20 years of Wyoming Main Street so far. I'm sure we'll have more to share in the coming months as well as we talk about telling our story and putting the spotlight back on our communities and all they've done in those 2 decades as well. So I want to move on to the Wyoming Blocks pilot program. That's why Kylie is here with me today. So Kylie has been a really great partner for me and for us as we work through this pilot program. Some of you remember that in September, this meeting last year, we sort of proposed this concept of a pilot program. I'm not sure if we had formally named it Wyoming Blocks yet at the time. That's sort of just a nickname that got tagged onto it. But it was this concept. We wanted to develop some sort of pilot program or process that would teach communities the same concept that we had been learning as the Business Council, this concept of identifying a problem before we jumped into solutions. And so we also wanted to incorporate principles of Main Street, placemaking, thinking about physical spaces. And so this pilot program was born with this idea in mind of teaching the process, having a little bit of funding to go along with it. But ultimately, we're really trying to empower the communities to use this process going forward as well without our involvement and without our direct investment. So in September of last year, we developed and opened the application to that pilot program. And by November of last year, we selected downtown Rock Springs as our first pilot program. So as soon as we were able to select them, we moved right into that sort of planning and problem identification process. One of the first things that Kylie and I did was sit down. So the applying entity was downtown Rock Springs, which is the Main Street entity there. And Kylie and I sat down with the director and basically asked the question of like, okay, who's going to be on this team? Who needs to be at the table? What area are you thinking of? Because part of this pilot program was identifying an actual block in downtown where they felt like there needed to be some extra attention or extra effort. And so they identified the 700 block of downtown Rock Springs. And when Kylie and I had that conversation, we asked the questions about who needs to be on this team. You know, there was sort of that initial thought of utilizing the downtown Rock Springs board as that core team. And then in addition, we continued to ask the question of, okay, are there property owners that need to be involved, business owners that need to be involved? We're looking at this block, but the folks that are on this board are not necessarily, you know, residents, stakeholders, owners on this block. So we need to make sure that we're not doing anything without consulting them, hearing about what they want from us, helping educate on what this process looks like, how we can give back to them. And so it was a very community driven feedback process. And again, continually making sure that we had the right people at the table. Our role as the Business Council was not necessarily to do the problem solving, but to ask them the questions in more of an impartial way. We really wanted to, again, empower the community to understand the process, in the future be able to replicate this without us sitting at the table as they go forward with any sort of initiative or program, or maybe even replicating this on another block or elsewhere in their downtown. And so we asked questions about perceived challenges in the area, the 700 block that they identified, and again, put the ownership and the problem solving with the local group. So they did identify a problem, and we spent about December to April in working through, okay, how are things going? You know, they started out with some community engagement sessions, talking to the business owners and the residents that were in this area, at a time and a place that made sense for them. So it wasn't necessarily a formal board meeting in the middle of the day. It was like an evening sort of reception that people could pop into as they had time. And they asked those questions of, you know, what do you want from this program? What resources can we provide to you? How can we best listen to you and make change? And so they did several of those community engagement sessions. We continued to check in with them. So a lot of our check-ins were virtual every other week. just quick, 15, 20 minutes connecting with the group, asking questions like, how's it going? What sort of roadblocks are you anticipating? Where do you go next? And so at this point now, so as of May of this year, they sort of had developed a plan, they had a budget in place, they understood how they were going to spend that, not only the money that we had, but also all of this sort of in-kind support from the city and their own funding as well to start redeveloping this block. So with that, I'm going to let Kylie take over and talk a little bit about the work that has been done so far.
Yeah, so I guess, thank you for having me. Kayla did a great job understanding the system that we are trying to put in place there. I represent as a regional, so I am here for local flair and what the community actually decided to start. And like most of the projects we have in economic development, this one isn't unique and it's very complex. They looked at one block, but thought there are a lot of different inputs and decisions that need to be made, and we really need to understand the whole block and what is causing all of those different things. So they know that this project will be phased, but this gave them a good plan and started to look at really small steps that they could take to move on. The first step that they really decided on was to do some facade and window graphic updates because the block has a few buildings that needed a little bit of extra love, maybe. And so I'll show you those. There was a lot of communication. You have to think about, they talked to the building owners, they talked to all of the different community entities to try and figure out what they wanted to do when they changed these buildings. So I'll just show you one picture of the facade. They have completed the painting. And then these are also the window, they're doing window graphics in some of the buildings that maybe aren't occupied at this time, so that there is a little bit more appeal as you walk by. They really, the transformation really has been phenomenal, and they've seen huge impacts in just doing the small facade upgrades or painting. They're really visible, and they also have had more contact with some building owners. So that has caused some conversation to happen about how they can really make their buildings, and the business owner or the building owner wants to know what he needs to do to help encourage businesses to come into the business or into his building. So they've had some really good success with just some design elements, one of the 4 points of that. The next thing that they did is really talk about, they decided that they wanted to utilize what they're calling a clean team. They've partnered with a local employment agency to help find an employee, and they've branded the employee in downtown Rock Springs gear, thank you, gear, and garbage cans. And she really goes around and helps pick up trash a couple times a week, which doesn't sound like a lot, but honestly, you can look at the pounds of garbage she's collected. You can look at the partnerships that were built in the other businesses in Rock Springs, and the branding is really visible. So she has become a block ambassador. People will stop her and ask questions about where to go, what to eat, those type of things. And so it's really been a good partnership. The other thing that they've seen since she has started helping is that other businesses have sent their employees out to help pick up trash, which has not happened in the past. And so a little bit of buy-in, a little bit of motivation has spread and has helped that block at this point. The other thing, when they talk about branding, it's a really unique district. And the block in particular has its own identity. And we really, the local community wants to make sure that they're keeping their identity and what the businesses in that block want to be branded as. They want to be authentic. And so they're looking at providing some event space and branding it in that community's special identity. It is all locally driven. The business owners, the group that's leading the process really have thought about what makes sense for that area. And that really is why they're looking at how to brand this parking lot as an event space. They are looking at applying for additional funding and have to create this event space. And unfortunately, they didn't get their first set of funding for it, but it has given the board some momentum and planning, which then allows them to take that to the city as potentially one of their newest projects. It really has brought some awareness and exposure, and the process has really increased the leadership in that group for downtown Rock Springs. I think, as we say, we're growing the team of thousands, one person at a time. And I think this project is a really good example of how they've done that locally. They have had a lot of small wins, which have caused a lot of momentum. The leaders are continually looking at what the next phase is, what the next project is. And I'm really excited to see how the 1 block moves to 2 blocks, to 4 blocks, to 8, and so on.
All right. So with that, I want to move on to sort of our last highlight thing to share for this this fall, and that is our best practices workshop. You've heard about it in the past. It feels like at this point every year I always bring it up, at least vaguely. So the best practices workshop is actually, we did the math this year just out of curiosity, and I think it's about 13 years running at least. Knowing that Wyoming Main Street is 20 years old, the best practices workshop has been happening for at least, over half of the duration of the program. And so this best practices workshop is a 2-day opportunity for local Main Street leaders. It happens in conjunction with the National Main Street Conference, which happens every spring. That National Main Street Conference is hosted by Main Street America, and it moves around the country. So we've been to Virginia, to Boston, and recently to Alabama in the last few years. And it was held in Birmingham the first part of May. And so the best practices workshop is a Wyoming specific event that I am putting on with help from regional directors, from other business council staff, from the Main Street Advisory Board in organizing it. And we decided to visit some smaller rural communities just before that national conference. It's the Friday, Saturday before. And so it's really like peak time to visit a community as well. Like businesses are open, people are available to talk to. Usually the weather is great in late April, early May. So it was a really sweet spot of time. And so I wanted to share a little bit about just the highlights of what the workshop is overall and how Alabama's went this year. Again, our goal for this workshop is to create a unique learning experience for rural Wyoming communities. So while the national conference is still like a great learning opportunity, we're talking about a conference that's held with thousands of people in an urban environment. And while the sessions themselves can be rural focused, you're not going to see those rural topics or sort of the lessons learned in action. And so this workshop was developed in order to see them actually on the ground. You're visiting these communities, hearing directly from the local Main Street managers in those host communities about what they've learned, maybe what they've done wrong, and then how they improved on it or what went well. And then our folks hear that, see that in action, take tons of photos, connect with each other, connect with locals in the host community, and bring that information back to Wyoming. And I can't even tell you the number of ideas and initiatives that have happened in Wyoming in people participating in these workshops over the last 13 years. We also want to foster a sense of connection and collaboration with our Wyoming participants. So obviously there's plenty of time on a bus, sitting with each other, sitting with a stranger perhaps, that might be orchestrated on purpose. Just a chance for people that don't normally get the opportunity to talk to one another. So Main Street directors do have a networking piece as part of our Main Street program. We have monthly virtual calls, but their board members or business owners in their communities don't necessarily have the same opportunity to connect. So this is a chance when they are visiting, coming to the workshop, we're on the bus to a location, they have a chance to talk to each other and maybe make, a connection or learn something that they didn't know before. So like I mentioned, we spent some time in rural Alabama this year. We did sort of we did 3 communities overall, and it was a Friday with 2 communities and then a Saturday with 1 community. And so we had about 40 folks join us this year. Again, we spent 2 days, and we do give some scholarships and grant opportunities as part of this to help offset some of those financial travel costs for folks. As a benefit of our Wyoming Main Street program, we have a small stipend of funding to each of our communities. So we gave away about $37,000 this year. And after the workshop was over, I always like to get feedback from this. And so every year, I mean, we can always improve. It might be great, but it can always be better. And so when we put out this feedback survey, it was just a short, simple Google form to ask some questions about the relevancy of the communities that we visited, sort of the logistics information. How did you feel about the transportation piece? I had about 16 respondents to the feedback survey. We asked questions like, is this funding that we're giving you helpful? Is this a make or break sort of resource for you to be able to attend? And 80% of folks found it to be helpful. All of the participants that I talked to, either I heard from them in the feedback survey, or I talked to them one-on-one, or they approached me after the workshop. They all said that the communities we had visited were at least somewhat relevant to their own towns, if not just like home. And so we had visited, again, 3 communities in population from 2,500 to 25,000. So it's a pretty wide variety of capacity at that state or at that city level that we're visiting. Obviously, a town of 2,500 might not have as much people power, but what they lack in people power, I believe they make up in passion. And so I also feel like our Wyoming communities can gain so much more of a realistic sense of, they only have 2,500 people, but they put on this great sort of redevelopment project. And so with that, 100% of folks that I talked to will attend the workshop again. So that was really great to hear, very validating to know that the workshop that we've been putting on for so many years continues to improve, continues to be valuable to folks. And just for a little sense of who is actually attending this workshop. So of course, it's tailored to our Main Street directors, those that are sort of in the thick of Wyoming Main Street programs, but it also includes partner entities. So that might be local economic development groups. It might be local chambers, could be folks at like the city level, other elected officials. We ask for Main Street board members to attend if they can, and then even business owners. So there's a pretty wide variety of people that are attending this. You know, we can take 45, 50 people typically on a bus. What happens in terms of logistics is that we're starting out in like Birmingham per se, and then we're taking day trips out to these communities. So we're providing the transportation, sort of the organization. I'm doing that preliminary work of selecting communities and making connections with our potential hosts, and then talking through what we're struggling with or what we need maybe a little bit of help with in Wyoming, what our circumstances as a rural state, and sort of what our state program can provide. And then sort of selecting the final hosts based on those conversations and my own visit preliminarily to the communities. So I just want to end with an open invitation to you all. Next year, the conference and the best practices workshop will be held in Pennsylvania. It's a little bit earlier this year. The Main Street Now conference is April 7th to 9th, but what I would really like to extend the invitation on and ask you for is considering attending our best practices workshop in Pennsylvania, April 4th and 5th. And really just to wrap up, I guess the only other thing I want to say in relation to all of the things that I've talked about today, because it's been a lot of different elements, is that the programs that we are putting together and the intention of our Main Street program is not necessarily to invest in a single project, but we want to invest in and create systems that can be replicated across our state. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kayla and Kylie. Any questions from the board? Kathy?
I just have a comment. I know that we have talked about the flywheel for a long time now. And Kayla and Kylie, listening to you, I think the Rock Springs project is a perfect example of that. a little tiny thing can make a big difference. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And Ms. Tomasi, to jump in, a cool little added aspect about the Rock Springs project that we didn't learn until our Main Street Board meeting yesterday was their clean team that they've set up. That actually came from an idea they took from Birmingham at Best Practices Main Street Now convention this last year. So it was just another one of those little things that doesn't get mentioned, but are these little side pieces that are a little just tooth on that flywheel that all of our communities are picking up from going to these events. And, you know, again, a huge kudos to Kayla and to the regionals. The Best Practices is an amazing event. I would echo the same. I went this past year, if nothing other than just the interaction between our Wyoming communities during that, it's worth the trip, let alone the expansion into communities and being able to really have conversations about the real issues they're having and parallels to a community in Alabama of 3,000 people to Gillette even, you know, that's a tenfold increase in people, but their problems were the same and they had solutions we'd never thought of and vice versa. So again, I would share the same comment as Kayla. We'd love to see more people at that. And it's really exciting. Wyoming Blocks, Kylie, thank you so much for your help with that. It was a project as an advisory board that we're like, how do we start helping these communities to be able to create their own tools and really implement the systems and talk about knocking it out of the park in terms of a pilot of how we can take those systems and apply them to the rest of our communities. It's really exciting.
Cindy.
Thank you, Pam. Oh, there. Thank you, Pam. Kylie, just going down even Main Street, now they have butterflies painted on the sides of buildings and they're gorgeous and they were kind of an eyesore. I'll have to say that. And to get to work with Chad Banks is absolutely doing marvelous things in downtown Rock Springs. And so I just want to say thank you. It's made a difference.
Any other comment?
I would just say thank you, Chairwoman and Cindy. There should be a huge thank you out to Chad Banks and the team of Wyoming Blocks that is the local leaders. Really, we've given them guidance and leadership, but they are taking the program and running with it.
Anything else? I just have, of course, a few words. The word nice last night came up from a student, like he wants to live in a nice community. And he talked about safety and in going places. And I think this is the Main Street program is a true example of the nice. Also, some other key things is 300,000 hours correlates out to $10 million. We go off the independent sector for volunteer hours, which is $33 an hour. And when we correlate our numbers, that's $10 million that this program in volunteer that we have given back to the state as an organization. The other thing is, I don't know about you guys, but for every dollar getting a $26 return, I would take that kind of return on an investment any day of the week. And the last thing is, again, kudos to Kylie, but to Kayla, 13 communities. That's, you think about that they have 13 communities and they have boards and then they have their 4 committees. You're talking about 1,000 people at least that Kayla is working with or hurting as a program. So huge kudos. So those are some data.
Madam Committee Chair. Just to pile on quickly a little bit. I was able to sit in on their advisory board meeting yesterday morning, which I believe there's a couple of board members in the room here. And a couple things that jumped out, just the passion I think that group has for keeping our communities vibrant is something we all share. And then the kind of the net that gets cast out there and how wide it gets with the amount of work that's going on the ground is neat to see. So echo the same comments. Thank you.
Good. Anything else? I do have to say, when this board goes to the best practices, make sure you wear your tennis shoes for the 4th and 5th, because you start about 5:36 a.m. and you don't get back till 9 or 10 at night. They are long, working, fun days. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, next thing on the agenda is Chance on our business recruitment update. And Wendy. Oh, sorry. The duo. Yes.
One of those is also south of Cheyenne in another business park that has been annexed into the city. So a lot of activity south of Cheyenne in the data center realm, and Leeds has really been instrumental in getting those parcels annexed into the city, helping figure out the infrastructure and all of that sort of stuff. And now that I have my slides that I can reference all of my data points, this is over $800 million investment that Meta is making. And that's probably just the tip of the iceberg. Like I said, Microsoft has not stopped building since they've been there. So this is the public information that Meta puts out. So you know it's going to be more than that. It will probably top $1 billion by the time it's all said and done. There's going to be a 750,000 square foot facility to start with. Again, I think that will grow. And they're predicting 100 full-time jobs to start. But with that comes 1,000 construction jobs too over the period of time that they're constructing that facility, which is great as well. And maybe even kind of more interesting, and this is kind of where maybe some of the information gets skewed in the media, there is also new utility projects happening because of this. So you might have also seen some information out there about the Cowboy South Solar Project, which is a 771 megawatt solar project that Enbridge is doing, also south of town, directly related to the needs of all the data center activity happening there. That project is $1.2 billion worth of investment. So now we have $2 billion out there being invested into the Cheyenne community between Meta and some of the utility projects that are happening, which is great. And I think you kind of see some of the stuff about renewables or solar or things like that. But maybe what's interesting about that solar project is it's on some land owned by a family. They're leasing it. It's private property. There's no public money into it or anything like that. And this family, from what I have heard, has kind of not been doing the best. This is a great opportunity for them to kind of continue their legacy and lease that land and have something to show for what they're doing. So, yeah, I just think the additional projects that come with data centers are kind of interesting, and we don't always think about that. We talk a lot about follow-on capital, but we don't always talk about follow-on projects that happen because of one particular project. Black Hills Energy has been a great partner for the city of Cheyenne. They're all in on data centers, and they have been great for Leeds and Meta and Microsoft to work with, I think. So with that, before we move on to maybe our next topic, if there's any questions, I'd love to answer it.
I don't think so. Go ahead, Wendy.
Okay. Can you go to the next slide for me? So I think it was back in February board meeting, maybe, that you guys approved the contract for Insight to come and do a phase 2 with us. So we have now kicked off that project in July. We're going to be working with 6 counties / communities. We're going to be doing Sheridan and Park County in October, Carbon and Sweetwater County in November, and then Natrona and Converse County in December. When we did the first phase of Insight, we really focused in on doing some analysis of our industrial parks around the state and what that infrastructure looked like, what we were missing, and that sort of thing. And we realized that we needed to maybe back up even further and really look at the communities themselves and the assets that they have that maybe make them competitive in a site selection process beyond just sites. So with this phase of it and with these communities, we're really going to be focusing on more of that asset mapping. What does a community have to offer? What are they really focused on? Is it BRE? Is it recruiting? Is it startups? Maybe they have a great startup ecosystem. And how do we really help them build from that then and get to the point where maybe they can do recruiting, or maybe that's never going to be in their wheelhouse. Maybe they really should focus on a startup environment that they're creating, or really on those businesses that are needing to expand, and then making sure that they have the assets available in that community to address those needs. So if they have businesses that are expanding, do they have land for them to expand into? Do they have the workforce? And all of those sort of things. So I think it's going to be really exciting. Insight will come out here and do boots on the ground during these meetings in October, November, and December. So they'll work with the team of individuals, the economic developers in each of those communities, have meetings with them. They'll also invite community members in, whether that's local officials, business owners, any of those sort of things, to kind of talk about the community, the assets they have, and those sort of things. And then we'll do a lot of like site visits, driving around, looking at buildings, looking at industrial parks, and that kind of thing too. Right now, each of the communities has finished up kind of filling out like a data template. How is that organization funded? Who are their board members? How are they structured? And then what sort of buildings, assets, industrial sites, things like that do they have? And Insight's looking at all of that right now. They'll do their meetings here in the fall on those dates. And then they'll kind of analyze all that and come back in January, February, and March to kind of do some findings reports with each of those communities and help them figure out maybe where to go from there, or where they fit kind of in our flywheel even. So that's the Insight project. Again, I can take questions related to that before moving on if you want.
Doesn't look like it. Go ahead, Wendy.
Okay, great. Ben, I can click on it now. Cool. So our other big thing we've been working on is planning a trip to Europe. We have not done an international mission in probably 10 years, way before my time. We got to hear a little update on the Plenty deal this morning. And with that, I think you all know that we've kind of taken this all-in approach to indoor ag, CEA, controlled environment ag, and the R&D space kind of around ag tech. And in the last year, we have gone to a ton of shows all over the US, even Amsterdam, really kind of trying to connect with people, meet with people within the ag tech space. We've done a large industry study within this space because we don't know a lot about it. Going to talk about firearms. We know a lot about that industry. We have been involved in that industry for years. We don't know a lot about the indoor ag or ag tech industry as much as we do some of our more traditional industries. So we've had to do a lot of kind of deep dives into what this means, what that could look like in the state. And we've really focused in on R&D and ag tech for that. There is a conference show going on in London the end of this month called the World Agritech Innovation Summit. We knew we kind of wanted to attend that most likely, but we sort of saw this also as an opportunity to do more. What else could we do besides just hopping over there, going to this conference, coming back, and not really doing anything else around that? So we kind of took this all-in approach that if we're going to go do a mission over in Europe, we're going to do a lot of things with it. So not only are we attending the conference, we decided to be a sponsor. With that sponsorship, we're going to have a panel discussion about Wyoming and what we're doing in this space. Yeah, right? We'll have a reception that we're hosting that evening at the conference. We've also invited partners from the University of Wyoming. They're very active in this space too. It's very important to talk about workforce and the things that they have been putting together programmatic wise for a CEA degree path. And things like that. So we have 3 people attending from the University of Wyoming. We really wanted to have some community partners with us as well. Laramie's been very involved, obviously, in this. We've had a lot of discussions with Cheyenne. There's even some connections to Casper and that kind of thing. Not all of our partners were able to go, but we do have someone attending from Cheyenne Leads with us too. So we have a Team Wyoming. Director Miyamoto from Department of Ag, he is also attending with us. So I think there's about 10 of us that are going, including 5 of us from the Business Council. So we will do the conference, we'll do the reception. Chance and Brandon also are going to be doing some meetings while we're in London too, reaching back out to some co-packers, manufacturers that we had the opportunity to connect with this summer. And then from there, we'll also be doing other meetings with like innovation hubs. When you think about that R&D space, needing accelerators, incubators, that innovation hub that startups really need to do R&D or different things like that. We'll be visiting some of those, talking to different businesses and that kind of thing. From London, we're going to hop over to Milan because Milan has a really good network of ag tech and innovation hubs, honestly, as we were sort of looking at the industry study that we did, talking to the university and things like that. Milan really stood out as maybe an area that we should be visiting too and having conversations with and meet with businesses and that kind of thing. So we'll be going to Milan. And then oddly, we have been, this is weird. It's a CEA mission and it's a firearms mission. I know you would never put those 2 industries together, but Milan also has a ton of firearms companies. And I'll kind of let Chance maybe talk about some of the work in that space that's going on here in Wyoming and over there and what else we're going to do.
Sure. Thanks, Wendy. Milan is interesting, or that area, that sliver of northern Italy. There is a trade association we'll be meeting with. It's called Laramie. I believe it's the Consortium of Italian Gun Makers. I'm sure the acronym means something else in Italian, but I'll save you that. There's about 140 members, right, in a relatively small place, many household names, many that have a US presence already, many that don't. So we'll get and a few that are ongoing projects that we've met before. Well, that'll be a great opportunity for outreach for us. We really want to be that landing spot for them as the EU continues to make some, let's say, well-intentioned restrictions on firearm exports. So with that, I can move on to maybe a little more traditional recruiting report as far as outdoor rec and firearms are concerned. If you'd go to the next slide, there we go. Cool. All right. Yeah, this kind of looks a little more traditional for us. So we did 3 domestic firearm shows this year, mostly specific to firearms. First being SHOT Show. It's held in Las Vegas, the mid to end of January each year. National Rifle Association that we added this year. We did not exhibit, but we did attend with some local partners, and Modern Day Marine. Modern Day Marine is a show that's meant for Department of Defense contractors or those companies that desire a DoD contract. We were able to bring 4 companies with us. This year we did Pre-Veteran in Jackson, Brunton and Riverton, Legacy and Gillette, and Victor Arms in Evanston. From those, we did add NRA this year. That's a little different than SHOT Show. It's much more direct to consumer. It's open to the public or their membership base, which is, as you know, pretty extensive. And from those, we got 36 individual and virtual and in-person meetings.
about double what we did last year around this. We plan to add 2 more shows this year, mostly probably not firearm specific, but in that outdoor recreation space. From those meetings, we had 4 site visits conducted or scheduled, and we have 4 code name projects that are currently moving forward. And that's not including the 2 that we had from the previous year. So it's been a productive spring. It's been very intentional and very proactive in this space. It's something that is, you know, it ebbs and it flows depending on federal and state regulations. And we're hoping to have another productive year, especially with our European mission. Thanks.
I would add one thing.
Sure.
Maybe. So while we're in Milan meeting with some of these companies, we will have the opportunity to actually tour a couple of those facilities. And one of those companies is very actively working with Casper right now because of their foreign trade zone that they have up there. We have not really got to explore projects that have been able to utilize that foreign trade zone. So this is kind of an interesting avenue for us too, to really sort of maybe learn how foreign companies can utilize the foreign trade zone space that Casper has to offer.
Thanks, Wendy and Chance. Any questions from the board? I mean, very diverse, from Project Cosmo all the way to the firearms to agri-tech to the Insight Phase 2. Very diverse and resources and tools in our backpack. Josh.
This is probably less of a question, Ms. Committee Chair, but more of is something that you mentioned early on before services got started. Is that this doesn't seem to sort of get the play that maybe some of our investment elements get, and sort of the idea that money sort of makes the flywheel go round. And I think that it's good for us to take a moment and realize that that's not true. I think, and this is a really good case of that. In fact, Kayla was developing a flywheel-like program before we even really coined the term flywheel. And I think that that's really important when we think about Main Street. Her first step was, how do we understand the problem before we go out and start throwing solutions out there? And I think that's something that gets glossed over because we always sort of focus on the money and thinking that that's going to solve the problem, but it's not. And you can see that also in recruiting, and it's not just in those 2 elements of the services team, but it's in each one of them. And it's actually in all of our roles at the Business Council is what is the problem we're trying to solve? And when the recruiting team and Wendy starting to talk about Insight, I remember a quote from someone in a committee meeting one time saying to us, well, gosh, it's on Google Earth. Do we really need to even discuss the project or to look at the land or to understand the infrastructure and all of that stuff? And you think, well, yeah, that's not how it works. People don't just go out there and find it. And Project Mo, that company actually went through a name change. So we probably didn't even have to have a code name. It would have worked out. But that company went through a name change in the time it took to do that. And again, it wasn't, they picked Wyoming, put their finger on a map and showed up. In those 6 or 7 years that project went on, there was a ton of work that was done, not just by our team to help coordinate, but by Cheyenne Leads to develop that. That area was not really even for sale. And I think that people forget all of the little things that have to happen for those projects to occur. And then once they do, I think we sort of say, oh, well, once they're interested, they'll come and they'll plop down and they'll do all of it. That's just not how it works. There's so much work that goes on behind the scenes. And in a community like Cheyenne, where the flywheel might already be moving because they have the capabilities, the know-how, and the resources, it seems like it's easy, but the work that has to happen is not. And so when you look at services, when you look at operations, when you look at strategy, when you look at investments, when you look across the regional director team, the flywheel is going in all of those areas. And the money is sort of, it's just a piece of it. And so I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think it's a really key point for all of us to remember, is to look at these things as, how do we really understand the problem we're solving? And you can see that our team has taken that to heart and is developing that.
Thank you, Mr. Drill. Any other questions or comments from the board on their presentation? And again, all of us working together internally at the Business Council, staff working, communicating, problem solving. Anything else? Okay, Mr. Co-Chair, I think that concludes the Services Committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Thank you to the services team. Operations Committee, Ms. Tomasi.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So our Operations Committee will be very short this morning because we had a great Operations Committee meeting. Most of our things are in the consent agenda except for our financial report, but we got some really good information from Amy, from Hava, where we're standing as far as our team members, et cetera, and it's always invaluable. So I'd like to encourage you to read that in your program. So in order to be transparent, we have decided several years ago not to include the financial report out of the consent agenda. So Lindsay, I'm going to turn it over to you and you can give us the financial report and we will have an action item on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, my name is Lindsay Orr and I am the accounting manager for the Wyoming Business Council. Today, I'm presenting to you our June 30th, 2024 budget report. This is June 30th, 2024 was the end of our fiscal year and also our 2023-2024 budget that was originally appropriated to us in the 2022 legislative session. So being the end of the biennium, the end of the fiscal year, our general fund budget optimum ideally would be 100%, and you can see in almost every case it is. In the line items that are not, most of those will carry forward into our 2025 and 2026 budgets because those are continuously appropriated. The Business Ready Communities line, continuously appropriated, will carry forward. Community facilities was allowed to carry forward in the supplemental budget, and our broadband administration, will also carry forward. The line items that will not are our payroll line, that is exclusively for payroll. We have some telecom budget in there also that will not carry forward. And in the entrepreneurship line, you'll see about $1.9 million there. That is what was left over of a $5 million appropriation for the Small Business Innovation and Research matching grant program that was specifically appropriated. So those things will revert, and as of today have reverted back into the general fund to the state. So actually that leaves us just real quick at an 82.08% utilization on our reverting funds for this biennium. Moving down into the federal funds section, our total expenditures for federal funds were about $3.81 million. As you can see, most of that's coming from the BEAD Planning Award. That was an almost $5 million award, and we are spending it down. The State Small Business Credit Initiative is there also. We had available cash of $7.94 million available at June 30th to make in investments. We had invested a little $11.02 million in direct investments, and we'd had one fund investment of $518,000 as of June 30th. I think you'll hear more from Bert on that here in a little bit. Just real quick, I want to hit on the Economic Loan Fund in our agency fund section. We had $27.9 million there between our large loan fund and our challenge loan program. Large loan is specifically for large loans, so it's not all shown there, but we have $13.98 million available for challenge loans. During the year, we received just under $4 million in loan principal and interest payments and investment income from the state treasurer's office on all of that cash. The ARPA section down below, these are awards we were subgranted from the state of Wyoming, and where we are on those is the Capital Projects Fund for broadband. The budget is $74.3 million, and we have used up about $65 million between encumbrances and expenditures. Project funds started going out in July, so that expenditure number will be much higher for September 30th. Any questions on the budget? No? Okay, I will move on. The charts below that pie chart shows how the types of expenditures and how our budget is made up. You can see about 54% is for loans, and oh, I got that backwards. 54% for grants and 33% for loans, meaning of our budget, I can't do this math in my head right now, I am sorry, but about 88% of our overall budget is going out into communities and businesses and is going out into the state. So our line item expenditure summary is that bar chart, and that shows where these types of expenditures came up to the budget. We were really low in our utilization for the loan line, and that's just because we have that $25 million large loan budget in there that wasn't used this biennium, and the rest is for an available balance in BRC for loans. And just real quick, our net loans receivable balance as of June 30th is $21.88 million. And principal and interest payments that we received for the full fiscal year was about $4.86 million.
Are there any questions for Lindsay? Amy.
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, I just want to reiterate the amount of money that goes in and out of the Business Council, and it's all kept track of down to the minute cent by Lindsay and Katie. And so we've got a two-person accounting team. And as you can see, all this federal money coming in, there's a lot of moving pieces, the grant piece, the loan piece, and they just do an excellent, excellent job for us. So just wanted to express my appreciation.
Thank you. And I second that. I have to say, I talked to Lindsay yesterday after the panel discussion, and Lindsay chooses to stay in Wyoming, where she could probably go get an accounting job many other places. So it is appreciated. Just ignore that. Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Quick question. I don't know if this is the nuts and bolts of the finance, so it might actually go to Amy or to Josh. So two questions here. One, we're running 70 to 80% utilization of budget in what looks to be the operating personnel services, central service data. Is that good? I mean, it seems like we're underutilizing budget. So I just have a question about budget efficiency, especially in the world we live in. You want to maximize every penny. And then just remind me on the grants piece, so when we see $30 million, and I'm not suggesting we spend every dollar. In fact, as we said, we want to say yes to very good projects, and we may have to say no to those that need additional work. So don't misinterpret my question. But the roughly 30 million in the grants that's not expended, I imagine that rolls over and stays to us. That's not something we end up having to revert or give back. And so it actually allows us to, in some ways, hedge future investments. So am I correct on that? And then talk about the operational ratio of expense to budget.
Yes, so Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, Dr. Schaefer, So I'll take your second question first, and then I'll go back and address the personnel piece. So regarding your second question around the BRC grant fund, or as you see here on the reports, the Investment Ready Community Fund, you're correct. Those funds do not revert, and so they're still available to us for future projects, in addition to any new appropriation we may have available to us for this next biennium, which there was an additional appropriation. So it's still there. The other piece to remember too is that the revenue recapture piece also comes into play with that Investment Ready Communities Fund. And so as we have grants, and Business Committed is the best example of this, where we may have revenue recapture also coming back to the state of Wyoming, that also goes back into that Investment Ready Community Fund. So it does stay alive. It continues to regenerate a little bit, and allows us to be able to make investments in those projects, not being tied to the biennium timeframe. Regarding anything else, Josh, you'd like to add? Regarding your first question around personnel, and you're correct, we are not at 100% from our last biennium's personnel funding and budget. For those who, and Dr. Schaefer, you probably know this a little bit because I would imagine your budget works similar, being a public entity. Our 100 series or our payroll budget is actually a little bit inflexible as far as usage goes. It is very specifically protected that it can only be used for payroll and benefits. So we can't move our budget around between those different line items. If it's a payroll budget, it has to stay a payroll budget. And it's fixed each biennium through that appropriations process from the general fund, from the state legislature. And so as far as maximizing it, that is something that we work very closely with our talent, our talent manager, Hava Case, and we're making sure that we're managing all of the ins and outs. And sometimes if we've got a little bit of play in that personnel budget, it's the impacts of turnover. And if we've had any slight time frame to fill positions or to make sure that we're recruiting and managing that recruiting timeline. And so we try to maximize and stay as close to that 100% as we can in the personnel budget, because as you mentioned, Dr. Schaefer, very, very important. That is something that, and you've all seen today, how much we rely on the expertise of our business council team, and that payroll budget is that investment in that expertise. And so we do want to make sure we're maximizing that at all times. And sometimes though, we've got a little bit of play because of turnover and the recruiting process.
Any other questions? Josh?
Thanks, Madam Committee Chair, and thanks, Lindsay, for putting this together. I think as Ms. Grenfell pointed out, the budget is pretty interesting for our agency. And I think it's really, really key what you said about 88% of our budget is actually put into the communities for economic development. So I think a lot of times, especially this time of year and maybe early next year, our board might be approached by certain folks asking questions about, well, golly, how many jobs are created, and look at this giant budget and there's only 40 people and all of those things. And I think it's important for us definitely to remind people that 1/8 of our budget is actually utilized for our operations. And even of that 1/8, it's a third of it is for our people. The other part of that actually goes for other services. And so when you think about the services that we provide to the state, 88% of our budget goes into the communities to be invested in the economic development projects at a community level. And then of that 12%, only 4% is utilized for our personnel. So I think it's really important for people to understand the efficiency of the dollars and the fact that most of it goes to fulfilling that mission of building those resilient communities. It's a nuance that's not always easy as a soundbite. So what I would say when you get those questions, which we will, and I hope we do, because I think transparency is incredibly important, and the nuances of our agency are also important for people to understand, is to open that dialogue, as Mr. Smith mentioned earlier. Having those conversations with people about our budget is something that we welcome. It's something we're very confident in. It's something that Lindsay and Katie do a great job, and Amy do a great job of making sure that That's okay. Hello, Mark. It's something that our team is very diligent about, and we want to be transparent, and we also want to find if there are better ways. And so I think opening the door to those conversations around our budget, it's a really key thing, and to invite us in and discuss them. So as you get those questions or as you hear about things, let's raise our hand and go have some coffee around the budget. So thanks. And thanks, Lindsay, for taking such a good care of it.
Thank you, Josh. So any other questions for Lindsay? Mr. Lance?
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Maybe Josh or Amy or certainly Lindsay. I'm not familiar with the budget request process. I understand how you would figure out personnel expenses and all those things. Those are kind of fixed costs that change, obviously, but they're fixed generally. Does the governor ask you for what your recommendation is on the split between grants and loan funds? Is there how do you figure that mix, and who makes that ask? Is it just sort of haphazard with the legislature saying, we have $20, here's an extra nickel? I mean, I just don't know how that goes.
Madam Committee Chair and Mr. Lance, and I'll let Amy fill in some gaps here too. So the budget request process is, well, let's just say that we've practically started for the 27-28 biennium. I mean, it really starts, it starts far in the past or into the future, right? We're starting it now, but we're gonna have these funds much later. And so we actually work closely as a team and with the board to understand what are the needs that are out there. Where do we think the budget should be moved around? What experiments can we run to then later fund more? We work right now to start to understand what should we be utilizing our money for, and what are the needs that are out in the state. So we're starting that process now of understanding. In fact, during the Main Street Advisory Board meeting, one of the things that we always like to say is, what do you need to do your job? Don't think about last time's budget as a fixed budget. Find out what the need is, and let's express that through this process. And the way that process works is that we all get together, understand what the need is, develop a budget around that. And that is sort of it's a bit of a wish list, because knowing what we know that's happening on the ground, knowing what the needs are into the future, and what we think we should, really go for. And we don't put barriers around that ask. We don't say, what did we have last time, and let's only ask for that. If we need 10 times the money to make investments, that's what we're going to ask for. So we do that right now. And then as time goes on, we begin to work with the governor's office to understand his requirements of the budget and what he would like to do, knowing that he doesn't just look at our agency, he's looking at all of them together. And he's also looking at the revenue that the state has to utilize those funds. All of those things get put together in the governor's budget. Now we work closely with him to say, we think these are important. Obviously, ours agency is the most important, but he has a bigger purview than we do. And so then all of those things go together, and the governor submits a budget based on the entire state's needs. Then that goes through the legislative process, through the Joint Appropriations Committee, in which we sort of say, these are the budget items that we think are important. Here's an explanation of those. Here's why we believe they're things that the legislature should support. And then the legislature takes it through their committee process, and then and on the floor, and they develop the final budget, or excuse me, their version of the budget, of which the governor then takes and approves it. And then with that process, then we have our budget for the next 2 years. There is a supplemental request process for the time in between those 2 years for that next year. And so we are continually in budgeting mode. And we're continually looking at how do we take the money that we have today and do the best job that we can based on what we've asked for in the past and based on what we have. And then how do we look forward? And so that's kind of the general process. Does that answer your question?
I'm just curious as to how you derive the mix between grants and loans. And you've answered that in the sense of, you look at what the need is, what we'd like to do, the opportunities that we see out there to finance in either pot. And I was just curious as to how those numbers are derived and requested.
So in terms of the BRC, I'll take that, the BRC grants and loans, that's at our discretion. So this board can choose to do 100% loans. I'm not sure if it's quite 100%, but it's darn close if we really wanted to. And we could choose to do it all as grants. But what we want to do is make sure that we're, again, kind of accomplishing our mission. And so in those cases where we can do loans and have the state, that money come back to the state for use again in another community, we should do that. In those cases where we just can't, we should still work to make sure the flywheel's moving. And I think that that's the way we've done it. I don't have the data in front of me, but I do believe that the amount and the amount of revenue recapture that we're doing now is different than it might have been in 10 years ago or so. It's much more in terms of loan. And I think that that's a good push. And we got that push from, I think, both the governor and the legislature. So Amy, anything to add there?
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Lance. No, Josh, not really anything else to add. I think, and you touched on this, but we very much see each budget biennium budget opportunity as a way for us to look at the best way we can invest these public funds into the mission of the Business Council and creating that economic resilience in the state. And so it is, so while we do use past budgets to some extent to kind of get a feel for maybe what some changes are happening, as Josh mentioned, we're not just cookie cutter. This is what we did last biennium and the biennium before and the biennium before that. We'll just keep pushing it forward. We really do see it as an opportunity. And I think that maybe has been a change in the last 5 years. With the Business Council and the budgeting cycle that we look at, is that we understand the impact we can create with our budget because of that 80% going directly out into the communities. We understand the opportunities that creates, and we want to make sure that we're maximizing those opportunities, and our budget is one way for us to do that. Dr. Schaefer, I will add just some extra information that I thought of after I last spoke about the payroll and the personnel piece. We do purposely build in a little bit of a buffer on our personnel to make sure that it covers benefits and benefit changes within our team. So we actually, as we budget that personnel piece, we budget for full benefit load, everybody on a family plan, those kinds of things, to make sure that we've got some buffer in there as we do see some changes within our Business Council team.
Any other questions or comments about the financials? Lindsay, this was exciting to have questions about the budget and the financials. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I do want to say something, though. I think it was already said today. It was said yesterday. Accounting is something that's everywhere. So I know that I can probably go anywhere. We really enjoy Wyoming. I grew up in Colorado. I did not go to the University of Wyoming, so I'm not from here. But we have lived in Cheyenne for about 13 years, and we love it. We love the smaller town feel. My husband grew up in Dallas, and he does not want to go back. And we really love it. And I am proud to say that I am part of and supporting the cool things here and get to work with this team. So I have no plans to go anywhere.
Very, very well said. And you and you just solidified what I was trying to say earlier. Thank you. So now we have, do I hear a motion to accept the financial report?
So moved.
And second.
Any discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Thank you, Lindsay. Thanks for clearing that up there at the end as well. Okay, next up, Investment Committee, Part 1, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think, yeah, we have a lengthy piece, which is good. Maybe we'll spend some of that money Josh was explaining. Maybe not, we'll see. We're we're going to start off with, and they're in position, Bert, with the YVC quarterly update and the deal data and all that good stuff. That's exciting stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and members of the board. Happy to be here and talk to you about our update for YVC. A little bit disappointed that Gordon is not here to give you this update today, but we've been traveling as a team quite a bit. Gordon's actually in Utah at a venture summit to meet other partners to help our syndication as we look at these deals. I also wanted to kind of just briefly touch on what our program is and give you guys a reminder, right? So YVC is the state small business credit initiative that Lindsay went through in the budget. We were awarded funds January of 2023. We have approximately $58.4 million in this fund, but it comes over 3 tranches, and each tranche is accessible before or at 3 years. So right now we've been running the program for about 17 months of applications open. And so the data that you're going to see today is sort of to date with the program. But I did want to kind of preface that, you know, there's been a lot of travel, and what I've learned about venture since I started in this is that it's a relationship game. It is not a check. Originally, I was like, oh, we're going to write some checks. We're going to give some people some money and then we're going to check out. But it turns out it's much more of a relationship game. And so Rylan went to DC for a Rise of the Rest conference. Like I said, Gordon's in Utah. Rylan was in Bozeman, 2 weeks ago? They went to Kansas City to meet with US Treasury, and they're spending a lot of time building the relationships necessary to really be successful, helping to grow the ecosystem for venture in Wyoming. Any travel? I mean, next week is Seed to Summit in Idaho, trying to build those relationships with all of our surrounding states. We've got the Angel Association coming up early next year. We've got Pitch Day in Jackson on the 7th, and then the Tech Summit on the 12th up in Jackson. So a lot of different relationships that the team's focused on. So just starting with sort of maybe the big picture of where we're headed with YVC and what we're spending our time on lately. We'll jump into some stats here on the program. Right now, we've got 8 companies that we've supported with YVC or SSBCI dollars. This is going to get a little confusing, but those 8 companies are 7 direct investments that we've made, and we made an investment in a venture fund supporting other Wyoming companies, and they've made 2 investments. So that's 9, but one of those investments was the same, so really 8 companies. So our goal with this is to really support Wyoming startups, high growth startups that we can help drive forward and help catalyze dollars from outside of the state, which is what we'll get into here in a little bit. But our target for our investments is 20% of a round or 20% of a financing event. And you'll see up there, we're at 19.34%. So we're on target with what we want. To be clear though, Treasury's rule is we can do 50% of a round if we really need to jump in and help catalyze these things in a different way. But we've stood back and said 20% is sort of that tipping point where we're getting more capital to come to the table and we're not funding around completely or mostly. And so that's what we've shot for, and we're doing pretty good. But what that really enables is Treasury's goal for this program at the end is a 10-to-1 leverage ratio. So we're at 7-to-1 right now, but all of the future financings that we may or may not participate in will count towards that leverage ratio. So over time, it will just continue to get higher and higher. So 7 now, maybe, and Rylan can speak to this, currently one of the best in the nation for leverage ratios this early in the game. Yeah? Yep. Okay, go ahead.
One of the big themes of the Kansas City Federal SBCI conference, there were over 20 22 different states at that conference. And a large theme across sort of that main group was that the leverage ratio that they were seeing was closer towards that 50%. And the Treasury's response to that was that will come down over time. Don't worry about it for now. But in terms of comparison, we are outperforming other jurisdictions by miles in that metric.
Thanks, Rylan. Just a couple more stats on here. One of those, that leverage ratio really is what builds that. YVC's invested about $12 million of our about 18 million we have in this first tranche. But what that has catalyzed is $75.3 million additionally in private funds coming into these deals. So total investment for, let's call it 17 months into Wyoming startups is $87.3 million that we've helped catalyze and grow. So I'll take any questions there. It's only 5 slides, but if you guys have questions on the stats or the data here, I'll take any of those.
I have a quick question, or just, this is maybe a 30,000 foot view, and I'm just wondering how what we're doing in Wyoming compares. But I know there was a lot of fundraising that took place in 22, 23, or 21, 22, and then 23, you saw kind of a precipitous drop nationally, and then 24, a bit of a rebound. Does the metrics for YVC, do you see that impacting anything that we're doing, or is it what you would consider relatively robust because of Wyoming being somewhat devoid of this sort of VC activity in the past?
Mr. Committee Chair, great question. I would say that we are sort of insulated, but not in a good way, because we didn't really have any venture funds that would have impacted prior to the one we recently invested in. So our ecosystem has a few funds that aren't focused in Wyoming, and I think they might have been impacted, but the funds that are trying to make investments in Wyoming didn't exist when we sort of saw that slowdown. I will say, though, it was and continues to be difficult for the funds in Wyoming that are trying to raise money because of that. So maybe insulated before, and I think it will continue to be hard, but fundraising is hard for everybody, kind of irrelevant of the circumstances. So
thank you. Anyone else got questions for, please, Mr. Lance?
Quick question, Mr. Committee Chair. Bert, when do you see folks seeking out YVC in the process? What's the deal flow? Are you first money in, last money in? And then my second question is the profile of YVC growing, and how are you growing that in the VC community in Wyoming?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Lance, great question. I can start with our approach, and sort of driven by the way Treasury set up the program, is that we want to be involved early. So part of the way the program is set up is that we have to have what's called cause and result. So our dollars need to cause additional dollars to come into the deal and have that result, which means that typically in a deal, we're in early with a letter of intent or a letter of interest to invest, right? It's non-binding, but that sort of sets the mark on, hey, we're involved. And now we have a good paper trail to say that our involvement has caused additional dollars to come in. We don't lead investments. Intentionally, we could, but we have chosen that we don't have limited partners in the fund per se. And so our partners are the stakeholders for the companies, the Wyoming entrepreneurs. And it's not the position we want to take to crunch them down on a valuation to get the best deal. So we don't lead. We write that letter of interest to help them get a lead and enable that. And then we can work on the backside with that lead to negotiate terms, right? So we're not necessarily first money in, and we can't be last money in based on Treasury's rules, but we can be involved early, and we can be involved in multiple closings. So if they do a first close, we can be involved there, and we can also be involved in the last close as long as we were involved upfront. Does that help answer the first question? Okay. The second was about the profile, and I think maybe tell me if I'm interpreting this right, but what we're looking to do, and this stems from a early look when we were first standing this up, we saw maps of the western side of the US, and people are like, oh, we're investing in the Rocky Mountain region. And Wyoming was on that map in their region, but there was nothing there. There was no deals. There was nothing to highlight. We were just a blank square. So a lot of the relationships that Rylan and Gordon have been making and building and traveling for is to really put Wyoming on the map and get so that, I mean, when we originally stood it up, I think we were 51st in the nation from a venture capital perspective behind Puerto Rico. So we're trying to change that stat as well.
Quick follow-up. That's the question. I mean, going to your point, Mark, the paucity of VC activity in Wyoming, that's exciting to me to see it growing. And I think this is a catalyzing sort of program. Thank you.
Yep. With that, I'll also mention, I know Josh has talked about it a lot, but chicken and egg problems, right? So this is one of those original chicken and egg problems that we looked at, and luckily, we had the ability to use federal dollars to put weight on one side of that problem and say, there's no deal flow in Wyoming, so there's no investors, or there's no investors because there's no deal flow. So what we can do is put money into one side of that equation to try and test and see if we can change that chicken and egg problem and work towards solving it. All right, we'll jump forward to the next slide. Oh, yeah.
Got another question from Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Hey, Bert, just a question, and you don't have to go deep into this now, but knowing that there's at least 3 VCs trying to really establish that we're looking at within Wyoming, but really one of those probably has its entirety of, I use Josh's term again, know-how within Wyoming. What are the challenges with growing venture capital in Wyoming, knowing that so much of the expertise needed to manage these doesn't seem to be here yet? And so, I'm certainly intrigued by the one in the central part of the state that seems to be, Wyoming roots deep and true. The other ones are going to be incredibly reliant on people from other states. What are your thoughts about how you continue to grow the YVC and maybe help build some of that capacity so that there's more Wyoming VC intelligence, if you will, than us yet again being dependent on somebody else somewhere else that maybe doesn't want to do business the way we want to?
Sure. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Schaefer, yeah, that's a great question. I would say that we do have a lot of different funds that are looking to grow and to start in Wyoming. Part of the way we designed the program, having a direct strategy to make direct investments in companies and a fund strategy, was intentional in that we wanted to grow that talent pool. We wanted to help drive new fund managers, new emerging fund managers that could get that experience and then maybe start something somewhere else or work with another place to get more of that talent in the state. Ralph said it last night, right? He's doing a venture capital internship outside of the state in Colorado. Rylan was lucky enough to do an internship with us and kind of get involved early. But that's part of the goal, is to drive know-how, to drive the capacity to have those roles into the future. And also why we want to support more of these funds to drive that forward.
Thanks, Bert. Thanks, Mr. Committee Chair. And for all of you, if I keep quoting Josh Durrell, can you please take me out and correct me? I seem to be doing that too much lately. I don't know.
So let's talk about some of those investments that we've made to date. We've got a slide here just kind of showing where they are throughout the state. So on the left side of this, you're going to see all of our direct investments. Those are the 7 portfolio companies we talked about. And on the right is that one fund investment that we've made to date. And so what you have is, a little bit of a cluster in Jackson, right? So we have 3 of our portfolio companies in Jackson, Remo, Mia Share, and Frontline Wildfire Defense. And then we've got 1 in Casper along with that fund. That's DISA is in Casper, and Breakthrough Venture Capital is also there. And then Laramie, we have here in Laramie, we have Heirloom Energy, which is a recent investment. And then in Cheyenne, we have Language IO and Eye-to-Eye Telehealth. So I think just a good spread to see where these investments are at within the state, and also to know that that's kind of where you'll see later in these slides. We won't go through them in depth, but we've done some work on that deal flow report, and that's sort of where venture deals are happening in the state. Any questions on those portfolio companies or our current investments? I will add with this slide that these founders and the people that are investing are taking a risk, right? These are risks. They're risks for us as we invest. That risk, though, I think, while even if an investment fails, and you're going to see these logos over each quarter, and eventually one of them or more of them is going to fail, right? And we're going to see that investment goes to zero. So I want to set the expectation that they're not all going to be successful. It's venture. That's part of the game that we're playing. But every investment we make is driving employment, right? So it's driving know-how. It's helping drive the ecosystem forward. And even if a company fails, a founder usually doesn't. So they take that knowledge, the people they hired take that knowledge, and they start the next company, right? And they continue to hire Wyoming people. So just understanding that, yeah, there's risk, but I think our risks from an economic development perspective are sort of protected in that we're getting employees hired and we're building know-how with our risky investment. All right, next slide is really just talking about where dollars are coming from. So our intent is to drive outside dollars into Wyoming, into these companies. And that's sort of what that letter of interest of investment is about, is how do we get more money outside in? And this is just a list of some of our co-investors and sort of where they're at. So Evoke is up in Vancouver. So that one's out of the US, but real close up in that top left corner, right? We do some investing with our in-state investors with Breakthrough 307, Lower Carbon, Gut Brain, TTV, Joint Effects. These are all outside of the US, and you can kind of see on that map, they're coming from all over, and we hope to fill that out even more as we go forward and continue to make investments. The intent when we developed the program was to be a bridge to coastal capital and really help uncover that Wyoming doesn't have to be a flyover state, that we have good deals here. And I think that's what this is sort of showing, is that progress to really becoming the bridge to additional capital as companies get larger and start to scale more and need more capital. So any questions on our co-investors and kind of where money's coming from? All right. I'll do one more quick slide here. And this is just our current data to date. Just showing over the last couple quarters where we're at, the investments we've made, the amount of money we've invested in direct, those commitments that we've made in funds. I know Lindsay said it was 500 and something thousand. That is actual investment, but we've made a commitment for 2.7 million on that fund. So as we look at what Treasury is doing and where our allocation is at, we're counting that entire commitment, knowing that we're invested to this point for that 10-year fund life. And then at the bottom, you'll see the amount that's remaining, right? So we have just about $18 million in investable capital for this first tranche. We have 36 months to invest that, and we're about halfway through at about 17 months. And so this is kind of just a snapshot at where we're at as we're going through time. We have to be at 80% invested, which is commitment and all the way invested into a Wyoming startup, in order to call the next tranche. And we have up to that 36-month mark to do that. Any dollars that we don't invest at the 3-year mark are deobligated, and we lose it from tranche 2 and tranche 3, right? So it's tripled for anything that we don't invest. And it's also tripled if we make bad investments that Treasury says don't comply with the program, we lose it from all 3 tranches. So we don't have a plan B. We can't use state dollars to do this. We can only use federal money. And so we're being very careful to stay within Treasury's guidelines. And Gordon and Ryland have built great relationships with Treasury. And we're talking to them continuously to make sure that everything we're doing is in line. But what you'll see on that far right side is our active letters of interest. And so if those come through, and that includes additional commitments to investments we've already made for future closings if they continue to raise money, we would hit the marker for calling tranche 2. We will likely wait as long as we can to call tranche 2, only because that starts a new timer for another 3-year window. And we want to make sure that we give ourselves as much time as possible to deploy these, right? This first tranche did have pent up demand in the market that we helped fulfill. Our pipeline is strong, but we're not getting the volume of applications we did on day 1. I still think we're on track to probably do a tranche, even tranche 2 and tranche 3 in 2 years. So any questions on this slide before I just quickly talk about the last 3 slides we don't have to go over?
Mr. Committee Chair, I just have a quick question, Bert. What is the end time of all the tranches? Is there an end gate?
Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Tomasi, yeah, it's a 9-year federal program. So we've got 3 tranches of 3 years. At the end of 9 years, Treasury does have additional guidance that say dollars that haven't been invested for their intended purpose still have to be invested for those intended purposes. But proceeds, so any dollars that we get back from our investments, can at that time change to state dollars.
Anything else before we move on? Okay.
All right, well, we don't have to go through these last 3 slides, but this is just, Ryland and Gordon have done a great job building what we're calling our deal flow report. And so this is just a preview. We're hoping to have this done this fall. This will be our first annual deal flow report. What I want to highlight about this is that this is public data. We're not using the data that we get from investing. So we're getting data from PitchBook and Crunchbase, and then we're cleaning it. So we're going through and saying, all right, here's the aggregate data. How many of these companies are actually in Wyoming and not just registered in Wyoming? So this is our first swing at clean data using public sources to really understand what's in the ecosystem and what's going on. You'll see different things like this is VC funds raised, and this is just for 2023. Again, you saw our dollars that were invested, but we weren't in every deal. And then you'll see the number of financing rounds, and this is by type of financing, whether it's seed or growth or whatever. And then it's also by the category that they're in. And so we did a lot of work cleaning and getting those categories tied up. But it's still draft data, and we'll have that final report. We'll produce it, we'll publish it on the website, and then we'll continue to do it annually so that we can measure and monitor sort of where the ecosystem's at and when our funding is no longer needed in its specific place, right? So right now we're really focused on funds taking over that pre-seed seed, and then our direct looking at seed to Series A. Maybe as we go forward, those private markets come in and take that, which is perfect. We can change and do something else. Maybe we need to pivot and do venture debt or whatever else that can help and fill the holes in that funding continuum for startups. So we need to measure that in order to know where to go next. But for now, we're just starting that measurement and understanding the deals that are done, the values of those, how many, how much, where are they at? And so this is sort of that preview look at the the deal flow report that we're working to put together. Any questions on the data? Happy to take questions if there are.
Please.
Bert, not really a question, just looking through these 3 slides. I'm excited to see this. I think the ability to trend the data and where the trends are going, especially in the 3rd slide, where you're breaking down the deals by the sector and the capital raised by sector. I think that'll be a great tool to be able to use, you know, kind of predicting future where trends are moving to. So really excited to see this, and thank you to all 3 of you for pulling it together.
Yeah, the slide that Rylan has up right now is actually interesting. It shows that green bar in there as pre-seed, and you can kind of see a spike, right, in 2020. And then you see a correlating spike in seed, which is that maroon one right above it in 2022. Turns out that fundraising rounds are, you know, somewhere between 12 and 24 months apart. So what this would tell us is that we would want to see a Series A spike coming 2024, 2025, right? So you can kind of start seeing where this could go. And that's why we want to produce it on a yearly basis to start making some of these projections on where the ecosystem can go.
Ms. Johnson, you had a question?
Do we have any sense of how much income we might generate in the future by this? And by we, I mean the Wyoming Business Council. And is that unencumbered funds, or do we have to spend them in a certain way?
Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Johnson, great question. Because it's venture, we don't really have a great projection that we could take to the bank. We are working on projections in the back end for every investment we make, understanding if it's sort of a bull or a bear as we look at it, or if it's flat, and understanding the sort of return multiples that are possible per investment, right? So if it's SaaS, it could go 10, but average is 7.7, right? And so we have that projection in the back end. It's really rough because it's venture, and tomorrow 4 of those 7 could fail, right? And then there's zeros. So we are expecting returns. We are not expecting to just make charitable donations with this program. So, you know, average is probably going to be 5x for the ones that are good. Maybe we'll see a 10 for one great company, but we're also going to see 4 or 5 of these that go to 0. The way we can invest these dollars is limited by Treasury. So the money is stuck sort of in SSBCI until the end of the 9-year program. So we can reinvest. That also drives up our leverage ratio to get closer to Treasury's goals of 10-1. So anytime we get a return, that leverage ratio for those dollars stays, and the next investment continues to stack on it. I think when we started the program, the intent was to turn this almost $60 million into just over $100 million.
Okay, Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So Bert, maybe I misheard you. At some point, these convert, or a certain portion of the funds convert and become state funds. Is that correct? So once that happens, are those funds then constrained by the same constitutional limitations at that point on direct investment into venture types of programs?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Lance, great question. Yes, when the funds at the end of the 9-year program become state funds, we have a different challenge. We can no longer invest them under our current constitution.
So we got a one and done, huh?
No.
Any other questions? Okay. And you got another slide, or?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, anything else for part 1? We're a little behind, but it looks, according to the agenda, we're scheduled for lunch. I'll turn it back over to the co-chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you, Bert and Rylan. Yes, we're at lunch. Do we think we can still reconvene at 12:15? I would say yes. Okay, we'll reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Call the meeting back to order, and we are on to the Investment Committee, Part 2, Mr. Law.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Hope everybody had a good lunch and tanks on full, ready to go. We got a bunch of things going on, and we will keep on rolling with our loan activity with John Wendling, and looks like you've been busy.
Yeah, there's a few things going on with loans this round. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. John Wendling, loan portfolio manager with the investment team in Wyoming Business Council. Before we get into the loans, I did want to note we've just surpassed the 2-year mark on some of these new challenge loans that we have that are currently driving a lot of our interest. Those loans being accession loan, contract loan, and a 50/50 loan. Oh, cool. Sorry. There, better? Yeah. Yep. No worries. And so anyways, these loans passed 2 years ago, included with our challenge loan program through legislation. I've really picked up a lot of steam lately. 2 loans today for your consideration. One is a 50/50 and one is a accession loan. The 50/50 loan is actually the third that will be up for your consideration. We've closed 2 to date. And for the succession loan, that is actually the 5th since the program's been in place. So this will, the succession loans in general kind of drive a lot of the inquiries that I deal with on a daily basis, and some of the loans that are coming in are out there in the works. But the 50/50 loans have increased, you know, in the last 4 to 6 months or so because of banks coming down on the rates. But yeah, encouraged by all the inquiries and what we're seeing. So feeling will be a regular happening as we go through each board meeting throughout the year. It'd be nice to have a handful of these every time. So first loan for your consideration is the 50/50 loan. It's with Hope Church and True North, their True North Academy, which is a child care service agency. This is in participation with First Bank of Wyoming and Cody. The loan is to complete a remodel and renovation of an already purchased 15,000 square foot building to expand the existing child care business, True North Academy, that operates under Hope Church. Our portion of the loan will be $995,000 of a $1.99 million loan. So we're 50% on that one. It's a 10-year loan with the first year being for the construction piece. So there'll be draws to finish that construction. It'll be a max participation of $995,000. We don't anticipate that being all of it, but we'll know as construction goes, and that'll be monitored throughout. Their intent is to have the construction finished around April, but it's set up right now as for 1 year, just any chances of setbacks. And it also will give the bank an opportunity to monitor their kind of initial operations too, once they get started, just to understand that the revenue is there for the debt service and things like that. So the main drive behind this project, there was a study done for Bighorn County to address the lack of childcare in the region and its ability to support business development. It's a critical to supporting local citizens and their desire to work, and in turn contributing to local workforce needs and the economic development of Park County. The study identified at least 115 slots that were needed for childcare. But since that study was conducted, there's actually been 2 of those childcare facilities that have closed. So this project will immediately unlock an additional 50 spots for True North with the potential to increase to 300. They currently only can do about 50, but their wait list is about 3 years. So there is a need, and obviously through the additional help of this study, to help identify really what need that is or what exists in Bighorn County. The project itself, there has been $1.6 million in grants and personal money or private funds that have been invested in it already for a total of $3.8 million. The cash flow on this project, so this
this was a unique one for the bankers involved. They had to, typically, the banks will look at historical revenue for the company or the business to determine debt service. But because this was, a growth opportunity and continue to be in their wheelhouse as far as what type of business they were doing, they had to look at projected because the historical wouldn't, the debt service wasn't there. So, but they were comfortable in looking at it that way. We were comfortable with that too, as far as the study identifying that there's going to be a need for it and there's going to be an immediate revenue source and they understand what that revenue source will look like because of their experience in operating for over the last 7 years. So there'll be other steps taken with this loan, including monitoring the revenue, as we kind of spoke of earlier with those early operations. They're also going to be required to keep a 12-month reserve account to help with the debt service. And this is speaking to True North Academy specifically, but with Hope Church behind this, they'll also be there to support through charitable donations, tithes, and any other support they can provide. So this loan, staff is recommending approval of $995,000 in loan participation with First Bank and Cody for Hope Church and the True North Academy Child Care Facility. And I did want to address one concern that was brought up with this loan, as it is a religious entity, and how that works with our constitution, that not being able to give money directly to a religious entity, but we did work with the AG's office, discussed that with them, making sure this was an eligible project. And it is, they view it as, as working with the business of the church, and that we have to walk a fine line to not discriminate, an organization like this that is operating as a business. And the services they are providing are for everyone in the community. And we were informed that the current enrollment, none of those families are attending the church. So that was, alleviated our concerns with the conversation with AG and along with the business itself. So happy to answer any questions in regards to this loan. It's in Cody. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so misspoke, but yes, it's servicing Cody, the Cody area mainly.
Mr. Tomasi, you have a question? Or
I do have a question for you, John. So is there any fear about staffing this? Have they talked about that? Because if 2 other childcare centers have closed, what was the reason for that? Was it staffing or?
So, Mr. Committee Chair, and board member, so that was questions we asked. The 2 that have closed, one was due to staffing, another one was due to other issues. But staffing is one of those assessments that were taken by the bank. They looked at it very closely, but was probably one of the highest risks of something like that, of a business like this, of course, but they felt it was mitigated with the experience they have, the support of the church, and also some of the other programs they haven't involved with helping to get families there. But this was it was acknowledged as a risk to this, but they felt the experience of the child care facility already and what they've done to establish the support they already have with staff. They felt very comfortable. And and I did cover that, but there is currently 10 staff that they do employ and 3 part-time. So.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions? One thing I might mention, John, that it's not identified here, but this is kind of certainly the way I feel, and I think there is potentially an element in this. It's not only the economics that you've outlined in this proposal, but I'm a firm believer that if your kids are in a good daycare, it contributes to the well-being of a workforce.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's something we've identified, and it's been a conversation of these meetings before. So.
Any other questions before we take an action item on this specific loan? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept this loan with the True North.
So moved.
It's been
Second.
moved.
I'll second it.
Seconded. All right. Ms. Harvey, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, we'll move on.
Thank you for that, Mr. Committee Chair. The next loan we have, second of the two, is a succession loan for Rocky Mount Electric. This is in participation with First State Bank in Casper. It's for the acquisition of a Casper-based electrical contracting company by two existing employees, Mr. Corey Olson and Mr. Ken Summers. Mr. Olson has been with the business for 20 years and worked for Army Rocky Mount Electric for 16, and he manages the residential side of the business currently. Mr. Summers has worked for Rocky Mount Electric for 7 and manages the commercial side. The WBC portion of this loan will be $244,375, or 50% of the total loan of $483,750. That'll be a 5-year loan. We're coming in at 5% with a 6.29 blended rate on this one. There's no plans to change the overall operations of the company. All 16 employees, including one part-time, will be retained, including a longtime office manager. One exception will be the existing owner. Obviously, he will be stepping away, but they will be replacing him with a new electrician. So there will be some savings there on the expense side of operations, as the salary won't be quite as high for that new employee. There were no concerns as far as cash flow goes on this project, and risk ratings. Just pretty straightforward succession loan for an opportunity for us to kind of fill that gap with the blue sky. There's no real estate involved as plans for this part of the acquisition, as that'll continue to be leased. But yeah, we're covering that gap of that blue sky and allowing this company to continue to operate in Wyoming. Staff is recommending approval of this loan for $244,275 with First State Bank. I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to it as well.
Any questions for John? I don't see anything. I'd entertain a motion to accept this loan.
Mr. Committee Chair, comment, I'll make that motion. I just want to say this loan, previously you brought us the Cheyenne Tile and Stone. What this program is doing to ensure continuity and succession of these critical businesses, especially in some of these skilled trades areas, are exceptional. So, Mr. Committee Chair, I'd move approval.
And I will second. And I'm glad you said that, because I had a similar thought. And even down the line, I know this company services multiple others, that then keeping this company in business also helps others along the line. So.
One time I heard somebody said this is a kind of program we need to keep from having Wyoming colonized from out of state. So I enjoyed that. I thought that was good. It's been moved and seconded, and my worthless comment. And any other discussion? Yes.
Mr. Committee Chair, I would just comment that one of the panel members last night did talk about the importance of seeing opportunities to acquire and become owners of businesses down the road. And this is a phenomenal program that's been used very well. And I think this is a great project.
I think we concur. Excellent comment, Mr. Lance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes, and we'll move on to the quarterly loan report.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. So the quarterly report's typically on our consent agenda, or has been the last year or so. But we pulled this one off. There was a few things that I included on it that we'd like to go over with the board, just to update you on. Start with past due hasn't changed. Mr. Walker's still on there. I have spoken to him and just recently spoke to him this summer. Sure, as I said, he's going to get us payment, but I will keep in touch with him and keep contact with him. So to be determined there, but we'll hope for the best on that one. The reserve we have is adequate. That includes Mr. Walker's economic disaster loan as well. The challenge loan fund balance is just under 14 million, 13.976. But the pieces I really wanted to kind of update you on are in the other news portion of our report. The first there being our annual report that was due to the legislature in, it was July 15th that I have that in every year. That included our report of examination that was done by the Division of Banking, and that came back all clear and satisfactory, no exceptions found. So that was great to have, and included in that annual report, along with some just stats on the program, historical data, that sort of thing, and our rules, loan policy, that type of thing. So we included that all in there and wanted to cover that. And included with the approval of this report. Also wanted to let you know that the loans that have been approved as of May and the special board meeting in July, there were 4 loans. Those all been closed and are rolling, so that's good. Another piece that happened shortly after our board meeting in May, Mr. Ryan Riggs was an economic disaster loan we did. It was actually charged off at this meeting last year. He was looking for, we were unable to reach him at all through that process, but he was looking for additional financing through a financial institution, and we have filings on those crops that were done with those economic disaster loans. So when the financial institution went to pull the file for that same collateral, when they pulled that all up, they saw we had a filing with them and then contacted us to subordinate. And we have done that before with loans that have been going as usual, and if they're performing well, we do that. This one we did not. I informed that hey, they're past due. I had yet to make a payment on the loan. And it wasn't long before I heard from Mr. Riggs. So we were able to get that loan back to current very quickly because he was in need of that loan. And I was assured by the lending institution that they would make sure he's performing as well. So that was kind of a great bit of news that, and an example of, although we charge these loans off, there are things in place, and we'll continue to try to collect those past due loans when we can. So hopefully he'll continue to pay, but we were able to get a substantial payment on that loan. And finally, Star Valley Natural Gas fueling station loan. This is the loan program under challenge loan. So we were notified, this loan was done 10 years ago, and we were notified by the borrower that he was going to be unable to make the balloon payment that was due in August. So we've spoke with him, we've worked with our AG's office. We're looking to kind of our next steps of what to do with this, kind of where we can go and how we can work with the borrower. This was the only fueling station loan that was done through this program. It was a opportunity the state saw that maybe to invest in and bet on natural gas as an alternative fuel source for our vehicles, and especially in Southwest Wyoming. Unfortunately, that hasn't panned out, and that was evident with this as well. The fueling station has been almost unused for several years, and the borrower has significant capital into the project too. So he's doing all he can to work with us. We have collateral in place on it as far as the equipment goes at at that fueling station and their personal guarantee. So we have all rights to get this, the money recovered on this deal, but we want to work with the borrower. This was a program that was put in place, betting on an alternative source to work out here in Wyoming using our own natural gas. And so we'll do all we can working with our AG and trying to come to a solution with them on this. So we'll keep you updated on that as it develops. But happy to answer any questions on any of these pieces. And we're just looking for your approval, and we're recommending approval of this report. Thank you.
Any questions on the quarterly loan report? Ms. Shaver or Ms. Sarvey, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what happens if they default on the loan and you acquire their assets? I would assume you sell the assets, and if we're still short, are we just minus the money for other programs?
Well, we are where we stand right now. They have a personal guarantee as well. So you're correct in the default process. We have right to that collateral at the fueling station, the equipment, things like that. There's minimal value there with that equipment. So it's been used, and so there's not a lot of value there, but they do have personal guarantee. So they are personally guaranteed a loan. They legally, they will have to pay that loan until it's paid off, or, however that goes. So yeah, they totally understand that they're responsible for that. So they're just asking if there's some middle ground that we can come to on this loan. We're working, we understand there's been over $160,000 of the $225,000 that we have collected, but that includes interest. So taking into all account all those things and understanding, they had a significant of a $225,000 loan. They also had 500,000 of their own invested in the project. So, they're deep into this project. And so we're just doing our best we can to work with them and come to a common ground of where we can be. But we have collected, with principal and interest, we have collected 167, somewhere in there, 160 to $170,000 from them to date.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So if you sell off all of their equipment and they still don't or can't pay, are there ever criminal charges involved in this, or is it just one of those things you write off? I don't know.
They want to make this right. They want to do the right thing by what the state needs them to do. So they're willing to work with us. I don't believe that'll come to that at all.
Excuse me, John. I think Mr. Durrell has some color to add to this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Harvey. Your question is a good one about how aggressively do we go after these kinds of things. And I think, especially in this case of the natural gas refueling station, I think it's really important to understand a little bit of the backstory. And what I mean by that is that the natural gas program was developed so that we could potentially enable a fueling station for vehicles that would utilize Wyoming natural gas. I think it's a well-intended program. At the time, it made a lot of sense. But frankly, from the perspective of a program to sort of break that chicken and egg problem, it didn't really address the real issue. And it really was a solution looking for a problem. And so what I mean by that is that the business owners, along with the state, took some risk. And so as we discuss this with the business owners, are very, upstanding folks in their community. They're working really hard, as Mr. Wendling mentioned. They're willing to work on this and really do their best to make these guarantees. At the same time, we, in some ways, sort of instigated risk and tried to help them take a risk as a state. And so we're looking at it maybe a little differently than, gosh, we got to squeeze every bit out of that group, because we see these folks as entrepreneurs. We see these folks as maybe that business failed, but they typically won't. And so what we don't want to do is sort of send the message that if you take a risk alongside us, we're going to win and you're going to lose. Because we know as the state's economic development agency, we're probably going to take a little bit more risk than in other entities, because we're working in areas that are not that certain. And so as we look at this, we're trying to balance that with like sending the right message. Like, we know that you're working hard to do the right thing, and you have, and if you look at the details of this, they actually have not benefited greatly from this experiment that they ran. And so we want to be sensitive to that, and at the same time, make sure that we're doing the right thing with taxpayer dollars. And so we're balancing that. We're not likely to explore the option of criminal charges, because there's no real criminal activity going on. And we're also making sure that we encourage an entrepreneur to continue on. And I think that when people take a risk with the state, we should work with them and see how we can, again, kind of keep that flywheel moving. And I think that Mr. Wendling and Mr. Adam, along with the Attorney General's office, who have plugged into this, we're looking at how do we do this in a way that is fair. And so I think in the interest of disclosing any of the negotiations that are going on, I think it's safe to say that we're trying to balance a somewhat unbalanceable thing, but we're doing our best to do it. And I think that what we found is that the business owners and the business people in this situation are also working to do the right thing for the state. But thank you for your question.
One more, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
What percentage of the money that we lend out wind up in this situation? How much have we lost? And just general figures. It doesn't need to be down to the dollars and pennies.
And I can get you an exact number. But I can't do that today, but I can get you, it's not very much. Really, the losses we have are in the economic disaster loans because those are probably our highest risk loans. And that's why we have a larger reserve requirement on those sort of thing. But those are typically where we see our losses. This is a unique situation that I am unaware of really happening very often at all. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your questions. Anything else?
I'd like to add one more thing. We've spoke of this in regards to how our loan program operates now. These are participation loans with a bank. So this loan with natural gas, it was a direct loan. Our loans that we do now are participation. So we're working with a bank who is vetting these, risk assessing them, understanding, these are loans that banks would do, and that we're participating with them. So that's the great thing about what we're doing now is we have another expert that's helping us through these. So, that's a piece that I really like about what our new loans are and how they operate and how they really kind of hedge the success of our businesses and of how we use state funds. So thank you, Mr. Committee Chair.
Great point. Anything else? I'd entertain a motion to accept the quarterly loan report.
So moved.
Moved, seconded by, let's see, we'll pick Chuck Kenyon. Any further discussion? Any discussion or further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. The quarterly report is approved. We'll move on to the rules for the challenge loan program, John.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. So my final piece on the agenda, and this will kind of start a rules conversation. But the first one for challenge loan, it's a basic update for challenge loan. We were looking just help from the AG on some clarification on statute and the definition of a new owner with our succession loan, because we were getting a lot of inquiries about partners buying each other out, kind of thing. A 50-50 partner, they're looking to take full control of the business. So we wanted to make sure that we're okay in our interpretation of statute and that we could do those type of loans and use succession for those. Well, the AG did find that in our rules, the definition of succession loan went beyond what statute was. So he, Mr. McKinney, suggested that we edit that as soon as possible. So that's a big reason why these are on, is to address that definition and get it back to what's, exactly what statute says. We also took that opportunity to just do some basic organization grammar fixes. We added a new owner definition, so it more matched what their interpretation of that statute was and what the intent of that program was. So understanding that how the control changes with these succession loans and what is eligible. And then the guaranteed loan participation, loan guarantee language is also removed because that was replaced with these, really with the 50-50 loan, replacing those in July of 22. So very minor fixes. So this is an adoption that we'll be asking for your approval on, and then it'll go through Secretary of State, Governor process. So this is an adoption of these rules because they are very minor in nature. And Bert, you're welcome to add anything if you want.
Sure, real quick, I'll just add that you'll see 3 rules. So challenge loan will adopt the rules and then they'll go through the process. Same with the CFP program, but for BRC, we'll go through a more standard rules process. So we'll ask the board to review draft and approve the draft. Then we'll do public comment, and then they'll come back to the next board meeting to be adopted. So just being clear that 2 of our rules of the 3 will be adopted and 1 will be approved for draft.
Any questions related to this? Seems to me that, when you have partnerships anywhere from anything above 2, when you have a large separation in age and people in different chapters of their life, it would only make sense that we would have provisions for a partner buying out, particularly if one's has a reason to exit the business. So any questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the rule suggestion for the challenge loan. So moved, Chair. It's been moved by Mr. Brown, seconded by Ms. Thayer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Next.
Thank you.
We're deep into the rules here.
Good afternoon, committee chair, members of the board. I will have a presentation, so I think Ben will get that up for me here, but we'll start with the community facility program rules. Just a quick agenda, so we'll talk about these rules and then we'll go into the projects after that, So the Community Facilities Grant Program is the CFP, and as Bert alluded to, we are asking these to be adopted. These are the final rules. We will not do a public comment process for it. So in 2020, let's see here. So an overview, in 2023, the legislature appropriated $2.7 million from the general fund for the purposes of the Community Facilities Program. The purpose of this program is to assist communities to preserve former school and government facilities that have existing or future community uses, and it is for community economic development or enhancement of quality of life community facility projects. Applicants are same as the BRC applicants. It's cities, towns, counties, joint powers boards, or the tribes. Project types, and all of this comes from the statute. The statute itself is very detailed, so a lot of the rules come from the statute. So the project types, it's the expansion, renovation, or remodeling of existing surplus government facilities, or the expansion, renovation, conversion, or purchase of an interest in a local enhancement to a school facility or building. The eligible uses are spaces for community gatherings and functions, or appropriate recreational, swimming, and athletic facilities for community members, particularly youth. We will add some requirements, and these are in the rules, a match requirement similar to BRC with 10 and 20% dependent on category type. We will require the applicants to do a public hearing process in their community, ask them to provide a resolution of support, and then we will do reporting after the fact during the construction process, and then annual reports after that, very similar to BRC. And the process itself will be similar. We will ask them to work with their regional director, submit an application, we will conduct a site visit, go through our evaluation criteria, and then it is a board recommendation from this board, but it will go to SLIB for approval or disapproval. So the next steps here are we are asking you to adopt the final rules today, and then we can go through the governor's office approval, which takes, 30 days, give or take, and then we'll have the application created and that program open for communities to apply. Happy to answer any questions on that.
Any questions? I don't see any. Oh, Ms. Harvey.
No, I'm not gonna.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the final rules.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Tomasi. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Ms. Thayer. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, the next rules, Nicole.
Thank you. The next rules are for the Business Ready Communities, or the BRC program. These are draft, and so we will do a public, if you guys approve the draft rules today, we will go out for public comment. And that's a 45-day process, and then come back in December for approval of the adoption of them. So all of the rules are in your packet. Here's just an overview of the main things. There are things you'll see if
I'm
you.
going to apologize. For some reason I said Nicole, Noel.
No problem. I get that a lot, actually.
Oh.
But yeah, you'll see a lot of changes in the rules. A lot of them are more moving things from other areas into definitions. So a lot of more administrative things. The things I'll go over today are the more meat and potatoes of the changes that we're making to the BRC program. So the first one has to do with the max award for readiness and business committed projects. Right now, the current maximum award is $5 million. We are proposing that maximum award for readiness and business committed is the remaining amount in the BRC account at the time of application. This serves dual purposes. One is we would not have to ask the board to waive the rules if we do get a project that's over that 5 million. Secondly, and I think more importantly, is we want communities to think bigger and to bring us really creative, unique, big projects. And we think that by taking this out of that rule, we can encourage communities to think bigger and bring us those big projects. Any questions on this before I move to the next one?
Ms. Harvey.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Noel, where is that found in the rules? Could you give me chapter and?
Yes, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Harvey, it is in Chapter 1. Let me find where it is exactly. So that is Section 5 under Chapter 1, and it's 5AI. So it says a business committed project. So we're taking out the 5 million there and placing the amount remaining in the BRC account.
So it's Section 5 and then.
Page 222.
222. I don't think my pages line up with yours. Right, I have page 201 and then page 202 is BB.
222. I apologize.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Tomasi.
Noel, it seems like in the last couple of years, we have had several of these projects, and I think that it does alleviate a lot of stress for the team, for the board, for the slip board to have an extension of the limit. And I think that this is something that was needed, and I agree, it does make the communities think a little bigger. So just a comment.
Good comment. Anything else? Okay.
The next one has to do with revenue recapture. We are proposing to add that the Business Council Board can waive a lower recapture amount back to the BRC fund. Currently, the rules state that the BRC or the Business Council Board can waive the higher funding amount or a lower match amount. And then this would add lower revenue recapture amount back to BRC if we feel that it is something that the community needs. We're also proposing to simplify the revenue recapture language. So it only reads that revenue recaptured to the BRC fund must be no less than 25% of net revenue generated. Right now, there's some confusing language in there of, if it's this amount, then it's this, and if it's this amount, it's this. It's really confusing and it doesn't really help us any. So we're just going to simplify that portion of it.
Mr. Committee Chair, quick question. Noah. So just remind us, the statute generally suggests that we have to have a revenue recapture component. And then this is where we're defining the best way to manage that through the rules. And the change here gives us a little better flexibility, but in your opinion, still complies with statute pretty easily.
Mr. Committee Chair, Dr. Schaefer, yes, that is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Question? Anything else? Questions?
All right, the next one, we are proposing adding that any revenue generating project may incur servicing fees. We do that currently with our loan projects, and we are working to combine those two services together. And so just even if there isn't a loan, if there is a revenue generating project, it may incur servicing fees. The next one has to do with our match percentages. So currently the match percentages are in rule. We are proposing that we remove those matches from rule and put them on the website so we can adjust them easier and quicker and without having to go through a whole rule process. We're also proposing that we remove the 5% match by an applicant requirement. That was also confusing and was not going to the community capacity goal that we were looking for. And so we're just proposing to simplify that to help communities with the application.
Mr. Committee Chair,
Yes, Mr. Tomasi.
I have a question, Noel, about the servicing fees.
Mhm.
Is there a cap on those? How are they figured? Is it a percentage? So it is a percentage?
Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Tomasi, I believe that our loan servicer sets that limit, but it's like $125 currently. We didn't put that amount in rule just in case they change that figure, but it's pretty minimal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. The next one is with progress reports. We are proposing that progress reports must be up to date prior to approval of a request for fund disbursement. And with managed data center projects, we are proposing to add that the employees and their wages created through this program must be created positions. The purpose of this type of a project is growth. And since the wages are calculated as part of the required match for managed data center projects, we wanted to ensure that it was specifically for newly created positions. And this is just an overview of the next steps that we kind of talked about before. This will be approving draft rules, public comment period, and then the December board meeting adopt rules, and then it will go to the governor's office for those final approvals. Happy to answer any questions regarding BRC rules.
Any more questions for Noel on the proposed draft rule change?
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. Noel, just on the last one with the data centers, clarify for me. So those typically have two types of salary, wage, or employee data. They have the construction phase and then they have the ongoing operation phase. Construction phase is generally temporary. Do those wages still count if they're new? Tell me, are we only talking about once they're up and running and fully managed? It's just the new jobs that are created once it's in operations mode.
Mr. Committee Chair, Dr. Schaefer, great question. We do not count the construction jobs. It is just the positions that the managed data center creates.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great question. Yes, Mr. Kenyon.
Mr. Chairman, Noel, does this, as we look at a data center coming in from out of state, we're talking about jobs created only in Wyoming, right? So when they transfer somebody into Wyoming, that would be a created job in Wyoming.
Mr. Committee Chair, yes, that is correct.
Anyone else? Those are great questions. I know I had them right here in my mind, but I'm sure glad somebody asked them. Anything? Ready to vote? I would entertain a motion to accept the draft rules for the BRC.
So move.
Been moved. Been seconded by Ms. Johnson. Any further discussion? Please.
Mr. Co-Chair and members of the board, I just, there's an awful lot of work that happens to make this happen. And you're probably thinking to yourself, didn't we just go over these rules a while ago? And I just want to say, back to the future, you are going to get to do this again. And I think that the reason I want you to know that is because as we continue to look at ways of being more flexible, solving the problem at hand, and utilizing the tools that we have within our board and our own structure to do that, we're going to. Now, as you can see from what Ms. Reed has put forth, you can see that we are trying to include flexibility so that we don't have to necessarily go through the rules process. But the rules process is a really good one, and it's important for us to set that forth. And we just appreciate your flexibility and willingness to revisit these rules, because as we continue to hone in on what the problem really is and how we can solve it best, we're going to crack open the rules and make sure that those are in place, again, not just for us, but for the future. And I think that iterative approach that we're taking and the adaptation that we're using it for is really, it's critical, but it does take work, but it's important work. And so I obviously our investments team has done an awful lot of work to do that. But I just appreciate the fact that you're willing to go back through the rules, ask those good questions, and take the time in a board meeting to do that. So thank you for doing that. And I guess I maybe I'm thanking you a little too early because you haven't voted, but I do want to at least thank you for considering them.
Please.
I would to I guess continue the train of thought, but I would like to say thanks to Mr. Adam and Noel and the team. I appreciate seeing rule changes like this that make funds easier to receive for communities, easy to apply for, and a lot easier to understand. I think sometimes these programs can be kind of onerous for communities and a little scary to jump into. So I think the more we can do to make it clear, the better. So personally, I really appreciate the efforts that you put into this set of rules and the feedback that you took from across the state and members of the board and the community in that aspect.
Thank you for those comments. Anything else? Well, I'd entertain a motion then to accept oh, we got a motion. I'm sorry. Too much discussion. Come on.
Sorry, I'll stop.
Josh, it was Josh started it, right? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. No chickens, but being it passed, now I'm going to throw my comment in real quick. And I think this is important to maybe pile on a little bit with what Josh was saying, but not quote him. I think it's important to allow us to have guardrails on one hand, but on the other hand, we need to be able to be bold and flourish. And I think it's these kinds of rule changes allow us to do that and advance our mission. Okay, great. Great job, Noel. We have a break on here. Is this what we want to do, or what do we got going? All right, let's do the next one. Sounds good. Okay, let's do the community facilities rehabilitation presentation. Being everybody's in position.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, if I might, I'm actually gonna kind of help out with this if I might. And Noel and Bert will fill in any gaps, and the community is here also to answer any questions and to talk about the project. So in an effort to use up all of the alphabet, we just did rules for CFP and BRC, and now we're going to talk about the CFR, and it is the Community Facilities Rehabilitation. And I think it's important to note that this particular element came about during the 2023 session as well as a budget amendment. And in discussion with our friends in the Attorney General's office and in developing this program, what we are here today to do is to learn about this program, or excuse me, learn about this particular project, which meets the requirements of this program. But as a board, we do not make a recommendation to SLIB, and SLIB does not need to approve this particular project. what we are here to do today is to learn about this particular project and essentially take a motion to allow our team to continue further with an agreement with the community, which will then be finally approved in December. But this particular project meets the requirements of this program that was provided to us in a budget amendment. And it was the only one that was submitted across the state. And so I think that the important thing to note is that while we're not deciding yes or no on this project, we're simply approving the ability to enter into an agreement and then later approve that agreement. What we're really doing is we're making sure that the information that we gather during this project application process and the entire portion of is the same as all of the other funds that we expend for BRC projects, for CFP projects, and again, to continue to use all of the alphabet that we can, these CFR funds. Again, this project we looked at in the exact same manner that we would in BRC. This project meets the requirements of the particular program, and we have been working with the community to make sure that it matches up with that it's transparent, that we have a process that we all feel comfortable with, and builds capabilities within the community so that this asset can then begin to turn that flywheel, in this case in Sundance, and to continue to make that asset usable and make it something that will continue to provide economic development in that community. Outside of the alphabet soup that we get to create here, we just want to make sure that everyone is aware that it's a slightly different process, but in all intents and purposes, we've gone through the same rigor with this project. We will continue with the same rigor moving forward, and we're excited about what this is going to mean for the project. There is in the board book slightly confusing thing where we are looking at this project as a matter of the CFR program, but we also included information about it when it came before us in the BRC program, which was not chosen to be funded in that particular program. So there's just a little bit of confusion in the board book, but our recommendation is to fund as requested and ask and approve our team to continue on with developing an agreement that we will then fund the project. So hopefully that causes a little bit more clarity. I'm happy to have the community come and speak about the project itself, but I would also ask the board if you have any questions of me in particular about the process or about the CFR, I'm happy to answer those.
Mr. Durrell, I just appreciate the clarification.
Okay. All right. Do we have anybody from the community, which is a rhetorical question?
This has been a long drawn out project. It was supposed to be a staged approach. Rules change. I understand your frustration with the project, and I get all that. But I'm going to give you a little kind of a story. I was the president of the WHAM organization at one time. And at that point, I realized that a town has to be about 2,200 people in the state of Wyoming to make it without the direct distribution. Little towns just cannot make it without that money. And so at that point in my life, I felt it became incumbent upon me to grow my town to 2,200 people. Immediately upon being elected mayor, I had gone down the road of cleaning up the town, passing an ordinance to clean it up and this and that. And we have a beautiful little town there. We started sponsoring events because you build a beautiful town. You can't sell the better mousetrap if nobody knows you have it, right? So we'd have these community events and we would bring it here. Now, there was a kind of a foreign concept to me because when I was a young man, you got a job, you moved as close to that job as you possibly could, and you lived in that community and you worked there. People are mobile today. okay? And it is not unusual for people that live in Sundance to commute from Gillette or from Whitewood, from Bellefouche, Spearfish. It's just hard to say where. So suddenly the playing field changed once again for me. I'm sorry if I cut my hands off of mute. But all of a sudden it became, I am competing against these various communities for these young couples, these families that I want to move into my community. And we started adding parks. We started greening our parks up. We built a walking path system. And in the process of that, Old Stony was on the historic register, and we started down the road of trying to rehabilitate that, because another thing I believe is we need a cultural event center. We need, I mean, there's limitations on what a town can do to recruit residents, but I can assure you when you do these things, the people will move to your town. And so that's the road we've been on. That's the path that we've chosen. And that's how we got here to the point of Old Stony. We currently, we couldn't hold a meeting this size in the town of Sundance because we just simply don't have a community room with that amount of floor space. I understand you guys' desire for me to be able to quantify the economic benefit to finishing this. I totally understand. I don't know how I can do that. But I do know that if I want to recruit families of four at this point in history, I have to, the day they come to interview at the USDA or the Powder River Energy or the Black Hills Forest, I know I have to provide the best venue for them to move their family to. And so this project is another addition to that, as well as the fact that back to the showcasing of the community, being able to host meetings like the Wyoming Business Council meeting or the county clerks, the county commissioners association, the WAM organization. I can't do that now because I don't have the campus, but this building will allow me that campus, and that's where we're going with this project. I appreciate you guys hearing me. You cannot imagine how happy I am to be here. And at that point, because I'm not a long speaker, I would certainly take as many questions or any questions you guys have for me.
Maybe I missed it. Could you just, for the records, just state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I should know better than that. I should have opened
Well, you don't want,
director and chairman of the board too.
you don't want me stating your name because I'll get it wrong.
My name is, that would be a stretch. Paul Brooks. I am Paul Brooks. I'm the mayor of Sundance. You'd have a tough time slaughtering that one. So anyway, I am here before you. I appreciate you guys hearing us. I would like to get us in lockstep so that we can complete this project and we can move forward.
Any questions for the mayor? Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any matching funds or any community funds to add to this project?
We do. We have some in the project, in the budget for that. Truthfully, little towns have a tough time coming up with discretionary income, but we have got what we can put in your folder.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Please.
What about USDA funds? Have you ever?
Okay, so this is USDA rural development.
Mhm.
There are a few small towns in the state of Wyoming that have gone down the route of USDA rural development, but most of the time a small town, and I'm talking a town less than 2,200, which is about 78%, if my memory serves me correctly, about 78% of the town. We simply don't have the horsepower to apply for, manage, and close that grant. It takes more people than we've got. And sometimes you have to bring in experts and stuff, of which we don't have them on staff, so it becomes very cumbersome for us.
Thank you. Anything else? It's interesting you mentioned about attracting families and things like that. I mean, I talked a lot about that yesterday at the panel, and amenities for younger families and things like that. And it's interesting how expectations have changed when I suspect with all the dorms that they're building around here are vastly different than the ones they built 25 or 30 years ago in terms of their amenities and what expectations are and things like that. But
You know, I'm the luckiest mayor probably of all the small towns in Wyoming because I don't have. One of the things that's a real drag on a town is when you have a main street lined with abandoned gas stations. Because the unfortunate truth of that is the guy who buys that gas station who's not going to sell gas is probably a hoarder or some kind of a contractor who then populates the property with less than desirable aesthetics, right? There's things where we still have on the books. You know, we have a middle exit. We don't have the decorative lighting on it. I'd like my town or our town to look inviting from every exit you come in. We have the opportunity to finish our walking path. Our walking path seems fairly innocuous when you hear the words, but you will be able to go from the most west end of our town to the swimming pool, the schools, and the fairground, and only cross 2 streets, 3rd and 5th. We will be in bridges underneath there and stuff like that, which adds a degree of public safety. But the public also is at a point, they like walking paths. I think they like it. Ours is too narrow, but I think they'd like it to be wide enough to walk and ride a bike. But the fact of the matter is those projects mean a lot to the people that want to move there. And I truthfully think that we have to, you know, we have to figure a way to add amenities to these towns if we're going to attract young people. And without young people, you don't have a workforce. So anyway.
Great.
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes, Mr. Shaver.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I almost hesitate asking this because it's just going to elongate this. I'm going to support the project. I think in many ways, we need to be doing things that create communities in the state of Wyoming that attract people and want people to come and stay. And so infrastructure side, these types of things can do that. I'm just curious. So I applaud you for having the vision of thinking about how do you get your town to the point where you're less reliant on those direct appropriations, that subsidy, and doing that through a population growth. In many ways, you could argue Wyoming needs to adopt the same mentality where we need to grow and think about how we look at growing our communities so that we're less reliant on what have become challenging revenue streams. And I see you got the good Senate president with you too. And I know he's grappling with this a little bit, but my question is how do you address those folks that would rather our towns stay exactly as they are? And not grow. And because that's part of the pushback we'll get on projects like this. Why are we investing state dollars into projects like this that are ultimately going to bring more people here, which means my community is going to be more crowded, my fishing spot's going to be more crowded or whatever. I'm just curious, how do you combat, what do you say to those folks?
I'd say get in a pickup with me, and I'll tell you why I say that. I work for the telephone company in my other occupation. I'm the power guy. I go around where there's power problems, I fix them. And I travel all throughout eastern Montana and actually eastern Montana primarily. But I go to these towns and they're dying, and they're clearly dying. I mean, most of them are down to a part-time gas station. If they have food at all, it's served through a convenience store. You know, they talk about the health effects of the food desert. Eastern Montana has the health effect of that. But Eastern Montana will stand on their laurels and they will say, by God, we didn't let them come in here and take us over. Well, I truthfully think when you see it with your own eyes, you change your mind. You say, hey, you know, and the other part I have is I'm 30 miles from Spearfish, probably one of the more progressive towns in South Dakota. So I'm not stepping into the ring. You know, if this was a fight, right, I'm not stepping into the ring with a 12-year-old. I am stepping in against a pretty formidable opponent. And as a result of that, I can see that we have to make changes. I mean, truthfully, this state's been around for over 100 years and we've grown 70,000 people. I think we need to maybe focus a little different, whether it takes your fishing hole or not.
Well said. Anything else? Yeah, Chuck.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to vote for your project, but I got to tell you, $3 million to renovate 1 floor sounds like a fair amount of money.
Oh my God, it's horrible.
Sounds like something my wife would agree.
And for that figure, you have my apology, but Can I give you a for instance that's frustrating? Because of the building was built in 1923 and there wasn't power transformers. So we had to put the power transformer in the basement of the building because even though there's buildings and other things around, it's not aesthetically correct to have a transformer behind it. So we had to put it inside. And when you start making those type of changes to a building, and we had to meet with the local power co-op and get them to change their rules to allow us to put it in there. I mean, there's all kinds of things in this historic register thing that may seem innocuous, but when you're living it, it becomes incredibly expensive.
Yeah. Come on over to Sheridan, Chuck. I think that there's a fellow that spent about over $1 million just on the bar. It's going to be opening it up here. So one of these days, so you can bring your wife and she can get some ideas.
That's a painful idea, but
Painful idea. Any other, this has been great. Any other discussion?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Mayor, I would like to just comment also. I sit on the board of the Greenbelt Task Force in Green River, Wyoming. So the Greenbelt, it is important. I think communities are very interested in projects like this. It builds up a community and attracts people to come in. When we don't have excessive shopping, but we have other things, you have to have something that will draw people back into the community. So I too support the project.
Well, here's another interesting thing about this, and then I'll leave you guys, but we don't advertise. We had the old school building and then the one that we tore down, which we tore down and it took a lot of money, but we got it in our landfill before we closed it. So we didn't have to freight it to Gillette. So it cost a lot, but it could have cost a lot more. But we don't advertise a spray pad in that park. But what's happened is there are people that stop there all day long with out-of-state place, tourist type people, right? And Department of tourism would really like them to slow down and stop. And we do that, and the kids play in the spray pad and the parents use the museum. So in fact, even though Google leads you past the town to the third exit and then on to Devil's Tower, somehow or other, the word is out that we have a nice downtown and people do stop. I don't know how to quantify it. I mean, without sitting there with a tablet and taking down license plates, I don't know how you would do that. But I do know it's working, and I know your Greenbelt works. What's the railroad station thing? I've been to conferences there. I mean, it's a beautiful facility. Yeah. So anyway, with me also is Andrea Driscoll or Andrea Wood from, she's on the board that oversees it. So I will cede the floor and let her have it.
Thank you, Mayor Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Durrell, co-chairs and board members. My name is Andrea Wood, and I am the current chairperson of the Crook County Museum District. And really, our group is part of why this problem exists. Because we are a special district, we had to get really creative about how we were going to save Old Stony. And when we were saddled with the National Historic Register designation, I wasn't even hardly alive yet, folks. So it's something that's been going on for a long time, but something I hope that you can see that our community, which is not just Sundance, but the greater Crook County area, is very supportive of. I was really delighted at the turn of conversation brought about for this project. I understand, our board understands that this project doesn't align perfectly with the vision that the Business Council has at this point in time. I'm more closely aligned in 2017 when the project began, and over the course of time, that isn't necessarily true. We recognize and understand that, but I hope that you can find the value in finishing Old Stony. It truly will make a huge difference in our community. What I provided for you today was an update that our representative Brandy asked us to put together that gave you some ideas about how we're planning to market the space once it is completed. And I'll tell you, it's been difficult for us to quantify what the potential economic impact of this project can be. And part of that is because we're in such a rural and remote place that we're not talking about direct job creation. What we're talking about is giving people who are married to ranchers and maybe looking for a job in town, or who are stay-at-home moms that need to make a little extra income, can now start a catering company because there's a wedding venue that's available. My husband and I actually have a wedding business. We own tables and chairs, tents, linens, the whole 9 yards, right? You want to get married in Crook County, we can help you. We take our trailer to South Dakota far more often than we take it to Crook County. And every time I cross the state line, I cry because those are dollars that are leaving our state. And for the state, it might look like pennies, but for those of us living in Crook County, that makes a big difference in our community. And if we can provide some of that ancillary support, there will be economic impact. It might take us a little longer, but we're going to get there. It really is a positive project with a lot of merits. There isn't a cultural center of any kind anywhere close to us. If we want to have a play or musicians come to town, it's a struggle to find where we're going to put them. And that's true countywide. I think you'll find in this document, it talks about we have about 7 spaces in the county where we can have meetings. All of those meeting spaces are smaller than this area you're sitting in, most of them. None of them are equipped with the technology to put on an actual meeting of this type, or even just a committee meeting where you'd like to put somebody on the phone. Cell service is questionable at best, shall we say. So there is a direct need in our area for this type of facility. The problem is that our vision for that type of facility happens to be occurring in a special district owned, very beautiful, but very historic building, which means the cost of putting it up to the task that's been put before it is really difficult. We need your help, and it sounds like we have your support, and I can't thank you enough for that and for your previous support. This project has merit in more ways than one, even if it doesn't line up with the current vision of the Business Council. But what I really challenge you to do is look at Old Stony as a microism of what's happening throughout our state. So without the Business Council funding projects like community facility rehabilitation, there's not a lot of other funding sources. What are we going to do as a state to help address the people that come after us that have the Old Stonies? How are we going to help preserve that? Because it's also preserving our culture. Mr. Brooks talked about bringing young families into our communities. These are the type of things that they seek out and need and they value that the building itself is old. So I would welcome any questions that you might have from the board packet that was provided to you, from what I passed out to you as well, or if you've had the chance to look at the 2022 CFR application, also has a lot of information in it as well.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right. Well, I would entertain a motion that we accept the motion. The motion would be to accept the how was it? The staff recommendation to go into negotiation on a contract.
Mr. Committee Chair?
Yeah.
Just a comment and then
Sure.
that. So a comment, and first of all, I'll leave my wife out of it. But appreciate the members of the community being here. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Wood, did I get that right? Thank you for being here. And the comment that it may or may not line up with the vision of the Business Council is one thing, but it certainly lines up with this particular program. And I just want to make that point. I would absolutely make that motion to accept the staff recommendation to proceed with the grant award contract for the city of Sundance.
Thank you, Eric.
And I would second it. Chairman Law.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, if we vote aye, we do not fund the project. Is that correct?
No.
If we vote aye, it is because we accept the project.
Yes.
Just had to be cleared.
Good.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, just to clarify, I believe the motion that Mr. Co-Chair made was that to accept the staff recommendation for the contract for the project. And I want to make sure that we're being clear there. So we are voting on the contract. Just to clarify, one of our internal procedures within the Business Council is any contract over $100,000 also must come in front of the Board of Directors.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. That's right. So we're voting for the contract. Okay.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah.
Just a quick comment. I just would like to make the comment after being involved in the first round of this project with the BRC and sitting in the basement of Old Stony with our staff, with you, Ms. Wood, and Mr. Mayor. I'm I thought it was a great project then. It wasn't a great fit for BRC, but seeing the building and seeing the space and seeing the impact on Sundance, I'm glad that we've now ended up in a place where there's a mechanism where we can fund this project. I understand it's been a difficult project. I know Brandy's been working for a large amount of time with you guys on this, and just want to say I'm glad we were finally able to find a mechanism to even come to a vote on this.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for the good of the order here? All right, all those in favor of accepting the contract signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman. Quick comment, if I may.
Please.
Heartfelt thanks to all of you, not just for this, but what all you do. It was pretty fitting today for you to put the ranch up for all of your stuff. This project is of immense importance to our community and us. And I really thank all of you for reaching out and doing it. Look forward to all of us figuring out how we support a lot of these small communities. You know, one comment I've got is living in the flyover part of Wyoming, which is hard to say there is one when they consider the whole state as flyover, but these small rural communities struggle to keep people in them and do it while we watch our bigger cities grow. And it tends to be, it's a natural process when we're sitting where you folks do, and I sit in the same type area. It's easy to support what's really successful and go in and overlook some of the behind the scenes stuff. And I encourage you to look really close at the Wheatland, Torrington, Newcastle, Riverton, Powell level communities. Is how do we help them grow? Because the question that got asked was interesting, is how do we talk about who's coming in? How we do that is looking at this. We got kids at home. That's what we do when you support it. It's my grandkids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on. Well.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. We will move on with the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program projects.
Oh.
We preempted the break.
Okay, yes, we did preempt the break. All right.
Break.
I'm out. When are we going to be back, Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Let's reconvene at 2 o'clock.
2
Thank you.
o'clock.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough. Okay. How about now? There we go. Okay. All right, Noel, you're back at it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And I'll have Ben pull the slides back up, but yeah, so we'll start on the BRC projects for this quarter. Just kind of an overview, and to remind you, we accept applications quarterly. This round, we accepted community readiness applications. We do accept business committed and managed data center applications anytime. So those can come at any time during the year. And so then some of the upcoming deadlines, we have the community projects applied September 1. So those will be the ones that you see next time. And then it'll be readiness again for November 1st, and then February 1st applications are planning. And then next, I just wanted to give a quick overview of the ineligible applicants as of this time. These are the communities that we need quarterly or annual or final infrastructure reports from. This list will be, if they have not become compliant before then, we will include this list in the BRC report to the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Joint Minerals Business and Economic Development Interim Committee meeting, or Interim Committee. That report is due November 1st. Here's an overview of our funding. So we have 3 projects before you today. Currently, we have about $94.5 million in the BRC account. Funds remaining, if the recommendations are awarded, would be $76 million. So the first project comes from the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport Board. The Airport Board is requesting a $2 million community readiness grant and $5 million community readiness loan to complete the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport Commercial Terminal Modernization Project. The Airport Board was awarded a $3 million BRC Community Readiness Grant in April of 2021 for this project. Their increased request follows a series of challenges that have resulted in increased costs and significant delays. And that 2021 BRC write-up is in your board materials beginning on page 304. Our recommendation for this project is a partial fund. We are recommending to fund the loan request, but do not fund the grant request. About 5 to 10 years ago, the Airport Board and staff began intensive plans to redevelop the airport's commercial airline terminal. The ultimate plan consisted of expanding the terminal to almost twice its existing size and renovating the existing terminal to match the new addition, infrastructure upgrades, and parking lot upgrades. Additionally, in 2023, the airport completed its most recent FAA-approved master plan. This plan predicts the airport will be served by a 76-seat regional jet aircraft daily, with less than daily service to destinations such as Las Vegas and Phoenix by 2027. They currently have 50-seat aircraft, so this is an increase from what they currently do. When the original BRC grant was awarded in 2021, the Airport Board issued an RFP for a construction manager at risk, or CMAR, to complete the project. The selected manager at risk began pre-construction work with the Airport Board and its design team to issue a guaranteed maximum price. Unfortunately, unforeseen issues arose during the initial construction process. These issues resulted in a termination of that contract in August 2023 and ongoing litigation. The Airport Board worked with the Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, to determine what their next steps should be. With their guidance, the Airport Board selected Q&D Construction to complete the project. As the construction had been started but not finalized, Q&D conducted a new pre-construction process and revised the budget. When combined with costs that have already been incurred, plus increase in costs just because of COVID and shipping, the total project cost rose to about $41.5 million. The previous total project costs in 2021 were 18.6, so it more than doubled in those few years. Due to these issues, this project is partially complete, but is underfunded. The Airport Board has undergone a robust fundraising campaign since early 2024 to fully fund this project. Here's an overview of the sources that they have applied for funding. And then here are some pictures of the half-finished work with the airport. The 2020 Aviation Impact Study conducted by WYDOT Aeronautics Division showed that the airport supported visitor spending, with the average visitor spending about $1,600 per visit. This economic activity supported 183 local jobs and $6.1 million in local payroll. Overall, the airport is responsible for a total annual activity of $36.9 million. This includes 324 jobs, $11.4 million in local payroll, $25.5 million in spending, and $1.4 million in state and local tax revenue. Furthermore, the Airport Board has applied for more funding than projected cost estimates. If successful with all of their funding requests, the Airport Board would work with the Business Council, the City of Rock Springs, and Sweetwater County to reduce the amount that is drawn down on the BRC grant and loan. They also worked closely with the FAA and us to determine next best steps to take to navigate the challenges that they faced. Finally, there is potential to attract and retain additional workforce to the region with this project. For example, recently a new aircraft maintenance company relocated to the airport property. They are employing about 15 jobs that pay over $100,000 a year. And this was something that the airport board was able to do on their own, utilizing their own economic development funds to bring that company here. Some of the state considerations, as we all are well aware of, the southwest region of Wyoming is experiencing a period of heightened economic activity. The upcoming nuclear power plant in Kemmerer is proposed to bring in approximately 2,000 jobs during the building phase and approximately 200 permanent jobs. Additionally, Genesis Alkali near Green River has finalized its expansion. There are 2 additional trona mines, Project West with WE Soda and Pacific Soda. Pacific Soda has between 2,000 and 4,000 temporary workers and will employ 530 full-time workers at full operation in 2026-2027. Additionally, the Exxon gas plant near Kemmerer is moving toward carbon capture. There is also a really good BRC leverage ratio of only 24% is BRC dollars into this project. And the infrastructure improvements will further develop other airport property to help attract business to the area. While there is no revenue recapture on the grant request due to FAA regulations, the airport board is requesting a $5 million loan. So that loan is at a 1% interest rate over a 30-year term. Annual payments would be about $194,000 and interest collected at about $812,000. So the compelling things that we found with this project is that the applicant has applied for more funding from various sources than what is needed to fund the project. The project will support the high level of economic activity occurring in the Southwest Wyoming, and the community supports this project. I had forwarded you a bunch of letters of support from them yesterday, and that high leverage ratio that there are a lot of other funding sources in this project other than just BRC funds. The concerning item is that no new work is being performed. This is just to finish the work that was already applied for in 2021. Costs have just risen and challenges have caused delays that also increase those costs. But our recommendation is to fund the loan as requested, the loan only, with total BRC funding not to exceed 20% of total eligible project costs. I'm happy to answer any questions. And we have a few people from the airport here and one online as well that can answer questions.
Thank you, Noel. Any questions?
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes.
I have some questions. Noel, talk to me a little bit about the FAA ruling of no recapture, how that affects this project, and also how do we reconcile that with the statutes that we're required to go under? Would you just talk to me a little bit about that?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Tomasi. I will let Devin Brubaker go a little bit more over the FAA requirements, but with our statute and our requirements, our rules state that we get revenue recapture as long as there are no other state or federal requirements that state that we can't get it. And that's where the FFA comes into play. But I'll let Devin give a little bit more detail about the FAA regulations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Devin Brubaker, Airport Director for the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. If it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, I'll address that question first, and then I do have a few comments I'd love to share with the board if possible.
Feel free.
Awesome. Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the question. Excellent question. I was actually fortunate to work with the governor's office and the business council staff about 8 years ago to address this situation within your rules and policies when they were being rewritten. The Federal Aviation Administration has a very long list, 39 grant obligations. That's about to grow to 41 thanks to some new congressional action, but there's 41 grant obligations we as a federally obligated airport have to follow. One of them has to do with revenue diversion. We are not allowed to generate any revenue on the airport that can be diverted to another use outside of the airport. When we inquired with them about 8 years ago, as the Business Council was rewriting their policies about the ability to do a revenue recapture, we got in writing from the FAA, which is very hard to get, but we were able to get in writing from the FAA that they would consider a revenue recapture as a revenue diversion from the airport, which would put us in violation of our federal grant obligations, which would require us to pay back and not just lose future grants, but have to pay back all past grants as well, which is tens and potentially even hundreds of millions of dollars dating back to the 1960s. So there is definitely an incentive not to violate those grant assurances. I will point out, though, that the airport board has been in full compliance with our grant agreements that we have in place with this organization that require us to do a revenue recapture, but keep that money internal and reinvest that money in economic development projects at the airport. So we can't cut that check back to you guys, but we're keeping it in a separate account. Well, not necessarily a separate account, but financially in a separate line item. And we are then reinvesting that money in the future. And Mrs. Reed spoke about one of those projects that we just completed a couple months ago, where the airport board invested $1 million to renovate a old snow removal equipment building into a aircraft hangar for a company that was looking to set up a second location. Their headquarters is in Minnesota. They were looking to set up a second location to perform aircraft maintenance and aircraft parts distribution. Through a recruitment effort, we were able to recruit them to our airport. And it's a project that I feel quite confident if we would have brought a grant application to you all for a business committed grant, that you all would have probably found pretty favorable. But we funded that on our own without coming to you all and asking for that. Additionally, right now, we're in the midst of about $1.2 million of water and sewer system upgrades. 50% of that is being self-funded. The other 50% is being funded by ARPA dollars. So that's another investment in our economic future at the airport and in our community. And we're also in the middle of undertaking network and internet upgrades to allow all of our tenants to have high-speed internet at the airport. That's also being self-funded. So those are just projects within the last 6 months that I can speak to, and that's approaching $2 million that we've invested on our own without coming to you all or any other state entity to request funding support. So hopefully that addresses your question there. And if I can, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to just talk about a few high points, and I'll be brief so you guys can continue with your agenda.
That'd be fine, Evan. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. So I want to give a little bit of a background on the airport. So Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport, we are the only commercial service airport in Southwest Wyoming. We provide twice daily service through United Airlines that connects to over 153 worldwide destinations with just a single stop in Denver. And that's going to grow in 2025 to over 170 destinations across the world. So that's a great opportunity for Southwest Wyoming to be able to connect to the global economy, especially when we have many industrial companies in our community that are owned internationally and have international investors. It's imperative that they can connect to our community. I want to point out that I know your staff shared some economic impact information. In 2020, WYDOT Aeronautics performed a statewide aviation economic impact study. Our airport was deemed to have a $36.9 million economic impact each year. I want to share with you that that grew by $15 million from 2013 to 2020. And a big reason for that is this organization's investment in our general aviation facilities that we constructed in 2017 and 2018. And I share that with you because I think it's important that you understand that when you invest in our airport, when you invest in our team, in our community, and ultimately in me, we make sure that there's an economic return on the money that you invest. I'd also like to point out a couple other things that aren't really affiliated with this project, but I think it's important to understand the importance of the airport. So we are a regional medical evacuation facility. University of Utah Air Med has both fixed wing and helicopter operations based at our airport that allows for 24/7 medical evacuation. We are one of 13 air tanker bases for the Bureau of Land Management across the country to provide aerial firefighting services. And thanks to the support of this board and others, in 2017 and 2018, we constructed first-class general aviation facilities and expanded our service offerings that allowed us to see that significant economic impact growth in our community that I spoke about. And then the last thing I'll leave with you, and we can have a sidebar if you want to learn more, because I could talk hours about this item. We are in the final stages of becoming the world's first airport-based CO2 hub. So we will be the first airport in the world to have not only a place for direct air capture, but also carbon sequestration and potential sustainable aviation fuel production using CO2. So we are working on those efforts with multiple private developers. And when those are culminated in terms of contractual relationships later this year, we will be the first in the world to be going down that path as an airport. So that's pretty exciting. Noel did Mrs. Reed, sorry, did a great job of explaining our project. I want to highlight a couple things that beyond just doubling the size of our terminal. I think it's important to know that that's the bulk of the project. That's what you all see. It's what we'll cut a ribbon in front of when this project's done. It's the glamorous part of the project. But when we did this, we looked at ways that we could fix other issues at the airport. Many of you are aware that we are the only commercial service airport in the lower 48 that has to truck its water to the airport. That also means we are not connected to a sanitary sewer system, a municipal sanitary sewer system. There's a fly driving me nuts here. I am so sorry. If I start swatting like crazy, you know why. But anyway, we are constructing a low pressure sanitary sewer system that serves the entire airport, not just what is built today, but what is planned for the future. It is built and designed to be easily expandable as either public or private investments are made on airport property. That is largely funded by this project as well. That work is underway as we speak. They're out there putting in the low pressure piping. As I was pulling out today, they were there installing that. Also, as part of this project, the airport had a 3-inch natural gas main coming from town all the way up to the airport. And if you haven't been near the airport, we're 8 miles east of town, and it's a 14-15-minute drive up on top of a butte, a mesa, whatever geological formation you want to call it. But we had this 3-inch gas main coming out to the airport, and that was our source for heat. That's how we were heating all of our facilities. And it was at capacity. We could not build another square foot of either public or private facilities on the airport. So as part of this project, we saw an opportunity to get 79% of that new gas line funded by the FAA. They will not pay for a gas line as a standalone project, but if you have a project that requires more gas capacity, they will help pay for it. And so we were able to use that leverage to get 79% of that 3-mile long gas line funded. That is designed, it's a 6-inch gas line. It'll serve all of the airport's needs well beyond 2050. I took our master plan and assumed that if every building was built on our property and every square footage was covered in either hangars or other facilities, how much natural gas would we need to heat those facilities? And this 6-inch gas line will be enough to do that. So that's another key part of this project. And that allows us to unlock hundreds of acres of land for future development, either public or private. A couple of last things I have for you. Mrs. Reed shared the project cost, $41,469,410. And keeping up with the theme, I kept my wife away from design, or else it would have been $150 million. So that is in check. I'll get in trouble for that later. But where I want to really get to is I had an opportunity to speak with some of your board members and some of your staff in the weeks leading up to this meeting to better understand some of the questions that surrounded this project and where we're at. So I want to try to address some of those and maybe even address all of them so I can make your jobs a little bit easier. So up on the screen is a document that I put together, I don't know, about 4 o'clock this morning. Because we received some new information from the FAA recently that we were awarded additional federal grants to the tune of $750,000 of discretionary grant funding. And I also, with absolute all due respect to your board packet, I felt like it maybe was not as accurate, at least as how I looked at local leverage. So I wanted to share some numbers about local leverage here. And so what you'll see on this chart up at the top, you have basically the 3 if you will, options, or I'm sure there's more options available to this board, but the three that I came up with this morning, where if you funded the grant and the loan, if you funded the loan only, or if you said, we don't like this project, we're out, what those options look like. The first three lines I count as all local funding. And what that is local cash, our locally controlled FAA funding. So we have robust FAA funding on this project, but it's not all discretionary. Basically $10.25 million of the funding is locally controlled funding. It's formula funding we get every year, and we get to control what project it goes to as long as it's an eligible project. So that's funding I can allocate, the board can allocate to any dozens of other projects around the airport, but we've chosen to allocate it to this project. And then the third line, I appreciate that the business council looks at, hey, money going out the door is business council money, but ultimately we're going to pay that money back. So that is local cash. And you'll see the 5.8 million that assumes the interest rate or the interest amount as well over the 30-year period. And that is why at the very bottom, you'll see different totals. The first two columns have the total including interest, and the third column has the total without the interest, because if there's no loan funded, that would be why. The reason I wanted to show this to you is when you look at it through this perspective, 46, if you were to award, and to be clear, my request to this board is that you fund both, that you fund the loan and the grant amount. We appreciate all the work that's gone into getting to where you're at, but we would respectfully request that you fund both. If you were to do so, 46.6% of this project is funded locally. Yes, some of it comes from the FAA, but it's locally controlled money, or it's money we're going to pay back to the business council through the loan. That's 46.6% of local skin in the game. And in terms of just the business council grant, that's 11.8%. If you do the loan only, it's 51.4% of local and 7.1% for the grant. So I just wanted to share that perspective with you. I 100% understand why your board packet says what it does, but I also think it's important to look at it from the perspective of, if you were to grant a loan, you can use a loan as match on a grant, and it can count as local cash on a BRC grant. So in my mind, it should also count as local cash in this scenario as well. So I wanted to share that with you, that calculation, because I know there's been some concerns about local leverage, local investment here, and is the business council putting more in than the local community? And this shows that that's not the case. I'll also share with you that we have just under $14.2 million of pending federal discretionary grant applications out. There's no guarantee that will be selected. There's $1 billion available nationwide. There was $8.1 billion of applications. So we don't know what that's going to look like, but that announcement will come out in October or November. And as Ms. Reed shared, if we are awarded that money, we'll work with your staff, we'll work with the city and the county to make sure that we don't draw down the full amounts, or maybe even any of it if we're successful in getting the full amount. And I know I'm running long here, Mr. Chairman, but I want to touch on two last quick things here. I'm not an expert in your economic growth flywheel concept, but I served, just recently came off after 8 years of serving as chairman of our county's economic development board, and can completely understand the idea of building local capacity. And so I did some research. I dove into your annual plan from 2023 to try to better understand the economic flywheel concept. And what I found, and I wasn't sure I was going to find it, but what I found is that if you look at all the steps in that flywheel, whether it be binding constraints, determining your binding constraints, creating a compelling project, gathering resources and partners, doing the right project, and generating that local capacity, this project hits every one of those. We followed that process. We may not have called it that, but whether it was our terminal master plan, our terminal area plan, our gap analysis, our work with Endow years ago about the importance of air service and aviation to Wyoming economic development futures. When you get into the proper project, we did all the planning studies, we did approved forecasting, making sure we gather the resources. We have 8 different funding partners as we sit here today, 34 original letters of support, 11 new that were sent to you, I believe, this morning. And then doing the right project, having a big impact. I talked about natural gas lines, sanitary sewer, the terminal, all those items are very big impacts. And then generating local capacity, making sure we have air service, making sure we work with our local employers on workforce development, which I'm proud of the work-based learning that we're doing as an airport. We have over a half dozen students every week coming to the airport for job shadowing. We have summer internship programs that we're participating with the local high schools on. And then we also have been working with the Rock Springs High School to start a CTE program surrounding aviation, which started this fall. It's a 4-year program that we're excited to be partners on. So whether it be tourism, industrial growth, you name it, it's important. And the last thing I'll leave with you is a quote that you probably read a million times in the original grant application. Noelle and her team probably got tired of reading it. But I'll leave you with this and then answer your questions. If you build a place people want to visit, you build a place where people want to live. If you build a place where people want to live, you build a place where people want to work. And if you build a place where people want to work, you build a place where business needs to be. And if you build a place where business has to be, you'll build a place where people have to visit. And I think that is used heavily in the tourism industry. I serve on our tourism board and we talk about that quite often. But the airport is key to that. It's the opening door and the closing door for people visiting our community. When they come here, it's our first and last impression, and it's important we get this project done. So I'd like to thank your staff. Kylie, our regional director, is the best. Patrick's a close second. He's a good friend. Very close second, Patrick. I knew he'd appreciate that. And that Brandon guy's all right too. They're all Leadership Wyoming classmates of mine. So I just have to give them a little bit of a shout out and appreciate that. And really just appreciate your staff and the time some of you took to come visit with me leading up to this meeting. Sorry for going long. I do have a few other folks here and I promise they will keep it shorter.
Sounds great. I got a real quick question for you. How many employments do you have a year at the airport?
Mr. Chairman, that's an excellent question. So I will briefly step back from 2016 to 2019. We grew by 57%. And then the pandemic happened. We lost our second flight. We recently got our second flight back on June 1st this year. We are on pace in 2025 to be over 26,000 employments. And by 2027, easily approaching 30,000 employments.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Ms.
couple
Massey.
comments and a question. I attended one of the site visits for the airport, and it seems like the new contractor, the new construction it was a beehive up there. And it was very gratifying to see. Another thing, I had to park way far away because the parking lot is full of all sorts of construction, not construction doing construction at the airport, but people that are flying in there and going to other contracting places. It was an incredible sight to see the activity that's up there. It was pretty awesome. The question I have, I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. So you're getting a lot of different streams of funding from different places. And you said that you were going to be careful about drawing down. Are you going to be careful about drawing down on everybody or just on the business council? How is that going to work? Who are you going to choose to pay first, or how is that going to work?
That's a great question. I can guarantee the federal government will be last because it's impossible to give them money back. It's an interesting thing. They're really good about taking taxes, but when you get a grant, it's really hard to give the money back. So our plan, we don't have a firm plan because it's all dependent on what kind of dollars we're talking about if we're awarded additional federal dollars. But it would be the focus to make sure the city, the county, and the business council are all taken care of. And then YDOT and the airport board would be secondary to that. But the primary would be city, county, and business council. And what we've talked about, and nothing's firmed up, but kind of coming up with a ratio. Hey, you had 7% into this project, so we're going to give, we'll reduce it by a proportionate amount, basically. And what we will work with your team, whatever needs to happen to make it happen. The goal is to have the least amount of impact as possible. We know this is a big ask. One thing that we pride ourselves on, I pride myself on, is I'm a big believer in rising tide lifts all boats. So if I can give you all money back to invest in other projects in our community or others, that makes me very happy. I actually gave $1 million back to YDOT 3 years ago because I didn't think I needed it because we had a GMP and we were in a good spot. And I gave $1 million back to the business council, or I'm sorry, not business council, YDOT, for them to reinvest in other airports around the state. We would do the same here if that opportunity arose.
Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the information. A couple of quick questions for you, and I may have a follow-up. The first one is more of a broad statement. I'm familiar with other airport renovations, terminal renovations in the state that were funded solely through FAA and through local funds without state investments. So help me understand why additional investments by the Business Council are important, or what makes this project unique. That's the first one. Then the second one is, tell me what's the sources of the local cash? And being able, am I interpreting correctly that if we funded a grant and loan award, you'd only put 3.6 million in, but you have the ability right now to put 10.6 in if we awarded nothing?
Mr. Chairman, two excellent questions. Leading up to this, I watched your last 3 meetings and expected some tough questions from you, so I was ready for this. So that's a compliment. I appreciate your diligence on these questions. So very, very well stated questions. The first question is, I believe, understanding why we're here and maybe other airports haven't been in the past. If you look at across the state, airports that have undertaken projects of this magnitude have stood before this board, whether that be the Cheyenne Regional Airport or the Jackson Hole Airport, where they have built largely new terminals. This is basically a new terminal. We're saving some money by keeping the bones of the old terminal and using that superstructure, but it's largely a very similar project in scale. Whereas the other terminal projects that have occurred across the state, like in Sheridan, they have a small expansions that they do, that, you know, 3 million here, 4 million there, 2 million there. That doesn't necessitate them to come here. Our building, the way it was designed, doesn't allow for small additions, double T structure, split double T structure and things. We can't just go do small additions. We have to basically rebuild and base everything on that structure. So I hopefully that addresses that question. The second question, the local cash is support from the city, county, and airport board. The city and the county and the airport board have a standing MOU that would allow for them to step up and help support the completion of this project. We had to get the project going again. It sat largely stagnant for 1.5 years. We had to get construction going. Costs continued to climb. So we approached the city and the county and they said, go find grants, go find loans, go find whatever you can, but we'll make sure we can help cash flow the project in the meantime. I will leave it to our mayor, who's here with me, Mayor Mickelson, and our commission liaison, Commissioner Toman, who's on virtually, to speak why they can't just write that check. They could, but why it would be detrimental to Southwest Wyoming and detrimental to the industrial development that's coming to Sweetwater County. They have their own projects that are in place to try to facilitate what's happening in Southwest Wyoming. So I'll leave that to them because that's their highway, but hopefully that addressed your 2 questions.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up, and I think I know the answer to this. So I'm familiar, of course, with the renovation of and the creation of the new Cheyenne terminal. A large portion of that was funded through a 6-penny project. Any local option tax revenues into this project at all?
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. So this project was on the list to be in our 6-penny ballot in 2022. When we received all the grant funding that came in and the puzzle got put together at the original project cost, it was decided to pull that from the 6-penny. And so we did approve a 6-penny in 2022 as a community, over $80 million. It's being collected still today. But this project was removed because there were other priorities that weren't funded in the community. And so they said, well, your project's funded, so we're going to make sure we can put this money to other infrastructure in the community. I'd love to go back and redo that, but I unfortunately, that's not how the system works. So.
Yes, Lance. Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So can you help me with, I'm looking at the sources of funds or funding overview in the packet. And as I read costs, we're looking at what, 40 42 million, is it the 41, 42?
So, Mr. Chairman, excellent question. So when you look on the sheet here, the only reason that the actual project costs are the 41, 469, 110, the higher number on the left on the two columns is due to the $812,000 of interest on the loan, just to make sure that I got to 100% on my chart. So
42, 41, I get that. So if I'm looking at the sources of funds, then which of these funds do you have in hand today? Because
So-
as I read it, several are anticipated, and if they don't come through, you're still not at 42. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. This is up to date as of 4 a.m. this morning with the latest information from the FAA. If it would help you, I can do a quick rundown of these grants on your sheet that's in your board packet. This is slightly older information that I didn't have in time to be able to update your staff. The first three grants that are listed there have so awarded means the grant's already been executed. That's done. The $2.657 million, the fourth line, that grant was accepted 2 days ago. So that's awarded. The formula funds that are listed, let's see here. Let me go to the next one here. The 1,000,012, the 1,000,012, the $2 million 12 ones. Those are programmed. That means there are money to use. We just can't access the money yet because it's not in that federal fiscal year. But as soon as the clock turns, we'll get that money and it is reimbursable. So that's factored into this chart. The next two, $1.3 million in June of 25 and June of 26. Those actually were awarded early and we accepted those grants 2 days ago as well. So that 2.6 is already secured. The next, the fiscal year 27 and 28, 1.3, those are programmed. That's our money. In the future, those will reimburse expenditures. So that speaks to the city and the county are going to help provide some of that cash flow basically for us to get to when those grants come in. The supplemental AIP, the second to last federal line there, we requested just under 1.5 million. On Friday, the federal government announced that we were selected for $750,000 of that 1.49. The 14.65, it's actually 14.17 million. That's the federal portion. And that is the one that we're waiting for an announcement in October or November. But this does not factor in the award of those funds. This does not factor in any additional discretionary money coming to the table. When I looked at this chart, this is great, a lot of information, but I felt like I could maybe simplify it based on my experience and knowledge with these grants and try to put it in that chart for you all today. And then as we scoot down to YDOT, the first one's already awarded. The second one was awarded this month at 1.3 million instead of $1 million. So it was funded at $353,000 higher than what we had anticipated. And then obviously you see the business council amounts and then the local portions at the bottom. And those are all the different pieces. And the local cash is just trying to put the puzzle together. Wherever that falls is where we put that. And right there's those three options. And that would change if more discretionary funds come in.
So follow up, Mr. Committee Chairman. So if you don't receive the 14.65 million, you're still able to build the project, assuming the other sources come in?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Just a quick follow on to Dr. Schaefer's question regarding the airport. Your new design that you're planning to proceed with, will that be capable of expansion in more of a modular, smaller manner going forward, kind of alleviating your having to recreate the wheel problem in the future? Basically, are you trying to future proof yourself a little bit better through this process?
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. That was a priority during design, and the building is designed to be able to be expanded on either end. So it was largely a rectangle building. It's now going to be even a larger rectangle, elongated, and we can continue to add onto the end. It's not necessarily always ideal, but we're landlocked or airspace locked on the airfield side. We cannot build any closer to the runway than where we're at today. And if we built out towards the parking lot, then we have a bunch more civil work that has to be done And so that was factored into design to make sure we didn't add a bunch of civil costs onto the project. And so we tried to work within the footprint that we had available. And so, yeah, one day we could have a very, very long building, not quite as long as a B concourse in Denver, but it could be a very long building one day.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Committee Chair.
There.
I would like to readdress that 14 million from the FFA again. I just wanted to make sure I understood the answer that if you're waiting for that award, can you address that one more time? There's so many numbers going around.
Yeah, and I apologize. This is, imagine trying to manage all these grants. We're up to like 21 different grants on this project with the FAA, how it's all come in. It's been crazy. So if we are awarded that money, it will largely be used to supplant local business council and YDOT funds. That's the premise. If we're awarded those federal dollars, if we're not, this is the model right here. This is as if there is no new federal money coming in after what was announced on Friday. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair, I do, please.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. I'd just like to touch base and go back on, coming from education, that's my background, right? Taught high school for 8 years. Education is changing, K through 12 education. We're seeing it slowly, but hopefully we can begin to take some bigger steps in that arena. What Devin is doing with students at the airport is supporting Governor Gordon's RIDE pilot program and those monies and those initiatives that are taking place K through 12. Green River High School was awarded some funding last year. Rock Springs has been brought on board this year. Schools are trying to reach out to our local businesses and communities to get students into those internship programs. When we talk about developing a community, the workforce is an essential part of that community. And the airport being willing to take those students on, have them come in and do these programs, it's more than you can put a dollar amount on, I think. And then if he's willing to develop programs with Western Wyoming Community College, it propels all of those projects forward in new directions. So I think there's a lot going on here besides just what's on the paper with these dollars.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I know we have gone extremely long, but I would love to give my board chairman, our mayor, and our commissioner just a few moments to share and answer any questions you might have.
Great. Yeah, we'd be happy to hear that. We have a lot on the docket, but that'd be fine.
Mr. Chairman, I'll introduce Jim Wamsley, our board chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to get up and speak to you today. I'd first like to comment that the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport is overseen by a joint powers board. It's funded by monies from the city of Rock Springs as well as Sweetwater County, who have been wonderful partners in all of our endeavors. This past year, in fact, we significantly increased our ask to them for a regular budget. And although it was a challenge, we were successful in working with them to accomplish that. I would like to reiterate what Director Brubaker said about the support from this body for both the loan as well as the grant. I'm not a pilot. I kind of got onto the airport board by accident. My regular vocation, I'm a fire chief. Been a fire chief for going on 19 years, first for Sweetwater County Fire District number 1, then for the city of Rock Springs, which is my employer now. When the airline pulled one of the daily flights, ostensibly to paint the aircraft, it changed the dynamics for training for our volunteer firefighters. Instead of being able to go back to the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, and come back in one day, they were now required or obligated to spend 2 days coming back. They ended up staying in Denver one night so that they could catch the flight the next morning. That's a challenge from a fiscal perspective for the fire district, but also for our volunteers, who generally, when they take those trips, are obligated to use vacation or benefit time at their day job. So I thought there had to be more to the Sweetwater County Airport or the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport than meets the eye. So I petitioned to be on the board, and I'll tell you, it has been one of the most rewarding and informative experiences of my public career. If you look at the infrastructure that spans our state, I don't think there's anything that's more valuable and more dynamic than an airport. I'm going to steal this from Devin. I've heard him say it several times. I'm glad he didn't use it today. That way I still get to use it. If you build a mile of freeway, it'll take you a mile. If you build a mile of railroad, it'll take you a mile. But if you build an airport runway, a mile of airport runway, it will take you around the world. The Rock Springs or Sweetwater County Airport is our portal to the space-time continuum. It's our flux capacitor for those who remember Back to the Future. It's our gateway to people coming into our community to see what Wyoming and Southwest Wyoming have to offer the world. It's our impetus for growth in industry. It's the portal where people come to Wyoming to see the natural beauty and the cultural heritage that we all enjoy and are proud of. I really don't have anything beyond that. I said I wouldn't be too long, but if you have any questions for me, I'm certainly ready to answer.
Mr. Chair.
Get back on the speaker. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. One of the things I noticed as you were all talking is that it is the Southwest Area Regional Airport. And yet what I heard from Devon is that the city of Rock Springs puts in money and the county puts in some money. And I didn't hear any money from other cities, other counties, and certainly many of the men and women who take flights every week. And I can tell you as a business owner, in the past, I used to ride every week. If you wouldn't have been there, my business would never have been. Thank you, number one. Number two, so why aren't we, is that a possibility someday? But we do serve all of Southwest Wyoming. And I can never thank the airport board enough for doing that. And I appreciate you. And but if we don't do this project now, if we waited till October or some other time continuum to do the project, it would be too late for the projects in Kimber that are going to happen, for the other businesses that are going to come in, because I can tell you firsthand, I needed that airport to do business. I needed it today. I can't wait until October when you may or may not get that money. So I appreciate that Devin has said, look, I'll give some back if I can, but we need to do this project today. And I understand that. And I hope, we always talk about doing work at the speed of business and not at the speed of government. So let's kind of hold to our word here and do things at the speed of business and not the government. So I'm gonna, but is that true? It's just Rock Springs right now and Sweetwater County.
Mr. Chairman, Cindy, yeah, that is correct. The Joint Powers Board is funded exclusively by the city of Rock Springs and Sweetwater County. However, I don't think that gives the whole picture.
Okay.
If we look at the commercial air traffic that goes through the airport, that's supported by Green River. It's supported by the residents of Carbon County, of Sublette County, even the closest counties in Utah, Uintah County, which is vernal, as well as Daggett County and Uintah County, Wyoming. It's supported by revenues that come from people that fly in to build our tax base, the folks that are going to come in to develop the Natrium project, the folks that will be here to bring the 2 new soda ash plants online. Those folks also support our efforts. The airport, I have come to realize, is truly one of the greatest economic engines that drives a region. And I say Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport Board, truly, we are the Southwest Wyoming, and I would argue Northwest Colorado, Northeast, whatever you consider that vernal area to be of Utah. We encompass all of those areas. So the direct funding comes from the city of Rock Springs and Sweetwater County. However, the participation from area industry, as well as the residents of Sweetwater County, Sublette County, all those surrounding areas, they also contribute by their support of the airport and their use of the commercial flights and the private flights.
Great. Appreciate the comments, Cindy. There said there were some other folks from the.
Yes, I'd like to
project?
turn the time over to Sweetwater County Commissioner Mary Tolman. She's our liaison from the Sweetwater County Commission. I believe she's online.
All right, very good.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am Commissioner Mary Tolman from Sweetwater County Board of Commissioners, liaison to the Airport Board, and I'm also a private pilot who housed a Cessna 182 at that airport for several years, as well as at Kimmer. I don't know what I can say because our on-fire director and our chairman have covered most of the issues, and I appreciate Ms. Johnson's comments. We are in the midst of a boom in Southwest Wyoming with the Trona mines and the Natrium plant, oil and gas, Jackalope Wind, Caltech Firearms, Simplot Phosphates, and the list goes on. So we are in a booming state. We're just waiting for all the money to flow in. That's where we're behind the eight ball a little bit. But it is crucial that this terminal expansion project be completed as soon as possible, and that is happening now. Our commission is committed to supporting and seeing the completion of this project. We recently passed a resolution of support. I believe you saw that in your packet. Any funding appropriated by the Wyoming Business Council, let me tell you, will be well spent to further business development here and in the entire state. Our county provides 2/3 or 1.34 million of the airport operating budget currently, along with the city. With community support, we are able to provide other services to the county also. The commission provides ambulance service, air support services to the tune of $250,000 with SkyWest. We have a joint communications center, which Cindy Johnson sits on that board, and they're going to be needing some costly equipment upgrades. We appropriated $3 million to a hospital lab expansion. We have a public works headquarters building that we received we were able to purchase at a bargain, but now we have to spend a little bit more than the bargain to get it ready to be able to use it. So our commission did balance our budget this year, but we put most of our capital projects on hold in order to do that. So any additional support needed by the airport from the county will hamper these and our other county ongoing projects. We already utilize our 12 mil general fund, as well as a 6 penny special project tax and a general purpose sales tax to provide these services. So I don't want to belabor these issues or these points, but we would appreciate your support for the grant and for the loan. Thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate all you do for us.
Appreciate those comments. Thank you very much. And do we have another?
Hello, I'm Max Mickelson. I'm the mayor in Rock Springs. And as I've been sitting here listening to everyone talk, I really wish I had a couple of days to sit down and tell you everything that we have going on and what a remarkable place Sweetwater County and Rock Springs are. In light of your other agenda items, rather than doing that, I would just like to address an issue that hasn't been touched. And I want everyone to be aware that I appreciate the gravity of what we're asking. Certainly in my position as mayor, we rely on our staff to provide us with recommendations. We rely on their expertise. We rely on that opinion. And there are times when, due to other information, maybe they would have made a different decision or a different recommendation, and that is then the purview of the board to do that. The $2 million loan or grant that we're asking for, if the city needs to come up with additional money because you choose not to provide that funding to us, we have projects in the works that are vital to the economic development of the city. We're working to remove a huge portion of our town from a flood zone. We've lost several large commercial developments because it was too complicated for them to work through that process, and so they pulled out. So, easily 50, 60 jobs just since I've been mayor, which is a little over a year and a half. We will lose the development of a building downtown that is a historic building that is intended and has been in the works for years that you guys were all very supportive of, which is very appreciated. We finally have a path forward for that building and we would lose that. And we are predicted, Rock Springs itself, to get 3,000 permanent new residents in the next 5 to 6 years. And we have a housing development that is in the works, and we would have to reallocate those funds. And so I am aware that we are asking you to do something that is uncomfortable and unusual, but it will come with a real loss of economic development to our community if you don't make that choice today. And so with that, I will be super brief. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor. Any further questions for our folks from Rock Springs? Go ahead, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think this is for anyone in Sweetwater County that can answer it. It follows along with what Dr. Schaefer was asking. What does 1% sales and use tax mean to Sweetwater County per year?
Devin's got the exact number, and I would go on the record and say that the city of Rock Springs is absolutely committed to you guys being repaid before us. No worries.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Durrell, I asked that question this morning on the way here. In 2023, our specific purpose tax, 1 cent, Sweetwater County wide, $19,280,969.
Please.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Brubaker, so if that 1% were the same as a 1% tax for economic development, what would that amount be?
The same amount.
Okay, that's how that works. I wasn't 100% sure. I just wanted to make sure of that. Okay, that question will likely be asked of the other communities. So if it's not by me, it will be somebody else. So you might want to start doing some calculations. Thank you, Mr. Brubaker, and thank you for being well prepared.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
I'm sorry, but in Sweetwater County, we have already put together more than the $1 million in other funding for economic development. With all of the agencies that we have, all of their funding, all of their salaries, and all the things that we fund for economic development in Sweetwater County. Does anybody have that number? Do you know, Devin? I think you might.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an exact number, but just a quick survey of the local communities in Sweetwater County. It is well in excess of the $20 million that specifically the city of Green River, Sweetwater County, and Green River invest in economic development initiatives, whether that be air service, whether that be the URAs, the chambers, the Sweetwater Economic Development Coalition, the Sweetwater Events Complex, the hospital. The list goes on and on. There are countless investments they make. I completely understand and respect the idea that we could generate more. It has been tried in our community. And I think in many communities across the state, we all know that it's not necessarily easy to get additional taxes passed. So I know our governing bodies have tried, and I imagine they might try again in the future. I can't speak on their behalf, but it has been tried.
So as a follow-up comment though, I think in Sweetwater County, even if we passed a 1% economic development tax, that money today would just kind of be supplemental then, because they'd use it. Yes, they'd use it for economic development, but then they take away all the other economic development money and spend it on other projects. I'm really kind of hesitant to say we spend a lot of money in Sweetwater County for economic development. I guess that's bottom line. And I'm not sure, you can get it from a 1% tax, or you can get it from their dedicated sources right now. And I think Sweetwater County has proven that time and time again. And we do spend a lot of money on economic development.
Thank you.
Mr.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, or Mr. Committee Chair. Sorry, it's getting late in the day. I'm looking at the numbers up here. I just need to clarify again. On Devin's number, the grant and loan award says 5 million, but I'm looking in our board packet and grant and loan is 7 million. And then I go to loan amount and it says 3 million and our loan request is 5 million. I'm just trying to get my head around the numbers and where these numbers. So just clarifying what's presented to us in our board packet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair,
Please.
Ms. Thayer, I think I can help answer that. So in the board packet, I included the loan and grant request for this time as BRC into the project. When Devin looked at this, so under local, the loan payment, that 5.8 million, that is the BRC loan plus the interest that they would pay us. Then when you go down to state and WBC, that 5 million is their 2 million request today, plus the 3 million award that they received previously.
Totally makes sense now. I just kept looking at my sheet, looking up there and saying, something's not adding up. Thank you.
Thanks for clearing that up. Anything else?
Yeah, I got asked to say a tiny bit. Promised last time you're gonna hear from me today. You won't do it again. I'm actually here to ask you to really consider the grant, and here's why. I can tell you from where I sit, Southwest Wyoming is about to be the driver of the state of Wyoming economically. It's unbelievable. When you look at the Trona mines, you look at what's coming in, and you folks are all business guys. I'm looking around. I know most of you, you do lots of business. And when you're running a business, you feed that business. And this is one for me. I live clear across state in what used to be, one of the drivers might offend them for me to say that. Campbell County paid a lot of the state's bills for a lot of years. And then we watched it move in. You do coal bed methane, you start watching the Jonah Field up Pinedale country. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of your funding that's going to come in the future for this organization and for the state of Wyoming, in my opinion, is going to come out of Southwest Wyoming. I think we're just on the tip of what's to come. And it's really time to invest in infrastructure where you know things are going to come. Yeah, I wouldn't be saying that in a lot of the different areas about it, but I myself have flown in and out of the airport, both before it was yellow boarded and as it is now. It's a necessary part. And if we want to keep bringing in some of these big carbon projects, start looking at some of the Trona stuff, these facilities matter and timing on them matters. And this is one that I think a $2 million investment to you probably is going to help bring you better money, because they're going to invest that money, as they've told you, in other places that generates more sales tax and more tax income. So for my thoughts, I think it's a wise investment to look at it. I understand the feelings that they can come up with. It's always that way. You used to hear it, like I said, I do the Campbell County. Well, you guys have got 50 million bucks sitting in an account. Why aren't you spending it? And this is a case that when you've got the ability to help make it grow and grow faster, this is probably a wise move. I will tell you the legislature in Wyoming has looked very favorably on the air across the board. We've made big investments in it. If I have a say, we'll continue to. Our areas that grow and our towns that grow, I wish you heard me say earlier Sunday, I wish we were closer to an airport, because that's one of the keys to bringing business in is great service. I can tell you, I've dealt with Devon for a long time. These guys get it. This airport, really, when you look at all the regional airports, no knock on anybody. Rock Springs Regional gets it. It's really a good airport. So I encourage you to take a strong look at it. I think you'll find a dividend payback. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Okay. I think that concludes that one. We go to the next one, right? Then is that okay?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So the next project comes from, sorry, let me move my slide here. The next project comes from the Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority, or CEDA. CEDA is requesting a $4.4 million community readiness grant to develop the Sheridan High Tech Park Phase 2. The project would include the purchase of 35 acres, along with the installation of water, sewer, and roadway infrastructure. CEDA has entered into a MOU with John E. Rice and Sons to purchase 35 acres for $2.5 million and then be gifted an additional 10.29 acres for use as a matching contribution to the project. and the recommendation before you today is to fund as requested. This project has been developed based on the success of the Phase 1. Phase 1 has been one of the community's most successful economic development projects. That 43.5-acre park contains 3 businesses that employ approximately 300 residents in light manufacturing and research and development jobs. Based on the success of Phase 1, CETA applied for and received BRC funding in 2022 to conduct a feasibility study to assess several potential sites in the Sheridan area as viable locations for the Phase 2 concept. The study recommended 2 preferred sites, and after careful consideration, the CETA board selected the John E. Rice and Sons proposal, which involves 45.29 acres north of the Sheridan High-Tech Park Phase 1 site. In addition to the purchase agreement, other factors considered when choosing that site included the location and access to Interstate 90, the potential for further ecosystem expansion since it's located next to Phase 1 and there is potential for that labor pool mobility, and the availability, capacity, and timing for the necessary infrastructure. The conceptual design for this project includes a 6-lot layout with lots ranging from approximately 5 acres to 7.5 acres, with the ability to combine lots as necessary. Here's kind of just a map of what that looks like. So on the other below Yellow Drive is where High Tech Park Phase 1 is. So it's just right across the street from that. In 2022, the community engaged a community review process called Sheridan Thrive 2035. This review captured broad community support for expanding efforts based on current successes, including light manufacturing. There's also potential for additional development outside of Phase 2. There's approximately 20 to 30 acres of privately owned land to the east of this site that will become more developable through the proposed additional infrastructure. This project also allows for CETA to potentially be self-sufficient. Currently, CETA receives an annual rent revenue of about $242,000, and this project could generate even higher revenue numbers than that. Finally, the community has been engaged in other community development efforts. Recently, the community has been focused on furthering their connection between workforce development and local businesses, as well as housing development. In 2021, Sheridan County, the City of Sheridan, and CETA completed a housing needs assessment and housing action plan. The community has now created a housing land trust. Approximately 30 lots have been donated for a housing development, and the community is looking at infrastructure and other components of that project. Sheridan is also participating in the Business Council's assessment program via Insight Consulting. Only 6 communities were selected to participate, and this year's Insight program will look at the entire community's assets and economic development efforts, not just the industrial sites like what they did last year. Finally, letters of support for this project begin on page 318 of your board packet. I wanted to kind of just show a timeline of the work that Sheridan and CETA has put into their light manufacturing and research and development. So this really started back in 08-09 with a YDOT interchange in that area. They were given that 43.5-acre site in 09. And then that's when they began their business plan for that high-tech business park. They did a CETA targeted industry study in 2013. And then they really started developing their high-tech park Phase 1, 2015 to 2017. After that, they were able to get those 3 companies, Weatherby, Vacutech, and Kennan. Those are the 3 that employ almost 300 employees in the region. 2022, they got the award from us to do that Phase 2 feasibility study. And then now they are before us for the grant request for the development of Phase 2. This project aligns with the Wyoming Economic Development Strategy by activating new economic sectors. The first phase of the Sheridan High-Tech Park was developed to aid existing businesses in expanding and recruiting advanced manufacturing to Sheridan. All 3 of the businesses that are in the park are regional or national leaders in their industries and have active research and development staff. The Sheridan High-Tech Park Phase 2 will continue those goals to further develop and grow the Sheridan area. It also enables further enhancement of the manufacturing ecosystem. Revenue from this project will be recaptured in the form of property sales or leases. CETA will retain 75% of the funds to further economic development initiatives, and the remaining 25% will be returned to the BRC account. This project was really well thought out. It's been a multi-year process to get the success of phase one, complete the feasibility study, and then moving forward with phase two. There is high potential for growth and ecosystem enhancement. There is data that indicates that as oil and gas jobs have decreased in the area, the manufacturing jobs in that area have increased at about the same level. So it's showing that diversification is occurring in that area. And then there is that potential for CETA to be self-sufficient in the future. The only concerning item is there is a little bit of a low economic development capacity in that area, just because so much of it falls on CETA's shoulders. But the community is looking at their future economic development goals. They have created an economic development task force, and that group meets monthly and is looking at how they can better respond to business leads moving forward. And they're using a local consultant to help them with that endeavor. So our recommendation is to fund as requested. I do believe Robert Briggs is here that can answer any questions, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have as well.
Does anybody have any questions for Noel?
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes, please.
Noel, in the project overview, it references 35 acres for 2.5 million and 10 acres gifted. And then in the a little further on in the uses, it references 3 million for land as opposed to the 2.5 earlier. Is that difference represented in the cash or in-kind match, or just curious about that?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Aaron's, that is maybe a typo on my end. I do believe they're purchasing it for the $2.5 million.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Catch. Any other questions for Noel before we head up Mr. Briggs? Robert?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you. Really, keep my comments really brief because we've been here. It's been a long day for all of us, I think. But what I wanted to talk about is just briefly about the symmetry of this project. And we talk about the economic development flywheel. And we talk about the cyclical nature and how communities are constantly turning back to evaluate their capacity, to look and to plan and to assess and to understand their limitations. And so one of the pieces that I like to keep with me, and this is a picture, I apologize, this is hardly fair, but this is a picture of my daughter who's out there staking in the high-tech park area, and she's spraying some lath out there. She's a sophomore in college now. And so it speaks to the things that we've done with the high-tech park phase one. We started with planning. Ms. Reed did a wonderful job of walking through some of those plans. I would add to those the North Main Revitalization Initiative and the North Main Master Plan. And so in a similar way, we had CETA's strategic plan, we had the Shared and Thrive 35 assessment, and we had the feasibility study. So we have the planning there. When we talk about skin in the game, in the infrastructure grants for the original high-tech business park, we brought $2 million in cash and in kind to the project. And in this project, we're bringing $1.1 million, $600,000 in cash, approximately $600,000 in cash, and $500,000 in the value of that 10-acre land gift. When we talk about working to ensure success of this project, with the Sheridan High-Tech Business Park phase one, we had the opportunity to participate in the Wyoming Business Council site certification process through McCollum Sweeney. And I think we were one of 2 communities, there may have been more, but I think we were one of 2 communities at the time that took advantage of that because we wanted to learn how to effectively market the park. We wanted to understand what we had in terms of our infrastructure and what we could do to enhance that for business investment. And so we're very appreciative of the opportunity to participate in the Insight phase 2 to go through a similar process and hopefully not only some of the land in the high-tech business park and this potential property, but other properties throughout our community. There's an education connection. You know, CETA is the Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority. And one of the things that we very quickly learned when we were marketing phase 1 of the high-tech business park was how important our local educational resources were K through 12 and our community college. In fact, that was one of the highlights of the Weatherby recruitment, was to be able to take them through our tech center and have them see the machine tools program and believe that a Wyoming community could train the workforce that they needed. In a similar way, we've just completed the Sheridan College Innovation Center with a manufacturing incubator, which is a new thing for us, and we're still learning what it means to have and operate a manufacturing incubator. And then finally, in terms of the potential for success, and Ms. Reed already mentioned that in phase 1 of the high-tech business park, we have over 300 people employed in manufacturing sector jobs. Combined with the other those 3 businesses, the other satellite locations, in 2022, they had $25.6 million in payroll in our community. To date, they have made more than $10 million in additional private investment in the high-tech business park. They pay a little over $235,000 a year in property tax. So this is dollars that are coming directly back to the community. And so likewise, in terms of that symmetry, we're hoping to reproduce a lot of that success in phase 2 of the high-tech business park. And I'll see for the total symmetry if I can get Kate to come back and stake some of those lots as we move forward with the project. Just in anticipation, I'd rather just get it out of the way. What I was able to find with a quick search, and this is the countywide 1-cent allocations from 2019 to 2022 for Sheridan County. Sheridan County received, so this is over 4 years, from 19 to 22. Sheridan County, 9.27 million, City of Sheridan, 16 million, 1 million to the community of Dayton, 847,000 to the community of Ranchester, and 144,000 to the community of Clearmont. CETA receives $125,000 per year as part of the city's commitment to economic development and supporting that. And so I'm happy to answer any other questions, but we're very excited for this project, and we're very excited for the ongoing support from the Wyoming Business Council and all that we do.
Thank you, Robert. Anybody have any questions for Robert? I'll just say that that's created quite the manufacturing ecosystem up there. You know, living there, I see it firsthand. So,
Mr. Committee Chair, I have a question.
yes.
Hi, I think this is a wonderful project, but I'm interested in knowing how your housing and how your workforce is going to be supported, or is going, I guess vice versa, is going to support the projects that go on there.
Sure. No, that's an excellent question, Mr. Chair, through you. That's an excellent question. That's part of the reason why CETA participates in the Economic Development Task Force, because it is an ecosystem. And it's one of those things that the community needs to continuously work on, all of these different elements of economic and community development. So that's part of the reason why CETA contributed money to the Housing Needs Assessment and Plan, and why we've been supportive of the efforts of the Housing Land Trust. We also, as far as the needs of business, CETA has in the past funded a career technical education and training study to help provide information to Sheridan College as to the types of workforce that we can train locally. I think that we will continue to look at different opportunities, and the members of our board and some of our other partners have talked about and raised the questions of housing. And so I don't want to minimize those questions at all, because they are important, and they're challenges that I think we're experiencing throughout this state, and it's acute in Sheridan. But I believe that we need to, we can't stop working to diversify the economy, and we can't stop working to create opportunities for business investment. CETA, and for its role and the other economic development partners in the community, we just have to continue to put resources and energy towards answering those housing and workforce questions at the same time.
Any other questions? Ms. Grenfell.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, I just want to build off Mr. Co-Chair's question about the 2.5 million versus the 3. For matter of public record, can we very specifically state how much the 35 acres is, so that we're straight there?
The 35 acres is $2.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
To the memorandum of understanding,
Okay,
yes.
so then I guess I want to double check. I bet I'm reading your mind, Mr. Co-Chair, if I may. I want to make sure then that our budget on page 317 of the board book, so that we're 500K off, and I want to make sure that we're accounting for that somewhere.
It's my understanding, and this may have been, and as part of mine, is that that land has a value of $500,000, the gifted land, and it is part of the overall project cost. And so the value of that land needed to be incorporated into the budget. And that was my understanding in preparing the budget. And the reason for that, the purchased land is 2.5 million. The gifted land has a value of $500,000. And if it were not gifted, it would be, it still is part of the project cost.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, if I may, though, I want to make sure, so I believe that 500K is being reflected in the in-kind match. So then in the use as part of the table, Noel, can you clarify that for us, please?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, Ms. Grenfell. So in the sources and uses on page 317, so the BRC grant is the 4.426. The cash match from the community is the 606,500. And then the in-kind match is that 500,000, which is the 10.29 gifted acres. And so then when you go down to uses, the land shows 3 million because the 2.5 million will be used to purchase the 35 acres. And then the other 10 acres is part of the in-kind match.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure that we were straight on that for public record, and there's no further questions.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that up and making it clear. Any other questions before we move on? Yes, Ms. Johnson.
My only question is, because I've been on the board with Kathy now almost 6 years, and seen a few phases, been to your community. It's wonderful. The park is wonderful. So how many more phases do you think there are that you'll be coming back to the Wyoming Business Council for funding? How many more phases?
That's an excellent question, Chair, through you. I think that one of the goals that I don't want to go so far as to say that we would never come to the Wyoming Business Council when there was an appropriate opportunity. But one of the things that the phase one of the high-tech business park has done is to provide a steady revenue stream that we've been able to circle back into economic activity in our community. And so that's why we have a matching contribution of $600,000. And that's us using that local revenue recapture and then re-leveraging those funds. And if our hopes are realized and we see a similar success, then what we'll probably see is hopefully us moving on to larger projects or being able to undertake some of the smaller projects on our own. And I think that in terms of sustainability for CETA, that's an important part of our outlook. But again, the caveat would be the right project, the right opportunity, and we're going to utilize all of our resources. But I hope that's.
Yes, it's a maybe. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, I think you're off the hot seat. Thank you for providing that color to the project.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Noel, I think we can proceed.
All right, the final project that we have before you comes from the town of Evansville. The town of Evansville requests an $8.9 million business committed grant for the development of a 206-acre site. This development will provide the needed infrastructure to serve the committed business Mesa Solutions on 43.8 acres, as well as opening up an additional 162 acres of developable land. The site is located south of Highway 2026, north of Interstate 25, and west of Hat 6 Road within the town of Evansville. The area is well suited for light industrial development, but has remained undeveloped due to difficult terrain and the high cost of infrastructure development. Recommendation will be to fund as requested. The proposed project consists of installing water, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer mains within the two existing roadways, Mystery Bridge and Wildcat Road. Surface improvements to those two roads and to serve Mesa. Those roads are currently gravel roads. Additionally, the roads will be extended to service the additional lots. And finally, there will be a development of a new roadway, West Road, which will serve Mesa as a secondary access road, but also allow for access to additional lots. So here is an overview of what that will look like. So you can see the proposed Mesa site, and then all of the other lots that are identified will be the additional development. So the dark gray roads that you see are what is currently there, and they're gravel. Those will be resurfaced. And then the lighter gray will be the new roads that will go in. This project has the highest number of retained jobs for a BRC project. They currently have 222 positions. It will also be the highest number of created jobs for a BRC project. They plan to create 261 jobs by the end of year 5. In addition to the number of jobs, these jobs have a high level of complexity. They are unique, and there are multiple types of knowledge needed to be successful. The wages for this are 30% higher than Natrona County median wage. They are proposing $29.74 per hour. Natrona County's current wage is $22.77 per hour. And these are higher than both Wyoming and national average manufacturing industry wages. Finally, Mesa currently has partnerships with Casper College, the University of Wyoming, Wyotech, and the Department of Workforce Services. They regularly participate in local job and career fairs, as well as donate as a corporate sponsor to the University of Wyoming College of Business. Mesa is a power solutions company specializing in the manufacturing, sales, leasing, and operations of natural gas and liquid propane powered mobile and stationary generator sets, microgrids, and most recently, a line of engines. Mesa operates in multiple locations in the United States and across the globe. Their sales trends have shown a significant growth rate for the past 3 years. The company owns and leases several facilities throughout the community and has outgrown them. They plan to invest heavily into the community. They will contribute $75 million in building a 203,000 square foot facility, as well as all of the equipment needs that that facility will need. And upon completion, Mesa will become a top 5 employer in Natrona County. This project aligns with the 2022 Engage Evansville Comprehensive Plan update. One of the goals of this plan is to increase economic diversity, to support retention and expansion of existing and new businesses, and to pursue industries and businesses that meet local employment needs to reduce the need for residents to commute outside the community for employment. There's also potential for this project to further enhance the region's manufacturing ecosystem. This project has the potential to be the catalyst for the future growth of Evansville. And even though it's a business committed application, there are a lot of community readiness components to it as well. This will help the community work towards resolving barriers to growth. If approved, this project will unlock about 68% of their entire developable land inventory. There is also a huge public-private partnership component to this project, and it would not be possible without this partnership. It is a collaboration between 2 private developers, the town, Advanced Casper, and the business. All of them are putting dollars towards eligible project costs, and they are also putting dollars towards the ineligible project costs. So in addition to Mesa's $75 million contribution towards ineligible project costs, there is also dirt work that is being performed by the private developers in a tune of about $3 million outside of the scope of this project. I think an important one to remember is that without BRC funds, there is high probability that Mesa's expansion could not occur, and there is potential risk for the community or the company relocating parts outside of the community. This project unlocks 162 acres of developable land, which will be ideal locations for complementary industry or suppliers to Mesa. Mesa currently utilizes many local suppliers, and many of them submitted letters of support for this project. Those start on page 334 of your board book. Talking about revenue recapture. So this project, the BRC funds that are being requested will be solely utilized for utilities and not assets. So therefore, there is no revenue recapture realized for this project. However, the community was willing to work with us to come up with a resolution for economic development. So what they have done is they passed a resolution to state its commitment to reserve 10% of any additional property tax revenues created by this project for use on future economic and community development projects. And I will go into the economic impact figures next. So I put two figures up here. The one on the left is the economic impact of the new positions and the building and equipment capital expenditures that the business is putting in. So the annual impact to Natrona County based on those new jobs and the CapEx is almost $14 million. If we look just at the retained jobs, that is $5.7 million. So when I looked at recouping BRC funds, that 6.5 months is only for the new jobs. If we include the retained jobs, that figure drops down to about 4 months. So the compelling factors to this project is that it is the highest number of retained and highest number of new jobs for a BRC project. It also develops an additional 162 acres to act as a catalyst for future economic growth. The community has created a resolution to support future economic development in Evansville, and that will also help build community capacity in the future. The only concerning item is that there is no revenue recaptured directly back to the BRC account. However, that resolution, I think, kind of takes that and we will increase capacity for the town of Evansville and we will increase economic and community development efforts there. And really kudos to the town for being willing to move forward with that and put that resolution in place. And it's already been submitted and signed. And so they will do that if this project is approved. I am happy to answer any questions. I believe there is a member of the company here that has a little presentation that he would like to go over as well. And then there are community members here as well.
All right, my name is Fred Fitchner. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Mesa Solutions. Glad to have the opportunity to visit with you all this afternoon. If you go to the next slide there. I'm gonna real quickly, a couple of quick slides, and I'd really like to tell you what Mesa is really all about after I'm done with these 3 or 4 slides. This is our history. A handful of guys that we all knew each other in the Army. Started the company in 2014, and we were just an oil field service company, buying generators, renting them in the oil field. And it didn't take us very long before we realized that we really needed to have some ownership of our destiny. So in 2017, we started building our own gen sets there in Evansville. With by 2018, 100 people on the rolls. 2019, moving into the commercial industrial market instead of just oil and gas. We realized that, well, a lot of people want natural gas generators. So started building them for other people. And continuing on through the whole COVID debacle, we figured out ways to not lay anybody off. We utilized people to create opportunities within the company, doing activities that we were formerly hiring other people to do. But we kept everybody engaged and employed. And that brings us closer to where we are today. 2021, 300 people across the board and across the company. And in 2023, sold the company to a new investor who's pouring money into the company and enabling us to even talk about this project today. And 2024 have a number of different revenue diversification projects that we do within the company. 700 employees across the company today and growing fast. The slide, when we made the slide, it was 700. It's more like 750 today. That was only been a couple weeks. If you go to the next slide, please. I'm going to skip this slide for now and come back to it here in just a moment, but this is where we are today. We still rent generators in the oil field pretty much everywhere in the country where we have oil and gas coming out of the ground. We rent generators in the oil field. It's one of our core business. We have 31 facilities around the country, 8 states, field offices take care of the oil and gas facilities. We have rental power solutions, global, that takes care of customers that buy units from us. And distributed power generation, some microgrids for stationary gen sets, and now we also have a natural gas engine line as well. And while we're continuing to grow the company, I'm gonna skip back a slide now. The main thing that got us here that a lot of people have been talking about today, good folks from Sundance, good folks from Rock Springs, without the people, we would not have a business. We're a people-intensive business, so our values are hugely important to us. So we spend a lot of time recruiting and hiring for character. We'll teach people what we want them to do, how that we expect them to perform. We have a strong set of values, they're listed there, but we also expect a lot out of them, right? So we spend a lot of time on training them how to do their task, but we also spend a lot of time and money on training them how to lead, training them how to be better human beings, teaching them how to take care of personal finances, teaching them about health and fitness. We want our employees to have a career, not just a job. So we're heavily invested in our teammates. I call them my Mesa kids. And to be quite honest, they believe in us to come back and provide this opportunity for them. We owe it to them. And one of the things that didn't come up in your earlier conversations is we're talking about growth in Wyoming communities, right? Well, I grew up in Sheridan. I'm born and raised in Wyoming. Most of the people that work at our company are as well. Typically, people grow up and leave Wyoming because there's not an opportunity for them to do a meaningful job here. My opportunities growing up in Sheridan was you go to the coal mine or you go to college and go somewhere else. And that's what I did. Went to college, joined the Army, left for 25 years. Now back, try to build something amazing, something awesome in Wyoming where Wyoming people can stay and raise their families. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good stuff. Any questions? Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you for that statement. Thank you for what you're doing in Wyoming, and really the numbers that are part of this project are impressive. And I share the staff's excitement and really attention given to the significance of the numbers there. Just curious, is your corporate headquarters located in Wyoming? Are you solely Wyoming based from a corporate perspective?
Not anymore. About 2019, we moved our corporate headquarters to Loveland, Colorado.
Tell us why.
Mainly it was about access to air travel and the ability to recruit white collar accountants and engineers. We struggle with that in Casper. The bulk of our engineering department is Wyoming and Colorado State, some Montana Tech. All young, inexperienced, and they make a lot of mistakes, let's be honest. But we've been recently able to recruit some more gray-haired engineers to help tutor those guys. But that was this back in 2019. We were really struggling to get that technical expertise in engineering and in accounting type of functions. We moved it.
Mr. Committee Chair, just a statement. If I could be so bold, that's a broader problem that we're trying to figure out how to address. And so regardless of how this vote goes out, my guess is you're going to do well and you're going to do great things in Wyoming, but helping us think about how we flip that script and not have to say we have to move somewhere else because we can't get those additional higher white collar jobs there, because we need to have the diversity of that here. So be a partner with us, in solving that problem, I think would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair.
We've been able to grow our engineering department. At the time, 2019, I think we had 6 engineers total. They're all in Casper. Today, it's over 80 engineers on staff, and 50 so of them are in Casper. They're all very, very young. by the time I retire from Mesa, they'll all be very good engineers. But trying to make that opportunity there in Evansville for those guys to come home. Actually, a lot of the engineers that work there, they grew up in Casper, went to high school in Casper.
Great. Good questions. Anything else? All right.
Very good.
Well done. Thank you very much. End it here. What's that?
It isn't a question, just a statement, maybe, if I may. I know I'm not trying to belabor things, but this project's wonderful. The numbers are wonderful, all those things, but I feel like we entertained a very similar, successful, big project in Mills, I think, at one of our previous meetings. And we had the conversation with the good folks, the city manager from Casper at that time, about the local investment of these communities around it, you know, and I look at these numbers, and this isn't a statement about the company or the job. I mean, it's fantastic. We should invest in it. But I think the expectation is that as these projects, especially from this sort of hub of Wyoming, come forward, that there's more local skin in the game. And seeing only up to the 5th cent, which of course required no 6th penny, no 7th penny in there. Eventually we're going to push harder on having that local investment, and it's not here. And granted, maybe there hasn't been time to consider that. And again, this isn't a statement about the project or the company. Those Mesa Solutions seems wonderful, but maybe as a message to the communities, as these things come forward, we're going to be looking for, I think, more of that skin in the game from the local communities. So I just wanted to make that statement. Hopefully it's not completely off the mark before we move on.
Not remotely. No. Thank you.
And Mr. Committee Chair, the mayor of Evansville is here. I don't know if she wants to say anything, but I wanted to give her the
I'm
opportunity.
sorry, I didn't know that. So please.
I'm just really quiet. Hi, I'm Candace Machado. I've been the mayor for Evansville for the last 6 months. So I'm a newer mayor, so we are completely committed to this project. We have a population of 2,778 people in Evansville. Majority of Evansville is an industrial type of a town, so we don't have retail opportunities or other opportunities that our other municipalities have that are closer to us. So industrial type projects like this are projects that we tend to focus on, especially when it comes to building up the community and the impact that Mesa Solutions is going to have, not only for the town of Evansville, but also for Natrona County. You know, in light of all the numbers that you guys have seen, I won't go back through all of it, but I think that it's important to state a couple of things that, because all of my team is back here with me. We haven't come and brought a project to, the town of Evansville hasn't come to bring a project to you guys since 2007, and that was for our Evansville Business Park. We haven't been in front of you guys since 2007. So the town of Evansville is not a town that is coming to bring projects all of the time, but we also understand that this is a project that, you know, we believe in, and we want to help grow our community. We want to help bring jobs to the town of Evansville and to Natrona County. So it's important for me to state that we're 100% behind this project for the town of Evansville. My council is 100% behind this project as well. So I think that it's important to address that as well.
Great. I think Mr. Durrell has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Committee Chair. And Madam Mayor, can you tell us a little bit about the resolution to designate 10% of that differential in taxes and put it into economic development, and how that decision came about, how that process was for you as a community, and a little bit of insight maybe for others that might be watching or others that might be presented earlier today?
Absolutely. So our resolution for the 10% of future costs is specifically for future infrastructure. And infrastructure is a big and important piece for the town of Evansville, because we do have a lot of land in Evansville that is, I would like to say it's a little bit untouched. So I think that with the 10% of the future costs, we want to put that solely into community development and infrastructure moving forward with future projects. I hope that answered your question. And if I didn't, I'll look behind me.
Mr. Committee Chair,
to bring my other team up.
maybe I can ask maybe I can ask it a little bit better. If that's all right.
Please.
All right, thank you. I guess what I was wondering is, like, what was the deliberation like at city council?
Gotcha. Oh, deliberations. Actually, it wasn't bad, if you want my honest opinion. It went pretty smoothly. There wasn't really any back and forth on this. It all made pretty clear sense from the town of Evansville why we would want to assist in moving this forward. So there wasn't a cat fight or anything like that.
Just lead the witness a little bit more.
Please.
Whew, now I feel like
You're doing a great job, and the point that you're making, and I want to just understand a little bit more. Anytime people talk about utilizing funds for economic development, maybe you heard me ask about the 7%, the 7 cent, and things like that.
Yep.
Right? There's this fear, and I want to try to understand if that fear is like most fears, and it's not rational, or if it really played out like we all think it does in our head. So tell me a little bit more, or repeat what you said, and tell me if the fears that we have are rational.
Well, I come from a mental health background from 18 years, so we could talk about fear, but it might not be where you want it to go. You weren't prepared for that. Hey, I got everybody to laugh, right? Woo! The big key thing with fear is I think that there is a really big fear in terms of funding in the state of Wyoming. And I think that there is a big fear of whether or not if we're going to have the funding for future projects, especially for towns like mine, where we don't all have a lot to pull from. So I think that in terms of fear, we have to look at the reality of where we're going in the future, not just for the town of Evansville, but for the state of Wyoming and the projects that we're going to have coming, because the money's got to come from somewhere, right? And future planning and future project money has to come from somewhere. But in terms of fear of, taxes and 1 cent and all of those bigger topics of conversations, I think that the fear is present, but I think that if we continue to start having real conversations about where the state is moving forward, and specifically where the town of Evansville is moving forward, I don't think that we can bypass those continual discussions as we move forward. Did I answer fear? Or do you want me to go into the psychological part? I'm done.
Thank you very much. What a great way to wrap up this, the BRC presentations. And if you don't have anything else, we'll probably move on to the task at hand and open up the projects for vote. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
your time.
you.
I'm sorry I bypassed you.
I'm a quiet person. It's okay. I'm very patient. I will sit here and wait.
I think there's more to that than what we're hearing.
Very true.
That's after the vote.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to go ahead and open up the action items for discussion on we'll start off with the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport, recognizing there is a staff recommendation with one suggestion and there is a request for the other. So let's talk about that. Okay. Oh, okay. We need a motion. Okay. Thanks you for this parliamentary
lesson.
Mr. Committee Chair,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to move staff's recommendation.
Okay. It's been seconded, moved and seconded. And now let's open it up for discussion. Sorry about that. It's been moved that that we accept the staff recommendation by Dr. Schaefer and seconded by, and the staff recommendation is to fund the loan and not the grant. Mm-hmm.
We need two motions.
Two separate action items.
And there, it's not on
Okay.
here, but I think. we
Hit
did
me,
two.
hit me. What are we doing? So I need to do the first one. Okay. All right, let's start with, let's split it up, then we'll do the grant first. Is that acceptable as your motion, Dr. Schaefer, that to fund the grant?
Mr. Committee Chair, maybe help me with my parliamentary process here. I must be missing things. The staff's recommendation is that the business council fund the loan request.
Or excuse me, fund the loan.
Request. Does that need to include and deny the request for a grant? I just.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may.
Please.
It may be helpful to have staff clearly state what the staff recommendation is first.
Okay.
And then I think we can talk about what the appropriate action is.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Grenfell. The staff recommendation is to fund the loan only with the contingency that no more than 20% of BRC funds towards eligible project costs, which is rule, but yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Committee Chair, that was my motion.
Okay. I think I need to take myself out of this process to get it to the end. And then you have a second on that. You're not seconding that. Okay. Is there a second?
Question.
Ms. Harvey seconded. Any discussion?
So if I understand this right, we are voting on the loan with no grant, correct?
Mr. Committee
And
Chair,
you
if I-
have a motion and a second, Mr.
We
Chair?
do. We have a motion and a
Question.
second.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, just to clarify, what you're voting on, what your action is that the motion, I believe, that Dr. Schaefer made, is that you are motioning to accept staff recommendation, which is loan only up to 20% of the project cost.
Okay, okay, I think is it clear for everybody now at this point?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Five, not
If
seven.
if it's loan only, then the other action is moot point. There would be no grant. We wouldn't have the opportunity to vote on a grant or not.
Okay.
So just by leaving the word only off, we can vote first for the loan. That's what's before us. But the word only has to be gone, or we don't have an opportunity and there's no point in making a motion for the grant.
And Mr. Chairman, I would gladly accept that as a friendly amendment to adjust the motion to remove the word only should the board decide to take up consideration of a separate action on a grant. My second would have to, of course, accept.
You second? Okay, so now we are at the discussion specifically for the loan. For five. Or three. Five. Five. A little late, guys, sorry. Okay, any other discussion, any further discussion on this specific item? Please.
Not battery. What?
So am I.
So I want to be very clear because I think everyone gets the clue that I want to get both, right? That I want to vote yes for both items.
because it's presented to us with two separate line items, it says Rock Springs grant and then Rock Springs loan. Can we separate those two and vote on the grant first and then vote on the loan?
We're on the loan right now.
I'm sorry, vote first on the loan and then on the grant?
That's, if
that-
I'm not mistaken, that's effectively what we did by taking the only. So right now, we are having a discussion specifically on the loan.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Question.
All right. All right, seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr.
Oh, we need to do a roll call, don't we? Sorry, my bad. I'm out of battery.
Mr. Committee Chair, real quick, if you're looking at the loans or the grant separately, in this motion, we also have 20% of the project. That may be limiting, so something for you to consider.
Mr. Committee Chair, would Bert explain that, please?
So the recommendation was for $5 million loan, total BRC funding including previous funding of the $3 million grant, not to exceed 20% of total project costs. That means if you approve the loan, you're in 8 million. 8 million of 40 is roughly 20. So you don't have room for a grant or the discussion if that's where you want to go, based on the current motion.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Bert, is the 20% in a rule somewhere that we have to follow?
It's only in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, did you state that the motion did pass?
not yet.
You did state,
Not yet.
oh, you have not stated?
Not yet. We have to do a roll call. Sorry. Okay. Are we ready to do a roll call?
Mr. Chairman. So if I could ask Bert, just to clarify, in the event that the motion passes as it currently is, we simply could not approve the grant because then the total BRC, unless the project costs escalated, the BRC amounts would exceed the 20%, which would make a grant moot.
Yeah, I think you'd have like $400,000 remaining in grantability at 20.
So Mr. Committee Chair, I don't know if this is appropriate in parliamentary procedure, but then it may be better for the board to take up the conversation on the grant first. And so can we table this motion until that occurs? I don't know if we can do that, Amy, but it seems like if we're going to just have action on the grant, we better take that. And then ultimately what we do with this would amend the amount of the loan if the grant improved and the loan amount would drop. And is that correct, Bert?
Yeah, if you approve the grant and we keep the 20, then we could drop the loan, or you could keep the 20. You have full flexibility on however you want to handle it.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Seems like we're going a long way around this horse. Why don't we go with the original motion? And if we agree that it's only the loan, then we've answered the second question, right?
Right.
Ms. Johnson can vote no, and others can vote no on that, and we can have that decision at that point. But that would be my recommendation, so we get it all looped together. We don't have the 20% issue, and folks can make the determination as a cohesive thing. But that would require a re-amendment of the amended motion, so.
Okay, I need some.
It doesn't, just if you want to go with the grant, vote no on the loan. But you have a motion before you. It's been made and seconded.
And then what?
And should be carried through it.
Okay. We okay to go ahead and start a roll call as it stands?
No, I'm still confused because now we're voting on just a loan, not a loan only. I want to vote for a loan and a grant. So you have to come back to the original wording of loan only. So I can vote no on that. But if you're just saying loan, I'm not gonna vote no on a loan when I would like to see a loan and a grant.
Mr. Committee Chair?
Yes.
One thing that I may suggest that may help with this, and it would require another amendment, but what the board can do is they could be a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendation of loan only with that contingency. If the board doesn't wants to do grant and loan, then they would vote no to that, and then a new motion could be created to fund as requested. And then it wouldn't separate loan and grant. But so that would be my suggestion, is to have somebody make a motion to approve staff's recommendation, which is loan only with contingency. And then if you all want to do grant and loan, then vote no to that.
That's simple.
So where are we at with that suggestion, Noel, with where we are right now with the?
I would recommend that Dr. Schaefer amend his motion to back to what his original one was, that it's to accept staff recommendation, and then ask Ms. Harvey if she is still okay with seconding that.
Thanks for that. So Dr. Schaefer, is that something you're willing to do?
I've been learned not to turn down good advice. So yes, Mr. Committee Chair.
And
I approve.
all right. Thanks for walking us through the woods here a little. Wow. It's a bit of a complicated thing. So, and it's late. It's been moved and seconded and been amended and seconded. Approved and seconded. Anyway, any discussion as it stands right now? And if you could restate that for us, please. Just for the
Yes,
public
Mr.
record.
Committee Chair. So the motion and the second on the floor is for you to approve staff recommendation, which is to fund the loan only with that 20% contingency.
And Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, an I vote means you support the motion and the staff recommendation. A no vote would mean that you do not support that.
Everybody good? Okay. In the past, have you done the roll call, or Carrie's done the roll call? Okay, very good. All right, I think we're ready.
All right, Mr. Arns,
No.
Ms. Atkinson, Mr. Brown,
I am voting to approve a $5 million loan without contingencies.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I voted yes.
Ms. Hart, okay. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon,
No.
Mr. Lance,
Aye.
Mr. Law,
Aye.
Dr. Schaefer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Thayer, Ms. Tomasi.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to fund the Rock Springs Airport project with a $5 million loan and a $2 million grant without the 20% limit.
Okay. Heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I actually know what this one means. Thanks, Chuck. Not cut out for this. Yeah. Any discussion?
I know it's late and I apologize. I'm surprised mine hasn't run out of battery yet today either. So I'm gonna vote aye on this motion. I just want to be clear. I support the project. I support the infrastructure. I support the wonderful statements about air service and the importance to Wyoming. But again, I want to say eventually we have to encourage local communities to continue to be stepping up first and really doing that first, instead of saying, let's see what we can get from the business council. And then if they don't give it all, then we can bring money forward. And I know we all want to have the revenue to be able to invest in other things. It sounds like you have willing community to consider future six penny and perhaps beyond that for those projects that sound like really worthy projects. So I certainly don't want to be a thorn in the way of you finishing the airport. And I know the importance, but it's important that we start having that conversation with our communities and really messaging that we want communities to be resilient on their own. And to be able to do these things on their own and not say, yeah, we can do it, but let's go get this first. And so thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I just wanted to go on the record. I will vote aye for this motion.
Any other discussion? Yeah.
I have a question, Mr. Committee Chair. So in the discussion, we heard that the board and the county and others would reduce our share in the event that they receive other funds.
Correct.
How is that captured in this motion? Or is it a wink and a nod that we're all going to just say that's okay and we'll trust that that's going to happen?
I think that's probably where we're at, I would guess, unless somebody has another opinion. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, talk about it, but gonna take action.
Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Lance, just to follow up on that, there is a memorandum of understanding between the airport board, the city, and the county regarding that. It doesn't have exact percentages because they don't know what funding they will receive, but there is an MOU that does state that if the airport board does receive those funds, then we will, as well as the city and the county, get some of that back.
And sorry, another clarifying, I know we're late. Does that mean they can reduce the loan, the grant, both, neither? They choose?
That would be up to you and the motion you want to make on how you want them to pay back and which one you want to pay back first.
Right.
So we have a motion and a second.
Can I ask Ms. Grenfell a clarifying question? Very local subject matter expert. Well, let's that whole being school thing. So we'll look at both of you. Is there a way you could amend that motion? The thought I'm having is to be able to put an earmark that if there are funds not required, that would come out of the grant amount as opposed to the loan. Is there a way that we can amend to do that or add a separate action? Is that even feasible?
Yeah, if you're up for the amendment, Mr. Kenyon. You willing to?
I would make a friendly amendment that would state that any funds that we figure out how to word this a little better, but any funds that will not be utilized in the project would then be credited back towards the grant amount first before being credited towards the loan. Is that clear? That is acceptable to me.
Okay. Any issues? Okay. Seconded by Kathy.
So, Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Tomasi, so you're seconding the amended motion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that amendment.
Should we restate it for before we do the roll call vote? So that we're clear. We've come this far.
Yep, Mr. Committee, I can restate it. So the motion and the second on the floor is to fund this project at $5 million loan and $2 million grant with a contingency stating if there are other funds that are approved, the BRC amount will be drawn from the grant first and then from the loan.
Great. Sounds good.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may ask Mr. Lance a question. Is it cleaner from a protocol standpoint in the public setting to tackle the unamended motion first and then, or are you okay? Is it okay to do the amended?
I think the amended.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing none, I guess we'll proceed with the roll call vote then.
Mr. Arns,
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson, Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, Mr. Kenyon, Mr. Lance, Mr. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Thayer, Ms. Tomasi.
Yes.
Motion passes. On a personal note, I'd like to thank you for hanging in there through this. It's complicated and we all want to try to do the right thing. We all know the value of the ability to be able to have access to good airports. And so I wish Devin and his crew the very best. Next, the CETA project in Sheridan. I would entertain a motion for consideration of funding for CETA.
So moved.
Then
For staff recommendation.
for staff recommendation, okay. It's been moved by by Mr. Smith, seconded by Ms. Johnson. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Sorry, my battery was out.
Okay.
Sorry to belabor the point on the land a little bit, but I'm gonna.
35 acres at 2.5 million. Okay, we're clear there. And my earlier question was answered, thank you. So that brought up a different one. 10 acres being credited at an in-kind match of 500,000. The difference there in cost per acre is fairly significant. On the purchase price, we're looking at 71. On the credited amount towards the in-kind match, we're looking at 50. And I'm curious about that.
Thank you for that question. I would actually like to invite Robert Briggs up to help answer that.
And my apologies, can you please repeat the question?
Sure. So the purchase price of the land is 2.5 million, 35 acres. That's 70,000 roughly per acre. The gifted amount is 500,000 or 10 acres, which is 50,000 per acre. I'm curious why the discrepancy.
Both of those acreages were appraised. And so I believe that it was within the nature of the property and its location and the potential configuration of the property, but both pieces were appraised individually.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Any other discussions? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. If you'd be so kind to do a roll.
Mr. Arns,
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
No.
Ms. Harvey, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kenyon, Mr. Lance,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Schaefer,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Thayer,
Yes.
Ms. Tomasi.
Yes.
Motion passes. The next item for consideration is the staff funding for the request from the town of Evansville.
Mr. Committee Chair, we actually need a motion to waive the rules for the maximum grant award amount first. Thank you.
The rules. Okay, I would entertain a motion to waive the rules to so that we can consider this request.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Thayer, seconded by Mr. Smith. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if you would be so kind to do a roll call as well.
Mr. Arns. Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey, Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Kenyon, Mr. Lance,
Yes.
Mr. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Schaefer, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Thayer,
Yes.
Ms. Tomasi.
Yes.
Motion passes. I would entertain a motion to consider the funding as requested by the staff for the town of Evansville.
Chairman, motion to approve staff recommendation for.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kenyon. Who seconded it? Ms. Thayer, any discussion? Seeing none, another roll call vote, please.
Mr. Arns, Ms. Atkinson, Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Harvey, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Kenyon,
Yes.
Mr. Lance, Mr. Law,
Yes.
Dr. Schaefer, Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Thayer,
Yes.
Ms. Tomasi.
Yes.
This concludes the investment committee.
Marathon.
Ta-da. I'll turn it over to the co-chair. He's got a long drive home. Give him a break.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and thank you to all the applicants. And thanks everyone for hanging in here a little longer than anticipated. I do have a couple comments because I don't have anywhere to drive to. No, I'm kidding. I'll be brief. I want to commend the team on the use of data and metrics. And I've noticed that, that's not new, but I've noticed that over the years on the board that continues to improve the use of data and metrics. We saw it in BRC program, the YVC, Main Street, and so on. And I think that's critically important as we move forward. We'll be under more scrutiny. We'll be held to higher standards. That's just the way the world will be, and that's okay. I think that's fair and reasonable. But in order for us to prove our value and our worth, we'll have to prove it. And those data and metrics become critical. So I just want to commend the team on the use of those. Melissa, welcome to the board. Glad to have you. Mr. Durrell, any closing comments from you?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And if I might share your microphone, thank you. And I too have a long ride home. And so you and I are in the same boat. I do think that the data and metrics are an important component. And I'm going to go ahead and flip it back and quote Dr. Schaefer a little bit, paraphrase perhaps. And that is what Mr. Co-Chair said about data and metrics and under more scrutiny, and what Dr. Schaefer said about becoming self-reliant are things that we can't ignore. We can have our heartstrings pulled, and we can have this idea that, golly, we're the last resort, but we're not the last resort. In fact, we heard today that we were the easier resort. And I don't think that that's what we want to be. I think that we have two missions, and that is to make sure that good projects get done in service of building self-reliance in our communities. That's why we're doing what we're doing. We're not doing them because we're the easy place to get money, except that we are the easy place to get money. We saw it's easier than to get from your taxpayers. And I don't know if that's going to continue. And I don't know if it's going to continue because the board will begin to say no, or if that will continue because the BRC fund will be depleted. But I can tell you that both of those things are likely. And it is our goal to not be rude or mean or nasty economists. It's our role to build self-reliance in our communities. And we do this because we believe in our communities. Every one of the projects that we saw today are amazing and awesome projects. But we would not be doing our job as the Wyoming Business Council if we just funded amazing projects and walked away without utilizing our platform for something more noble. And I believe that self-reliance in our communities is way more noble than the money that we invested today. And I hope that we can all agree to that, and we can all believe in that, and we can all vote that way. And we can all come back when we ask for the funds to help a project, and us be willing to do things like run resolutions in our communities, to maybe push a little harder about whether that tax is really as scary as we think it is. Because there is going to be a day when the BRC fund is zero. And that's actually going to be a great day because it means our communities don't need it. And that's actually what we're trying to do, is make it so that you don't need the state to have a vibrant and resilient community. Sometimes it's just not very fun to do. But it's our job and it's our responsibility, and it's something we're going to continue to take seriously. I love the projects we did today. And I thank the board for asking hard questions, doing hard things, working on amendments to amendments that are quite challenging. I get it. But that's because we're thoughtful, we care, and ultimately we want to make it so that you don't have to come to the state to get that money. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for running a great meeting. Thank you, Mr. Law, for being the marathon here, running the marathon. And thank you all. And I echo your comments about the team. They have continued to work and make these projects, to shape them up and to make it, even though they're hard decisions, to make it as easy as possible for us to make good ones.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the board today? Are you sure? Okay. All right, our next regular meeting will be December 10th and 11th. There is an upcoming SLIB meeting, which will take place October 3rd. We'll have committee meetings the week of November 19th. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. First and a second, that was quick. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.